Glovers! Glovers! Hey, you like that, man? Oh, yeah, man, that's pretty far out, man. Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity too. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a fly like Earth? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it? Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it? Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it. Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man? Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
People of the internet, welcome to Modern Day Debate. Tonight we are debating Flat Earth, and we are starting right now. I am Kaz, host of the Atheist Edge, and we have Witsit Gets It versus Delcos. Tonight, each person is going to get 10 minutes for their opening statement and 40 minutes for their open discussion, and then 35 minutes of Q&A. So I believe Del is going to be going first, Del. So at your first word, I will start your timer. The floor is all yours.
All right. So I was going to start off with a diagram, but my computer does not want to share that screen onto here, so we're not going to do that. Instead, I think we're going to take an approach that I've never heard before. I don't know. I've listened to a few Flat Earth debates in preparation of this. I'm trying my notes, and so there's an interesting question I've never heard anyone ask, which is why would it be flat and we would pretend it's a globe? So something that I teach people and myself I use to debunk whatever is you don't think about it as in, can I find evidence for it? You think of it in the sense of, what would the world look like if this was a true, real thing? And so you basically go from the bottom up, right? And so you start at flat Earth, and you imagine we have a flat Earth, the Earth's flat. If they were trying to hide that, if that was a conspiracy or whatever, for whatever reason, why would you come up with a ball as the answer to your conspiracy, right? Why would you come up with space and you would put all this effort in? Because if I was a big evil person in charge, no matter what I was trying to hide, whether it was extra land or whatever, God thing doesn't work because most people are religious, so that's a non-starter. But if I was trying to hide something like that, I wouldn't come up with this whole guys, we live on a ball that spins, and then we're going to build thousands of industries that also utilize these facts every day. That's silly. You would just say something like, well, across the ice wall is super radioactive. You can't go there. Problem solved. And you can stop. There's no expiration. Everybody believes you anyway. You're like, there you go. So from the get-go, it's fairly goofy. I don't have any other words besides goofy. I don't know if this is a family-friendly stream, but coming from that point of view of a fresh person, it's like I don't even see why you would make the Earth flat, right? If you're trying to hide, you could check Antarctica for yourself. You could take a boat, you can go around it. You don't need to go on it. You can just sail around it and just keep it in view. And if it's giant, you're gonna notice, wow, guys, we've been sailing for like a while and we've still not reached the end of this ice wall, right? But no, we can go around it. You don't need a permit to go around it when it's in view. You can use binoculars, a telescope, whatever, and just circle around it. There's no need to go in it. So yeah, that's just, it would be interesting to have that addressed, because I feel that all the flat earth arguments have already been, the science ones are already been repeated again and again. And it's an old debate, if that makes sense. There's no real new ground to tread on that. So I guess the question would be for this is, why would it be flat? Why would we come up with this whole thing, right? So I make I guess I could say autonomous inertial compensation for bipedal locomotion platforms. We were in the RoboCup 2014 for the full size, which are like 4 foot tall. I have part of it back there, way back there. This is a garage, sorry. And they use things like gravity not only for compensating for downward forces, but also side to side, which is not density because it's not bidirectional, or, well, it's down, right? If it was density and buoyancy, it would be going like that, but it also applies, right, side to side. So that's also something that needs to be addressed. But the main thing I'm interested in hearing about is, why would you come up with a globe concept to hide a flat Earth for whatever reason? The reason is, it's not necessary. We're assuming there are people in charge hiding the shape of the Earth for God, money, Jesus, whatever. Why would they choose this shape? Why would you have companies? I think Sony actually, in a few months, is releasing microsatellites that you yourself can pay to have time on and do whatever. You can take pictures. I think for a certain price they let you send up your own. I would use a CubeSat for that, but that's not relevant. The point is, you can use it to take pictures yourself of whatever you want. It's, there's all these thousands of different things that rely on this, and it's very silly if this was a conspiracy to go, we're not only going to make this completely weird, because the geometry is not the same at all. We're not only going to do that, we're going to make it so that we use it constantly for everything. And not only that, we're going to permit private companies to go explore it. And I guess in the flat earth view, pretend to go do that. So they're just burning their own money because they're private companies. I guess maybe they're in on it, but they can't be bribed. You're not going to bribe Musk. He has more money than God. What are you going to tell him? So I don't understand that. That's also very silly. But I think the main point here is the shape. Why would you say it's flat if it's not flat, right? If you're trying to cover up whatever, why would you use a flat Earth for that? Why would you use a globe Earth for that? And I think that's about all I got on that. Got 4 minutes left. I don't know if I can hand those over.
Can, hand it over if you like. That's fine.
Yeah,
okay,
I
go
can
ahead
do that.
Great. Okay, we'll go ahead and kick it over to
mute.
Austin for his 10-minute opening statement. Austin, the floor is all yours. It's your first word.
All right, how's it going? Let me go over here and show my slideshow, and I'm gonna share it if that's cool. All right, cool. That was cool, man. We'll get into it. So we were all told that the Earth is a ball that's moving through space. That's a bit exaggerated, of course, but anyway. So the question is the Earth moving? I wanted to throw this in here. This is hilarious to me. There's a quote from Einstein: "The gift of fantasy has meant more to me than my talent for observing or absorbing positive knowledge." And that's because the heliocentric model is a fantasy, hence why it changes every couple days. But another quote from him: "I never made one of my discoveries through the process of rational thinking, What is it about cosmology that would completely dismiss rationale? I don't know. That seems weird. I covered this the last time. I'm going to kind of breeze through this part, but this is the infamous Michelson-Morley. It's called the most famous failed experiment in history. I showed actually that the Earth wasn't moving. So to answer one of your questions, why would they stick to this idea of space and all that? Well, it's called the cosmological principle, which is the idea that the Earth cannot occupy a special or unique position in the universe. If it does, of course, that has serious philosophical implications. So they came up with a whole new physics that space is the fourth dimension and stuff been warped, but you can't tell, blah, blah, blah. Here's him talking about it. Since then, I've come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment. Though the Earth is revolving around the sun, it's him admitting he believes it but can't prove it. Here he is also saying that you can't use any terrestrial experiments to do that. And every attempt to try to detect the orbit of the Earth was negative result. Here is another quote I found recently from him. And I think it's funny because people get really triggered when I bring up quotes. I don't know why. I'm just like articulating the position that you guys hold. Anyway, but when I was a student, I saw that experiments of this kind had already been made, in particular by your compatriot, I guess, Michelson. He proved that one does not notice anything on Earth that it moves, but that everything takes place on Earth as if the Earth is in a state of rest. So, according to the current paradigm, we're actually tilted, wobbling, gyrating, spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space, but everything takes place as if it was at rest. So, if someone can't actually absorb that that's what they believe, it puts me in this weird, awkward position where I have to defend, or you have to argue with you about what you believe. We can't even get to the actual substance of the conversation. So, hopefully, we can surpass that tonight. Here's an infamous observation. It's called the Black Swan. The horizon should be 1.2 miles away. The camera was just over the water. You see the horizons beyond the furthest platform there, almost 10 miles away, which would require a radius of 264,000 miles. It's just weird. I mean, people just say the word refraction. They don't understand it. They don't know what terrestrial fraction is or how we guide it. They just say it. They just say a word. It's like a religion, like you get words and phrases and you chant them from the stands and then you pass around the donation plate. Anyway, here is a first radio transmission sent across the Atlantic Ocean. Marconi, they told him that he wouldn't be able to send it more than 200 miles because the curvature of the Earth would block it. He actually sent it 2,200 miles successful, the first transmission, using a horizontal propagation over the ocean. Since then, we've actually done them, and even he did them as far as 10,000 miles. 10,000 miles, horizontal propagation. The curvature of the Earth should have blocked it at 200 miles. Super awkward. People also say, why doesn't Witsit ever bring flat Earth evidence? That's what this is. So pay attention to this part, please. Instead of just saying I didn't bring evidence, let's pay attention to the positive evidence that I'm putting forth here instead of just hand waving it. It's awkward. All right, so plane survey data, right? So plane surveying is a survey in which the Earth's surface is assumed to be a plane, and the curvature of the Earth is ignored. Survey works up to 100 square miles, and our surveys that are up to 100 square miles are treated as a plane. So this is how we actually make measurements on the Earth. This is how we have those maps you guys are so proud of. Plane surveys are carried out for engineering projects on sufficiently large scale to determine relative positions of individual features of the Earth's surface. Plane surveys are used for the layout of highways, railways, canals, fixing boundary pillars, construction of bridges, factories, etc. The scope and use of plane surveys is very wide. For majority of engineering projects, plane surveying is the first step to execute them. Plane surveys are basically needed for proper, economical, and accurate planning of all engineering projects, and their practical significance cannot be overestimated. So that's how we actually do things in the real world. So how is this not positive evidence? If you're making a claim antithetical to we have to survey the Earth as if a plane to build everything, if you're claiming it's actually not that, you have a substantial burden of proof. This is objectively positive evidence that the Earth's a plane. I know it's uncomfortable, but whatever. Here's something seen from 163 miles away. There should be 10,000 feet of curvature blocking these mountains, and you can see them. And in fact, you can see them once the sun goes up behind them, and you see the outline, the silhouette of it. These should be completely blocked. Why can't we see the mountains? See, we just went out and tested the Earth, bro. It's not what they said. Don't make it awkward, right? Like, here's Chicago from like 70 plus miles away. Why can we see all of it? It should all be blocked based on the curvature of the Earth. As soon as the sun goes down behind it, you can see it. I talked to locals here. They said that you see it all the time. You see it 3 or 4 times a week. Here's a military document, propagation of electromagnetic fields over a flat Earth for ground weapon systems. It's actually a weapon system the military uses. And they treat it as a flat Earth, a dielectric plane specifically. So why? Why would you not account for curvature if you're using a weapon system? Here's a laser test. We see far beyond the curvature of the Earth, like we always do. Here is a question that people love to ask. How could you have things disappear bottom up if the Earth was flat? Well, you can have a lensing effect. Right here, you will see that the sun on the right is moving towards you up above the table, but it looks like it's coming from the bottom up, from behind the mountains. So it's very simple. Here's the sun. Actually, disappears into the horizon, not behind a physical curved horizon. You can see it. It disappears up above the water into the horizon, which is the vanishing point. So that's not a physical location. So to say it is weird. So I'm going to breeze through some of these because these are what we always get. And fallacies, logical fallacies are, an invalidation of your argument. Okay, so if you appeal to the authority saying, well, this authority said it must be true, that's a fallacy. If you say, Whitsitt doesn't have the proper credentials to talk about this, so his argument must automatically be wrong, that's a fallacy. Poisoning the well. So, all flat earthers think this. Flat earthers think everyone's lying. Flat earthers are the same one that didn't inject themselves with 47 boosters. Whatever you say to discredit that side's position preemptively, it's called poisoning the well, which if you saw my debate with Conspiracy Cats, that was his opening argument. Okay, that's a fallacy. You got it. Everyone knows ad hominem fallacies. I'm bringing these up because they are reoccurring. It's like Groundhog Day every time I debate on here. A bunch of fallacies. So if you attack the person instead of the argument, that's an ad hom fallacy. Texas sharpshooter fallacy is like what they do with geodetic surveying. You basically draw a circle on the wall, then shoot you shoot your gun at the wall, and you walk over there and draw your target around where you shot. So that's not like you didn't actually hit the target. Geodetic surveying does this by throwing out lots of the measurements. So that may come up most of the time when people say there's evidence of curvature. This is what they do. There's a false dilemma fallacy, also referred to as a false dichotomy or false binary, or all or nothing fallacy, saying, well, it has to be this way or there's no other way. That comes up a lot as well. Appeal to emotion is one of the biggest ones we get, and that's just fallacious. Oh man, there's no way everyone could be lying, or oh man, you think everything's a lie, or whatever it is. You're appealing to emotion. That's fallacious. This is the biggest one though. And we have a minute 40 left. Shifting the burden of proof. Now I say the Earth's a plane. They're like, you have to burden of proof. That's a positive claim. That is a positive claim. And saying the Earth is flat is a positive claim as well. And flat is not a shape. That's a description of a surface. Okay. Like I told you, we substantiate that every day with plane survey. That's how we do engineering. So we have substantiated that we treat the Earth as a plane. We measure it as a plane. We shoot radio transmissions as if the Earth is a plane, etc. You guys are claiming that the Earth's actually not a plane, though. It's a spinning ball that's curving, flying through a vacuum. So you have the burden of proof. You have to substantiate that positive claim that's antithetical to empirical evidence. You have to substantiate to us. We were all told the same thing. We used to believe the same thing that you think, right? So we would love some evidence for your claim instead of shifting it over to us. Where's your model, Austin? Well, she just gave birth. So appeal from incredulity is basically like, I can't understand how the Earth could be flat, so it couldn't be that. A fallacy. Argument ad populum. Everyone thinks the Earth's a ball. Fallacy. Strawman fallacy is one of the most popular ones. If the Earth was flat, this should happen. This should happen. This is how it works on a flat Earth. Whitsitt thinks this. Flat Earthers say this. If you're not representing the actual position or argument, that's a strawman fallacy, also known as one of the most dishonest fallacies that exist. Red herring fallacy, very common fallacy in these debates. If I bring something up and then you shift it over to make it look like it's part of the subject, but actually you're changing the subject, red herring fallacy invalidates your argument. We don't have much time. Begging the question, it's a logical fallacy in which an argument's premise assume the truth of the conclusion. If we assume the Earth's a ball, then look at the sky. Then look, what we assume matches the sky because that's how we came up with the ball. Therefore, Earth's a ball. That's a fallacy. And so basically, in summary, the use of fallacious arguments, especially with the intention of deceiving, is the definition of sophistry. So I would hope maybe we can have an honest conversation void of fallacies, and I think it'll be much more productive than usual. So that's pretty much all I got.
Cool.
All right, awesome.
Before we...
Thank you so much.
Okay. Is it open now? It's open time?
No, not yet. Let me just get my little spiel here real quick.
Right.
So thank you so much for your opening statements, guys. Before we kick into the opening discussion real quick, I just want to say that if it's your first time here with us at Modern Day Debates, that we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics, and we want you to feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're from. And if you have a question or a comment for one of tonight's debaters, please fire it into the old live chat, and be sure to tag me at Modern Day Debate. Super chats will go to the top of the list. All we ask that you please not you please attack the argument and not the person. Insults will not be read, and that goes for the general discourse in the live chat as well. Our invaluable moderators are working tirelessly to elevate the conversation, so please show them and each other the respect you deserve. Our guests are linked in the description below, whether you're listening on YouTube or via the podcast. So click their links if you like what you're hearing. Check them out as soon as you can, and hit the subscribe button. We have plenty more debates coming your way that you don't want to miss, including tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. Daniel Hikikachu will be squaring off with JF Garape to discuss religion, race, and society. So you don't want to miss that. Please subscribe immediately. And with that, we will kick it into the open discussion. Gentlemen, at your first word, I will start your timer for 40 minutes.
All right. So before we get anything else, are you saying that the sun, like it does this? Like it stops and then disappears into something? I don't know. You showed a picture of where it's hovering above the horizon. I get what you're saying, but like, what do you say? Is it what, like, I don't know. There's like, what the hell is that supposed to be? Are you saying it goes like disappears into clouds? No, but I don't get what you're trying to say with that.
There wasn't any clouds there. What are you talking about?
You showed a picture of the sun over the ocean or something, right? Yeah. And it was hovering over it, right? It looked like it was disconnected like this, like it was that little gap. Yeah. So what are you saying is happening at that point? Exactly. I don't.
It's disappearing into the vanishing point of the atmosphere.
Right.
But you guys claim that it disappears behind the curve of an Earth. But that proves that actually it'll disappear, have nothing to do with the curve of the Earth. And many people say the sunset's impossible on a flat Earth, which is just really ignorant. And you can go look at the sun; it disappears above the horizon. So that's the point. It's just to show, to preemptively address the denialism.
It was a very interesting picture with a different story behind it. I didn't understand what you were talking about for a sec.
All right, so go behind the curve of the Earth in that video, though.
Do what?
You agree it's clearly not going like behind.
Well, it is, but it's hidden behind it. Like that's the point of refraction, and I have a wonderful bank of clips talking about how refraction is very important.
Refraction.
If you would like to hear them. What's up?
Refraction made the sun disappear.
Well, it affects light, and what does the sun emit?
It makes things disappear.
But what does the sun emit? How do you see the sun with light?
How to make it disappear, though?
Because of refraction over the horizon. I don't know why this is difficult. I don't understand why this is hard.
I understand refraction very well.
I know, but I don't understand the concept of what you're trying to say. I don't get what you're trying to say it's doing. Okay, but is the sun physical or not? Is the sun a physical thing, or do you think it's a plasma?
I don't think
you don't have. Okay, so you don't have a view on it either way. Okay, so that's not.
Yeah, you just believe what was said to you, though. Like, why do you believe what you think about the sun?
I have a friend that works at ADS or ALS, I guess, and they launch things like CubeSats, and they even do ESPA class satellites. What?
Went to the sun?
No, it doesn't need to go to the sun.
So
if we get out of Earth, then the flat Earth is gone. What are you talking about? If we have a thing in space, and I can pay some dude that I know $10,000 to put one of the tests I've done into space, I don't care. That's it. And you can't falsify all that information. You can't take something that me or another engineer built and then say, oh, well, actually, it doesn't do that. You can't trick people who build things. You can't go to ALS and say, I need you to launch this CubeSat that my class has been building for a year into space and then falsify data. Like,
what?
Do you realize how many are sent up in like an ESPA class satellite? Do what?
Geostationary?
No. CubeSat. There's thousands of private companies, but my friend works for us, ALS, and we contract with them sometimes because we do robotics projects. And so they send up hundreds of CubeSats that are built by colleges and personal use, which is what I did one time. It's $12,000 to $10,000 to build one. There's kits online, and then you contract them. They even do brokerage accounts now, so you can get it like basically for I don't know what Tesla charges or whatever Elon's shit. No, it's a satellite. It's just a tiny box.
Geostationary, man.
I know, but these aren't. That's what I'm saying. They're tiny boxes, and they orbit the Earth, and you can put whatever. I mean, within reason, whatever you want on it. No weapons or anything.
Okay.
And they're sent up hundreds at a time by miscellaneous people, and you can't just like. Do you think they're capturing them in like a net in the rocket before they hit the dome, and then they like bring them to a secret lab and just like falsify all the information for these thousands? because they're
You know
launched
a straw-
constantly.
I covered strawman fallacy.
Well, that's not a
right?
straw man. That's a question. I don't know how
Yeah,
you
but it's
explain
clearly,
the,
like,
the
implicit.
hundreds and thousands of things that get sent up. Like per year, it's a private
Okay.
company. These
Why
aren't
can't we send
governments.
stuff up on a flat Earth?
What? Because
Can't
you
we
can't
shoot things
orbit a
up into
flat
space?
Earth.
What?
What do you mean?
What?
How would you orbit a flat Earth? It would
have
look
you ever seen
wonky
the orbits
also.
of satellites
Have
on
you
a flat
seen-
projection?
Do you know what a globe? I don't even have a ball next to me. Really? I have a moon.
Oh my god! This
Do you know what a moon versus a flat thing looks like from above it? You can tell the shape from above.
Really?
It's not. Yes, really.
So you use
You
the
can tell the
satellites to
shape
prove
of two
the
objects.
shape of the Earth is what you're saying.
Yes, because the math
Wow.
is needed. You can't just shoot them up and go, "Oh God, I hope it gets into orbit, guys." We didn't do any calculations. I
It goes
hope
in
it hits
circles,
that.
dude. It goes
I
in
know, but
circles.
what's it? You have to do lots and lots of calculations before you even touch the satellite. You can't just shoot it up and go, "Okay, guys, I hope it hits whatever. I hope it starts floating around." Like it's not just blindly shot up, right? We know what we're doing. That's
Yeah,
the
it goes in
problem.
circles.
Okay.
So hey, can I ask you some questions though, man? So we
Sure,
can like
go ahead.
let's just
Ooh,
get
it's a
the
light.
big part. Let's get the big part of it out of here, okay?
It's kind of cool.
So like
It's the lamp.
you just kind of believe the story you were told, right?
Well, no, because first off, I have a personal connection with the person who runs the company, and second
No,
off,
no. Just
the
Earth in
amount.
general, dude.
What do you mean?
Like you just believe the story of the Earth in general because that's kind of like what's accepted and what you were told, right? Have you ever tested?
Are you talking
the
about
Earth?
overall,
Yeah. I'm
or
trying to
this
get the meta
specific
here.
topic? Oh, you're trying
Just
to
the
go
meta.
broadly, as in like the whole field.
Well, I just want to
is what you're
see
talking
where we
about.
are. We only have a few minutes. I want to like.
Yeah.
You agree that like for one, falsifications independent of replacement. The globe Earth's a positive claim. We were all told. You can go test it.
I don't know about that.
Why not?
So, because there's again hundreds of thousands of companies, there's millions of people that rely on these. Ooh, Amazon launches CubeSats now. That's cool. There's thousands of companies that do this. There's millions of humans that work with these concepts every day. That's not one guy saying, "Guys, I saw Bigfoot in the forest." That's like
I'm not denying
corporations
that you
building
put
their
stuff in-
entire. Like they get paid millions of dollars per launch to bring these boxes into space. You can't
I'm
just
not
say
denying that stuff goes in the
"Oops."
sky, man. How many times I gotta say that?
It's not going in the sky with it. It's
It
orbiting and it's projected and you can see it. You can track them and then you can go, "Hey guys, my thing that I built that I'm getting this data from, usually through SSTV because that's really cheap. I am getting it through this. It will be above this spot at this time. Here's the orbited path that it's taken, and I can look
Okay.
up and I can get a transmission line
Yeah.
of sight from it." Right.
Have
So
you ever
the
seen
math-
the path projected on a flat projection?
Yes, it's like this. It's goofy. And again,
No, it's a perfect
again,
flower of life. Like
well,
the
no, it
ISS
depends-
is a
it's
perfect
a
sacred
what?
geometry.
it's a
So
what?
you can have an orbit
No,
over a plane.
I missed the word. I missed the word what you said. It's
Like
a
the
perfect
ISS,
what?
for example, has like a sacred geometric trajectory over a flat projection. You can have things
I have
orbit
no
over top
idea
of a
what
plane.
sacred geometry means.
All right, man. This is what I'm trying. Okay,
No
how about this?
clue
How about this?
what you're
What is your response to my presentation? Do the
Your
positive
pres- oh, I
evidence
did take
gave
notes
you
on that. So first off, where did you get all those Einstein quotes? Because they're very
From
well
Einstein.
done. But did you make the pictures or what?
Yeah.
Okay, you should go into that then. That's actually you might make some money doing like inspirational quotes or something. 'Cause those were
I don't
pretty.
do this for money, man.
Those were pretty. No, not flat Earth, but just in general. Because those quotes were pretty.
Thank you, man.
So first off, for the first one, it goes. What is it? An optical experiment? Well, no, you can't use an optical. It doesn't matter. That's the key word. So you're at least you're cutting out this whole section. Yeah, okay. He said optical. That's not.
What about the terrestrial
experiment.
experiment quote? In the next quote, he says any terrestrial experiment, which means any experiment on the Earth
For what, rotation or the shape of the Earth?
or motion of the Earth.
For motion of the Earth, as in rotation or as in scooting around space?
Well, he
Because
says
there's multiple
that,
motions that it's doing.
yeah,
It's not just spinning.
the orbit. He says that the rotation is either the sky moving or the Earth moving. They're interchangeable coordinate systems. They're identical. They're not physically different at all. So the way that
So
we
you're talking
would-
about orbit. You're
That's the
saying
only
you
way to
can't measure
distinguish
orbit
between the two.
from down here, is what
yeah,
you're saying.
it's impossible to tell
Okay.
if we're actually orbiting.
Well, I mean, I suppose with one reference frame, no, you can't. But we don't have just one reference frame, so that's irrelevant.
Well, on the Earth, we only have one. So you're saying we have to believe in outer space travel, right?
Well, I don't have to believe in it because I know the fucking person that does it.
No,
See,
you
we always
don't
go
know.
back to that. This will always revert to you don't know because you haven't seen it. Yes, because I've said things with people that like colleges, like groups do this. This is a thing. It will always
How
revert
far in
to that
space
topic.
do they go, bro?
I have no clue. Depends on the system.
Okay.
ESPA goes up to about let's see, I don't
And how
remember
do
the
they
numbers.
verify the distance? Like I've actually debated an aerospace engineer, and I've actually talked to people.
Well,
that
I'm
work
not
on
an
the
aerospace
Hanwha
engineer. Like I said, it's my friend's company. I do robotics projects. I don't do aero. I think space is cool. I do this for entertainment. I don't really care about space. And that's another thing is like, if the Earth was flat, oh my God, if the Earth was, Alexa, stop it.
Alexa,
If the
tell
Earth,
them the Earth is flat.
don't ask that. I completely lost what I was saying now.
It's okay. Why can we send radio
well.
transmissions 10,000 miles horizontally?
Well, it depends on the radio transmission, and also horizontally, as in it would be shooting off the edge, or horizontally, as in if I'm here, and I want to send a transmission here, I can go like that.
That's not horizontal.
I
I'd hit the curve.
What's it? I'm talking about if there's two people, right? If we're two people here, right? Let's do
Hit
it on
the
a flat
curve.
first. Let's do it on a flat Earth first.
Okay.
So if we're two people and we're standing right here, are you saying that like this is? Imagine this is 10,000 miles or whatever. You're saying that they can send a transmission across, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if it's on a ball, the surface of the ball is still horizontal. It's like when you fly in a plane. It's still horizontal because you're keeping with that. That's like that's. I don't. What?
No.
What do you mean?
Okay. I got you. Okay. So like,
I think. Go ahead.
trust me, I got you, man. You'll
I
get
don't-
there. But
I
so,
don't
like,
know
in a
what you're-
plane.
Very
In a plane, that the story is in a plane we fly like the Earth is horizontal, but
Right.
it's just because it's locally flat and it's level and it's maintained by gravity that's bending us around a ball. This doesn't
Yes.
work with radio transmission.
No, but that was my analogies I'm trying to say. Is that's what you're saying?
Doesn't work with
because it's
radio
on-
though.
It's flat, is what I'm saying. On the flat Earth, you're going like this.
Let me tell
right?
you what your side's answer is, so then you can
Sure,
tell me
go
if you
ahead.
believe it. So they sent it 2,200 miles. It was supposed to get blocked by the curve of the Earth at 200 miles, and it didn't. So what they did, they then came up with the idea of the ionosphere, and they say that the radio waves go up into the sky and then they bounce up and down.
Yeah, but that's not horizontally. What's it? You said horizontally. I know about ionic bounces, and
Yeah,
I know
so we
about
shoot
Earth moon
them
Earth
line of
bounces as
sight.
well. But that's not line of sight. You are bouncing it directly up and then back down.
No, that's not how we
Just
shoot
like when
them,
you do
though.
it to the moon, you can do an Earth moon Earth bounce, which is also something that's very interesting, and
But
only
listen,
works
man.
when the moon is there.
Marconi shot them,
Get 'em
shot
out,
the radio
please.
transmission horizontally using line of sight. He didn't account for anything to do with the ionosphere. They didn't even know it existed. In the first attempt, it was received 2,200 miles away. So then they came up with the idea of the ionosphere because they're like, there's no way it should have done that if the Earth's a ball. So then they're like, oh, well, if it's going horizontally, the Earth's going to drop underneath it, which means it's going to start going up to space. So it must have bounced back down. So it was just an ad
Are you
hoc
talking about a
explanation.
specific experiment?
Yeah, Marconi's radio transmissions, the first
But
long
is it-
distance radio transmission over the Atlantic
Okay.
Ocean.
I have no idea how you do it other than shooting it upwards. You could bounce it off a satellite. You could do whatever you want. I have no idea what you're talking about with the other.
Well, we can move on, but that debunks.
But
it.
again, the Earth Moon Earth bounce while we're on radios is a thing that is done by amateurs constantly.
Really.
Really.
You have verification of that?
Yes, in fact, I talked to Toon because I just did a
Oh my
ISS. I just met him recently. I did an ISS.
ISS.
You could actually get an SSTV signal from the space station if you have a big enough antenna. And I have nasty old computers over there that are from like 2004 with a ton of old software on them. And we got it. And I'm going to be putting it on my YouTube channel in a few minutes. And basically, they send out. Do you know what SSTV is? Do you know what that?
SSTV?
SSTV is a way of transmitting images.
No.
Like very, very. Okay. It's a very basic way of sending pictures, is all you need to know for this.
Okay.
So you can actually get a picture that they send, and it has a timestamp. It takes a picture of, it's usually whatever, it's of crew members of the Earth. They take a picture, and then you can actually receive it based on when the ISS is there, and you can get that image. It'll render it out. It's not really rendering, whatever. It'll throw it out, and then you have it, and it matches up exactly with where it is, what time they say it's going to be, and it also shows what they're saying.
Oh my
So-
gosh, bro. Okay,
What?
so you don't.
Oh my
okay,
gosh!
okay.
What do you want other than that? Winston? I got a picture
I asked you for
directly sent.
verification that people send
Yes.
radio transmissions off the moon, and you brought up an anti-flat earther on the internet, bro. How come
are you
every
talking-
time
no,
I
no,
want some
He
actual
wanted.
verification,
What's it?
it's some
I didn't
weird
say he did it.
anti-flat
What's it? I didn't say that. I said
you did?
I was talking to him because he was interested in getting my footage. He is irrelevant. He is
I
not
asked you
part
how
of
you
this.
verified it, and you
I
said
know,
I talked to
I'm
McToon.
telling you, yes, I talked to Toon because he was very interested in this as well, because he does flat Earth stuff, and he contacted and we discussed it because It's very interesting, and it's something that you can reproduce on your own with the correct equipment, and it's a thing. Like you could do it. It's not. You have to go into a secret NASA bunker
He
and
hasn't done
like
it.
take drugs. I'm not talking about Toon. I don't care.
No
about
one's
him.
done it. Everyone
I
says
have
that
done
anyone
it.
can do it.
You can go on YouTube and see other people that have done it.
You
We
haven't done
stand
it.
out there. Yes, I have. I
No, yeah.
stand out there with my fucking radio and my giant ass antenna on my back, and you can hear it come in. And then you take that data that came exactly when it was said to come out, and I come to this old computer and I run it through what is it, RTSS-TV, and it generates the whole thing, and it shows me the picture. It's just sound. It is transmitted from that. I went out into a field, grabbed it, recorded it on just a normal MP3 player, and brought it back to the computer, and it shows what it should show. Like
What it should
how do you
show,
get,
meaning
yes,
what?
Meaning not a flat Earth.
That doesn't make any
What
sense.
do you want to do other than that? What do you mean it doesn't make sense?
First of all, if you
go on
could
YouTube,
send,
hold on. I'm gonna go on YouTube right
Yo,
now
Dell,
and type in.
Hey Dell, do me a favor,
Hey,
man.
what?
Just try to give Witz a little bit more time to respond.
Oh yeah. I don't want to overtalk you. Sorry, what's it?
You're a little bit
all
hyped,
good.
but it's okay.
you
Yeah,
could-
a little bit of
if
booze.
you could send radio waves to the moon, that wouldn't debunk the flat Earth anyway. But because like plasma interacts with radio transmission, right? If it was something like that, but the truth is that people claim it a lot. But did you shoot it away from the moon and see if you got anything back? No. Did like
Yes,
every
that's
time
a
someone-
standard operation. That's part of the teaching experience
Everyone's
because it
no.
has to be very precise. Yeah. The same with the lasers. When you shoot a laser at the moon, you can shoot at the reflectors or the moon itself. The moon is a really shit receive, but you can actually send data if you hit the reflectors just right, and you can get it back with an acceptable range of clarity. It's
One
a
photon
known
out of
thing.
30
No,
million.
no, no. I'm talking about if you hit the reflectors specifically on the moon, you can target it. You can not just hit the moon. You can move over a little bit, and if you're lucky, you'll hit the reflectors. And in that case, you get usable. You can send up a data packet. And you can receive data that's somewhat usable, which tells you that it came back. It's not just some miscellaneous thing that's over. And then what you do is you point it away from the moon, even a fraction of it, and then you shoot it. And then I guess aliens find it like 10,000 years later, but you don't receive anything back. And that is, again, showing that it's something physical. I just Googled on YouTube ISS SSTV. That's all you do. And there's like thousands of results. The first result is some cop holding a hand radio. Officer Josh does an ISS transit. And there you go. And he gets the image.
Oh,
Curiosity
so it's not the
Mars
moon,
rover.
it's the ISS.
What?
So now we're not talking about the moon, we're talking about
No,
the
no, no.
ISS.
From the ISS, the SSTV, you said I haven't done it myself.
Oh.
Yes, I have, and also you can go on YouTube. Some dude did it with a Baofeng, some cheap like $30 radio in his phone.
I
Like
don't
it's
deny
not
that something's
difficult.
up in the sky that they call the
But
ISS.
okay. So so it's not just something's in the sky. This is what NASA says. This will be in this spot at this time, and it's very precise.
I
You
know,
have
I've
to be
tracked
very
it.
precise.
Yeah.
We're not looking at the ISS. I'm not using a telescope. Okay, that's not what we're doing. We go out. I go out in the field. I have a backpack with a giant antenna, and I have my radios. And we go out there exactly when it says, and we get an SSTV signal, which sounds like a screeching dog. And you get that signal, and then you come back and you put it through RX SSTV. I think that's what it's called. I haven't used it in a long time. And it's right there, and it generates using that sound. This is how we send images, and it takes whatever image they decided to send at the time. Sometimes it's a crew member, like an ID card. Sometimes it's a picture of Earth. You can get whatever. It's varied. It's not standardized to what I know. It might be. I don't know. But the point is, we're not just looking up and saying, look, there's a thing in the sky. We are getting something back from it that we would expect at the same time that we would expect.
I've tracked it. I know that you can track it, and it's where it's supposed to be when it's supposed to be. This is the thing. You brought up the moon, then you subtly shifted it over to the ISS. I never denied
Well, I
the
already
ISS.
told you about
I
the
would
moon.
much
with
rather
it.
talk about the actual subject, which is this: is the Earth a ball that spins in a vacuum? And is the Earth's surface curving? And I asked you about radio transmission, plane survey data, long distance laser tests. Like, can we talk about?
What's it? I don't care about any of that stuff because
Don't
I don't
care
know
about
about that
actual
stuff.
evidence.
I know about the satellites that my friend sends up that go around the curve of the Earth. I know about
my
the
friend in the
radio
military who said
that
the
I
Earth's
use.
flat.
Well, I don't know him. What's it?
See what I'm
This is-
saying? You see what
That's
I'm saying? It
one
doesn't
dude.
mean
Yes, I am see what you're saying because that's one dude in the military as opposed to a multi-million-dollar company that has thousands of clients that do this every day. There is a difference. You can't equate the two. Those
No,
aren't the
you're-
same thing. Those are
Your claim
completely
is dependent upon me denying you can put stuff up in the sky, and I don't
What do you mean?
deny that.
I'm not denying you put stuff in the sky.
I
I'm
know
sure on a
someone that
flat
puts
Earth,
satellites in the
you could
sky
get
who
a
says the Earth's
giant.
flat, bro.
You could get a giant suction cup and stick it to the dome. I'm not saying you can't do that on a flat Earth. What
No
I'm
one's
saying,
saying
I'm
that.
not saying that's your point. I'm just saying as an analogy. I'm not saying you can't put things in the sky on flat Earth. That's it. I'm telling you, it's not just up in the sky. It is a known location, and it's getting. Man. It's getting not only the location data, but all of the experience. Because you can put on whatever experiment you want. It's not standardized. It's not you have to do this camera this direction and you can't do it otherwise. You can do whatever the hell you want to do as long as it's not a gun. And you can put it up into space. You can take pictures of whatever the hell you want. You can do any kind of sampling you want. I don't think you're allowed to return them to Earth yet, but you can eventually, I think, with the
This
dual
is not true,
manifest.
man. Why are you
Yeah.
spreading misinformation on the internet?
What's it? You can go. I can give you his email right now.
Please
You
do.
can go and you can ask him, hey, I want to send up a CubeSat. What is the estimated cost? And that he will give it to you, and you could crowdfund it. It's not that you guys bought didn't you buy like a $20,000 gyros? Not you,
Oh
but
man,
flat
look, this
earthers.
is my wait. Can I?
You can
I'm-
crowdfund that
bro,
and send it up yourself. It's
no,
cheap.
you're talking a lot about something that doesn't prove anything. I'm trying to be patient, but like,
That's it.
listen carefully, man. Please,
Go
just
ahead,
listen
go ahead,
carefully. Listen
go ahead.
carefully. You're saying things that aren't true. You're saying going into space, and then I asked you how high did they go. You said you don't know. The truth is that there
That's
are
not
very
relevant,
specific
though.
regulations about how high you can put something up in the sky. So you're just
Yes,
saying
which is
words
why
that
you
isn't true,
do it through a known corporation that
and they
deals with
have
all
to
that.
adhere to the law.
Yes, but that's why you use them with it because
Okay,
they
how
deal
high
with
do
all
they
the
go?
bullshit, and
How high
I
do
can
they
just. I don't care. It
This
doesn't
is
matter. It's
specifically
not
relevant to
relevant.
your
With it.
point.
If I pay some jackass $10,000 and they take this little satellite with a camera, this is a Lego Harry Potter. That's what I have on my desk, and I shoot that bitch up here, and it's circling the goddamn Earth, and it takes a picture. It's gonna show what it's gonna show. There's no there's no argument. It takes a picture with his little Harry Potter glasses, and he goes, wow, guys, look at this. I privately paid this other private company to look at the Earth, and that is what it shows. Like,
You can't
what?
go high enough to take a full picture of the Earth with a private
What's it?
satellite.
Weather
dude.
balloons go high enough to take pictures of the Earth.
Okay, see what I'm saying? You see, just for the audience,
What's
he's
it?
claiming that somehow this proves the Earth's a globe, and it objectively doesn't. And I ask him how high is it? He doesn't care. Now he's
Yes,
saying
because
that
that's not relevant.
weather balloons go high enough. They don't. Okay, like according to your
do.
model's math, you would have to be hundreds of miles. In fact,
What's it?
according to your model's math, you couldn't see the curvature of the Earth from the ISS, which is 255 miles up. So,
I would
and
love
even
to see those
according to
numbers.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? You wouldn't see it. Now, you guys disagree with Neil
I
deGrasse
don't care
Tyson.
about Tyson.
Yeah,
He's
right.
an
You
idiot.
disagree with the
He's an
mainstream
idiot.
scientific communicator.
He's
Yeah,
not amazing. He's a communicator.
I just
Nobody.
said that.
I am in a scientific field for real. He has never been mentioned one time. He is
least
a
he
guy
knows
that
the
stands
math.
up. He doesn't though. He's a guy that goes up on stage and talks out his ass, and he's a jackass. I don't care about what he says. He's stupid. He's
But
smart.
you
in
just
some
admitted you don't
aspects.
even know the math.
He's
You don't even know the
he's
height.
smart. The height is irrelevant. If it takes
How?
a picture and I see a goddamn ball, it's a ball. It doesn't matter if it's 20 feet up or 50,000 feet up. If I see a ball when I take a picture of a camera with a camera that does not have a fisheye lens, it's a
Mhm.
ball.
You mean to
It
teach you
doesn't
about it?
matter. It doesn't matter if I go from here and take a picture. This is a test tube. This will always be a test tube, no matter from here or here or here. That's weird. Or here or here. It does not change. And you can go on YouTube. I think it's called Mage or something, the Mage 2 thing, and
Yeah.
they put strings across so you know it's not warping,
Yeah. I
right?
know all about it.
And then what
Another
did it show
anti-fire.
with it? What did the picture show?
It
What did
shows
the
that
video?
actually-
It's like an hour long.
Yeah, the strings actually are slightly distorted, and the horizon's not in the middle of frame, and the camera's angled. So the truth of the matter is that you get curvature, you get convexity with any lens. It doesn't have to be a fisheye lens, a rectilinear lens. Any lens is a circle. Okay, that's
What's
in
it?
fact they imitate the eyes, right? So you have a circumference of light, you have a circumference of vision, you have an arc of vision, you have imposed convexity of any lens, and that's you can prove this by once the balloon goes up and down, it changes. That's because the angle of view combined with the convexity of the lens causes like an illusion of convexity. For you to say that that somehow proves the Earth's a ball when I'm talking about physical, tangible, empirical measurements on the surface that prove it's not one, that's insane to me. That doesn't make any sense to me.
So we're gonna do a litmus test. Do you know what a pinhole camera is? What's it? And
Yeah.
why that would be important to have on a satellite?
I know what I don't know. I know what a pinhole camera is. It
Okay,
doesn't have a
so
lens in it.
lenses are very sensitive. So removing a lens is a massive benefit.
Okay.
So that whole argument you just made is irrelevant because you are using a pinhole camera, which does
Really?
not, by definition, does not have a lens to distort anything. That is the
Okay,
point.
can you show me pinhole
Because it
satellite
gets
pictures?
degraded over, because the lenses, just like in the ISS, it's actually really interesting. You can see on some of the old footage, the lenses degrade over time, including the CMOS sensors in the cameras themselves, and they make little snowflakes, which is very interesting. And it's very, very harsh for computers up there. And so the minimum parts you can use is what you should use. And so when you remove a giant point of failure, if you send a thing, you spend a ton of money, you send up a thing, you don't want it to be dead in a few months because it's being hit by radiation all the time and solar rays and all other kinds of bullshit. You want to remove all the parts you can. The lens is a very big part, and because of that, you don't get distortion. Not that that's what they're testing for. You're not disproving flat Earth with the satellites, but it's just a side effect.
Okay, so what do you what satellites are you saying goes to space and sees the Earth with pinhole cameras?
What do you mean, what satellites?
Yeah, I don't know what you're
Are
talking
you talking
about.
about like a
I just looked it up and
classification
Google
name?
doesn't. What?
It's not a mainstream satellite with it. These are personal projects.
Oh.
It's not a class satellite. It's an ESPA class satellite. It's on a multi-distribution center. So they put it in a rocket, and then they're basically attached like bricks, and you stack them together like this, and then they get shoved into a rocket, and you shoot it up into space, and then it opens up, and they all go, and then they're all out in space. It's not like whatever satellite. I don't know the class names. There's a Japanese one that does weather. It's not a corporation. It's not. It doesn't have a class name. It's just like D3, whatever ID they gave it from the company.
Okay, so how high is it? How much curvature do you see? Have you actually seen these, or are you just saying
Google
stuff?
Have
you actually seen the pictures?
Yeah, what's it? I hang out with him. I just had like a ton
I don't
of
care about
beers
you
with him,
having
like
friends.
last
Man.
week.
Please stop saying that.
No, but what's it? It's not I'm having friends. This is a direct field that is related. I've gone in. This is a thing. You can go on my Instagram, and I have pictures of stuff.
I know people that have done it. That
It's
think
a
the Earth's
dope
flat.
thing. What's it? Done
That's
what?
just a weird argument.
Done
Okay,
what?
That have sent up cubes, our private satellites, and even rockets 60
That
miles.
sounds not
I know
true.
someone that
I'm
sent up a
sorry,
rocket
but that
60
just
miles.
sounds. I don't care about rockets. What's it? What are you
Oh,
talking
so
about
rockets with
rockets?
cameras 60 miles.
Are you
aren't
talking
as
about
good as
Mad Mike?
satellites lower than that?
Hey,
Are you talking about Mad Mike?
Question. I can't hear Witsit. Can you just calm down a little bit, Dylan, please?
If I sent something 60 miles, are you saying that wouldn't give me better evidence or lack thereof than something lower than that?
No, but I don't know why you're talking about flat Earth flat earthers send up a rocket that isn't Mad Mike.
I was making a point. Mad Mike wasn't a flat earther.
Do it then. Oh well, I guess
I was
not.
making I was making a point though.
con
You're
man,
keep invoking your friends. I don't care.
It's not
I
my
haven't
friends with it.
said,
It's a
oh, I have
company
a
that's like,
friend that
oh.
works on satellites that says the Earth's flat, because that's not an actual argument. That's a
But they don't.
fallacy.
What's it? I'm just bringing that up as an example. They own a company. You can go to the company right now. It's not
Okay.
my friend from the bar told me that he likes to build satellites in his garage in his free time. It's here's the company. I can give you their contact details. I can give you the product specifications you need to build the satellite to be able to be viable for launch. This is not dude in a bar that told me he's super epic. This is again a corporation.
Dude, the whole time we've been talking, you've been talking about satellites, okay? And you don't even know how high it is. You don't know how much of the curvature. So can we talk about actual evidence, man? Because we have direct observations on the Earth where we see mountains from 255 miles away, where the entire mountain's usually blocked by curvature. And we send radio transmissions thousands of miles. We send lasers dozens of miles. We tested.
What are lasers made out of? What are lasers made out of?
What are lasers made
of? Starts with an L. It starts with an L. What is it made out of?
Why are you changing the subject?
What's it? You just said lasers. What are lasers made out of?
What are lasers made out of? I get what you're saying. I get your
saying. Made out of light. What's it? Yes, what's it? It's a known fact.
Yeah, we don't even understand refraction. I know way more about it than you.
What's it? I don't need to understand
so
because
I know.
What's it?
Okay, I can't hear you guys. You guys are talking at the same time. What's it? Go ahead.
I'm just saying, I think it sounds like you're ignorant on the position. Like, I get that you think it's refraction, but basically what you're saying is, and for the audience to understand, when we see the mountains hundreds of miles away, or when we shoot lasers too far, you're saying that the Earth acts in just a way via refraction to give us this huge illusion that makes the globe look exactly like it would if it's flat, and then shows us mountains that are obstructed by multiple miles of Earth curve, lifts them up and makes it look flat where we can see all the mountains. Is that what you believe?
No, because it doesn't look flat with it. You see the tops of buildings. If it was flat, you would see the building. You don't see that. You see the tippy part of a thingy at some point sometimes. Like that's it. In the picture you showed in your intro with it, when you see the city, you don't see the city. You see the tallest skyscrapers. That is completely consistent. That's not inconsistent. You
No, the
don't
curve
see
is
a
supposed to
whole thing.
block all of them.
What? No, it's refract. Listen, if the Earth is flat, it's not going to magically just show what we predict on a globe. And moreover, the entire point of science, contrary to what others say here, is that you don't have to do everything yourself. You write a paper and then people test it and you can build off of that. That is the point of science. I don't want to have to go back and learn about basic refraction so that magically it can make me a headset that projects holograms in my room. We understand it obscenely well. I don't need to understand it personally to know that these people are using it in a practical way and they disagree with you.
We don't understand it extremely well.
I just said I don't understand it. What's
No,
that?
no, the people you're talking about
The
don't.
people
The
that
subject
use
matter
it to
expert
build
doesn't.
photonic lenses that project holograms in my room don't understand it.
Okay,
But
can I
you
respond?
do. Go
Can I
ahead.
respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the reason that's not the same is because that's Snell's law, which is one medium to another. A lens is a different type of medium. Yes, we understand how light interacts with lenses very well. That's not the same as a singular medium where we just try to guess. We emailed the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, the subject matter expert for atmospheric refraction. He explains we don't understand it. He's like, dude, we don't completely understand atmospheric refraction at all whatsoever. We have to use a differential of Snell's law. It's just okay. It has its own problems, and we don't really understand what's going on in the atmosphere. So that's not the same as someone using refraction with lenses based on one medium to another with a very verifiable, repeatable type of science. I don't deny that we understand refraction from medium to medium. You don't understand on the Earth. And objectively, when we see the mountains hundreds of miles away, you have to believe those mountains are completely blocked by Earth curve, but that the mountains get lifted up in an illusion and look like we can see them from 100 miles away, and it makes it look like the Earth's flat because we can see all the way to the shoreline of the mountains. That's what you have to believe. That's not.
Are you talking about the person that made the curve calculator that includes refraction and disagrees with you, says that you're right? The person that, by the way, check out my GitHub, liked one of my projects, and we talk a little bit. Are you really going to make that claim with it? Really? You know, the software is open source, just like mine.
The Earth curve calculator.
No,
that was Walter Bislin, and Andrew Thomas Young.
Yeah.
He is
the subject matter expert in refraction. Yes, I am aware.
He admits we don't know what it is.
Yes.
So stop saying we know it exceedingly well.
What's it? I personally do not need to specialize in anything other than the thing that I do here. That is the entire point of science. Yeah. When there is thousands and thousands and thousands of people that say that you are wrong, that work in fields that include refraction in every single way, and light, things like what is it? I don't know where it is. It's some other hologram thing. It's a cube. And that does use one medium, by the way. That's not lenses. And that plugs directly to PC as a display. We understand this enough to build technology. You can't say it's wrong when we can take it. We can take our understanding and make a new thing. You can't.
I don't think you're listening to me.
What? What's it? I just said it doesn't use a lens. I just said it doesn't use a lens. It uses one medium. There's not two. There's no lens. The Magic Leap has lenses. This does not. It's a separate thing.
So it has one medium and it's using refraction?
Yes, it refracts the light back, and it's a prism, but it's one part. It goes like this through, so you can get a 3D effect through it. That's the entire point. Yes. Yeah. When we understand these concepts and we can use them to build practical things, some random person on the internet saying "nuh-uh" is not good enough.
That's not what I did.
What's it? What have you built using this? Any concept of flat Earth? What practical thing has anyone ever built?
Nothing. 99% of things built doesn't require anything to do with assuming the Earth's a globe.
Every single thing that I have in here uses things like gravity.
Gravity doesn't mean that. First of all, gravity is an agreed upon average of going down.
It's a measured average. It's not agreed upon. It's a measured number.
Okay. You think that debunks me? Do you know what my position on that is?
Well, yes, I've heard you say the same thing like 5 times.
It's intrinsically electrostatic. We have a downward electric current.
Electrostatic with it. First off, a lot of the machines I use are obscenely sensitive to electrostatics, and you would fucking know if it was that.
Name one that's not electrostatic.
Second off, name one what?
Name one piece of machinery that you use that's not electrostatic.
I'm telling you right now. Second off, they have a common ground. What's it? Do you know what that means?
Name one.
I just said all of them. What's it?
They're all electrostatic.
They have a common. Do you know what that means? Do you understand what that concept means?
Ground them
in like first grade electrical engineering. Do you know what common ground means? Okay, so why would something that's over here get affected by something over here if it's all common ground? They're all at equal potential. Why would You're saying it's causing gravity. That's what you think gravity is caused by, correct?
There's a downward electric current on the Earth. Yeah,
Yes, and that's what you're saying pulls things down, correct?
it doesn't pull
Because
things
I would
down.
assume what?
It pushes down.
It pushes down.
We have a measurable
What?
downward
So
electric current.
it's like so if I was standing, this paper's getting a lot of use. If I was standing on this, are you saying that it's like raining down on to like push down?
I'm just telling you what's provable. You want to talk about
No,
science?
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So if I'm standing
to
on the
listen
Earth,
more than
this is your thing, right? This is flat Earth. You're saying that it's pushing down on me to keep me down, or it's
downward
pulling
electric
me
current.
down,
Yeah.
or it's pulling me down.
No, there's a downward electric current that goes from the sky down to the Earth.
Right, but you're saying that's what gravity is.
Is everything's
in your,
electric?
In
yeah.
your model, are you an electric universe person? No, you can't be because that uses a globe.
Well, it doesn't need a globe, but I would say everything's
Well,
electric. So anyone
sorry,
not claiming it,
don't say
I will say this: that in your paradigm of a globe, it will shift to a geocentric electric universe, guaranteed, 100%. But the
flat.
Earth's also not a globe, so sorry.
What? So why'd
You'll
you
get
bring-
there.
Why'd you bring that up, Vincent? I
You'll
don't
get
care
there, bro.
about geocentrism.
You'll get there, bro.
I don't care
Look,
about
do you
geocentrism. Vincent.
do you agree that science doesn't care about philosophical bias or religions or anything like that? It's just what is the facts? What can we test? If we have a hypothesis and the evidence disproves it, we throw our hypothesis out. You agree science is like antithetical to religion?
I agree that what you said as an example is like a high school level of scientific method. But if you're talking about does it use those things, no, it's meant the entire purpose of it is to cut out biases. That's
Well,
why it exists.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
That's what I'm saying.
science is the process of cutting out feelings
I agree.
and emotions and getting the pure information.
I
Regardless
agree.
of what
I agree with you,
feel.
but that's not what they
Yes.
do when it comes to the Earth, bro. Like
What
whenever
I'm
they
saying.
discovered that, listen, they said gravity is the
Okay.
bending and warping of space-time. That's relativity. So that means this amount of mass makes this much gravitational effect. Then they looked at the sky and they saw the galaxies only had 3% of the mass that relativity predicted for the amount of gravity they saw. So did they
Right.
throw their hypothesis out and say, the evidence didn't match our prediction? No, because it's a religion. They said, oh, we'll come up with a new idea called dark matter. We don't know what it is. You can't see it. It's called dark because we can't observe it, but we'll keep our religion together because we don't want the Earth to be in the center and to have a special position. That's what it is. It's a religion. It's the antithetical.
This is space. Do you see this?
Yeah.
There's something here. You don't know what it is. I don't think you could guess what it is. You don't know what it is. That doesn't mean there's nothing there. Just because we don't know what it is does not mean that we don't know that there's something causing something. There is something here that is bending this paper in this shape, right? We know that. We're not going to throw out the concept of my room because this shape, we don't know what's under this paper.
And we know
goofy.
relativity is wrong. It made a prediction and it was wrong.
With it, relativity is one of the most tested things we've ever
Oh
done.
my God.
What's
No,
it?
it's not. It was
It
literally
is. It's
applied-
vital in satellite. That again, going back to the CubeSats, this is like it's taken into account. You can't just say nah.
Actually, special
Also, this
relativity
is a
predictions
hand.
applied to
You would have
satellites
never
didn't.
guessed that this was a hand.
See, I know all about this stuff, man. I'm sorry.
didn't
You
know it was
read
a
into the
hand.
wrong one. If we talked for
What's it?
7 hours, I would correct you on every
What's
part
it?
of it. Special
What's it?
relativity's predictions for satellites didn't
Goodness.
work, actually. Someone had to come in and fix it with a brand new mathematical construct because special relativity didn't work for satellites.
I'm not talking about special. What's it?
That's what's used for satellites.
Oh my goodness. Never
See what I'm saying? And the point is that dark matter is not a real thing. It's a religion, bro.
What's it?
See,
I
if I
just
come up with a
showed you the
theory,
concept.
Hold
I
on,
just
Dell. Dell,
showed you.
let's let him finish his thought real quick.
All right, go ahead.
think about it. If I come up with a theory and then I go find some evidence and it contradicts my theory, dude, I have to throw my theory out. Okay, that's
No, you
science.
don't.
The evidence doesn't care what you think or about your feelings or your opinions or what everyone else thinks, or we'd have to go back so much. Science is just what the facts are. When we went and looked at the facts, it debunked our claim of relativity. It debunked what we thought the universe was. And that was over a century. That was a century ago, 1933. So just under 100 years. And they still don't know what it is, still can't define it. But they, instead of thinking maybe relativity is wrong, maybe our assumption about the universe is wrong, they keep their religion of the Copernican principle and then they just make stuff up. And that is not science, bro.
Do you understand how your truck works at a very basic level?
Sure.
Like a car, okay? Do you understand it from a complex level? Could if I gave you a bunch of scrap metal, could you build a working Ford?
No,
Probably not. It doesn't matter if you can't, because when you sit your ass in your truck or whatever you have, it'll go. It doesn't matter if you're brain dead or a dog or a chicken hitting the gas pedal. It's gonna go forward. The understanding is irrelevant to the concepts that work. I don't care about the
what the-
philosophical. I don't care about that. The point is, when you demonstrate it practically using technology, it does not matter. You
You
have
can't
this
demonstrate.
set-
the bending and warping of space and time. You can't demonstrate length contraction, that all objects in matter are contracting in motion.
What's
You
it?
can't demonstrate these things. It's a theory. It's a philosophy.
What's it? What's it, please?
I'm sorry. Can you measure length contraction? Do you know what that is?
Depending on your reference frame, what's it? This is like
So no.
this is like no, depending on your reference frame. What's
Where can I
I
go
didn't
to
say
measure it?
no. I said depending on your reference frame.
Who's
And
measured
this
it?
is this is like base. This is like Googleable. I don't know why you're bringing this up. This is like I could open it and Google it. This is not
Dude, I don't have to Google it, dude. I
no,
research
what's it?
your
I'm
religion.
telling
Listen,
you.
man. I don't Google
That's-
your religion.
what's
I
it?
read the leaders of your religion. I
That's
don't
it.
need to Google anything.
not
look,
what I
look,
said.
Look. These are just
That's
a few
not
books
what I
I'm on.
said.
Look, I read your religion, dude. I don't
Okay,
Google it and
what's it?
read mainstream
What's it?
articles. I read the leaders of
that?
it. Okay.
What is? Wait, hold up that other one. The second one.
You should read this book.
Yeah, that one. What is that?
You should read
Oh
it.
God, I thought that said Ken. I'm sorry. I was gonna have to yell at you for having a Ken Wheeler book. Jesus.
No, his books are free anyway. You should
Just a few
also
more
read
seconds
this one.
left.
Do what? The mod said
Lightness
something.
and
Hold
pain.
on.
Look, all I'm trying to say, man, is I
Wait,
get it
what's it?
sounds
Hold on.
crazy,
The moderator guy said something. What did he say?
that we have
I was just
13
saying we got a
seconds.
few more seconds left.
Oh.
Just go ahead and wrap it up.
Oh,
Let me just say this to you,
well,
man.
okay,
I
go.
think that I think I would have a beer with you or something, man. Like I don't dislike you or
Yeah,
anything.
I don't
All I'm
hate
saying
you.
is I think you would be surprised that it's not as scientific as you think, and maybe you're letting people make philosophical decisions for you. And if you were in a cult of philosophy, you would probably not want to just blindly believe it. I don't think so. Look into it or don't, man.
What do you mean philosophical?
The idea that the Earth can't be special or unique and it has to be like in this random position—that's a philosophy.
But if we're this tiny little ball in this massive galaxy and we're the ones that have life, that is a billion times more amazing than a shit flat Earth that's a tiny little like aquarium. Like as God, I would do something that's amazing and giant that we can explore for the end of time as humans, as opposed to making a tiny little like snow globe.
What if the
like,
Earth
that's
is so big that you could have to explore it for the end of time?
Are you talking about like extra land?
Yeah, and there is
I-
extra land. That's what
there
all the
is
other
extra land.
people say. What's up?
That-
We'll get there, man.
That's what you say, or that's what the other people say?
That's what people throughout all of history said until the last 100 years.
Oh, well, yeah, because we didn't have like good maps. We had
You mean government's telling us that we
we
can't
had
leave
like
a circle?
sea
Like,
monsters drawn on our old pictures. Like that's not a real thing. We had the Kraken den over here that you can't go by. That's not scientific. That doesn't mean there's a Kraken that the government's hiding the Krakens. Like that's
Okay,
that's
dude.
again.
No, now we have a
goofy.
circle that says you can't leave your circle, like the Hunger Games, and the slaves are arguing with the other
talking
slaves,
about the-
saying, "There's no
Oh,
circle."
That
Alright,
was a
guys,
pretty
ready
good
to go to the
analogy.
Q&A?
I'll give you that one.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Nice. You guys ready for the Q&A now?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I do. I do
Alright,
have to
awesome.
like use the bathroom. Is there any way I can get like a minute?
Sure,
I'm
sure.
sorry.
take your
Or,
time.
or
I
I'll
forget
try to
the
hold it a little
line.
bit. Maybe when he
Yeah,
gets a
no.
question, I'll dip off.
I think it's like 30 minutes, so it's not. You can just fill the whole.
If you want to go ahead, I'll just make some announcements real quick and do the ad.
Okay,
the
thank you.
next
I'm sorry,
and
man.
whatnot. No problem. So yeah, I just want to let everybody know once again that our guests are linked in the description below if you like what you heard tonight. So whether you're listening on YouTube or via the podcast, they are linked in the description. So go ahead and check them out as soon as you can. And I just want to let you guys know about tomorrow's debate once again on at 8:00 p.m. Eastern Time, Religion, Race, and Society. That's going to be Daniel Hakikachu versus JF Garape. And they're going to be crossing swords here tomorrow night. So just don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you can check out all those. And just want to also let you guys know that we'll be doing a after show on my channel tonight. So if you want to hear the conversation keep going, if you want to participate, it'll be an open mic. So the link to join will be there in the description below of that video. So if you want to continue the conversation, come on over and check that out. Link in the description below once again. And I guess that's all the announcements I have. Dell, you want to say anything to the audience about your channel? What do you do over there?
I post not very frequently. Usually it's just mirrors of things I do in other channels, and then some of the work I do with machine learning, like a synthesized voice cloning that I'm working on that uses neural networks to generate like realistic speech. I've progressed, like shown progress of that. I posted like a year ago. It sounded really creepy, and now it's basically indistinguishable. But other than that, I don't make very much YouTube content.
Got it. Yeah, somebody just pointed out that there is no link for you in the description. So now that is fixed, ladies and gentlemen. So now there should be a link there. If you refresh it, you should be able to see it there now. And what's it is back. Awesome. So we will go ahead and get into the Q&A. Um, just so it's fair, do you want to just tell people real quick what's on your channel?
Uh, whatever YouTube allows. No, we talk about all kinds of stuff. We don't just talk about the Earth. We talk about a bunch of topics. So it's pretty cool. We have a school in the Globers session, so maybe some
school
Globers
in the
can come learn
globes?
about their belief and decide if you think it's true. But yeah, we talk about a bunch of urban subjects.
Awesome. Excellent. Okay, so I'm putting 35 minutes on the clock, and we'll go ahead and kick it to the question and answer section. So the first question comes in from Kango44 for $50 New Zealand. They say, Witsit, New Zealand is 1,600 kilometers across. It's in full sunlight 2 hours before Sydney, Australia. Auckland, New Zealand is 2,000 kilometers from Sydney. So sunlight stops 400 kilometers short of Sydney for a couple of hours. Why?
Because actually the sun appears to be like, I know you guys are going to get triggered, but it appears to be like a projection. We took the azimuthal and declination readings from a longitudinal position all around the Earth for an entire year, and we mapped it out on a flat projection, and it works perfectly as a toroid. So it seems to be like a position relative to the observer in the torus field. And you can also take a container, put a light over top of it, and it covers a certain amount of the Earth. And also, I don't claim a map. If they did hypothetically lie about the Earth, it would be ignorant to think we have like a perfect map. That doesn't even make sense. So
got it. Thank you so much. Next question coming in once again from Kango44 for $10 New Zealand. They say Sony announced the launch of a project called Star Sphere, which allows users to rent a satellite camera in space to take photos of the Earth freely. So
yeah, that's I get the claim. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Samsung also had satellites in space that crashed and were actually connected to balloons. But I mean, even if they send something up in the sky, I don't dispute that you could use like solar powered drones that can stay in the sky for long periods of time. I don't dispute that you can send things into the sky. And I don't believe any type of pictures that have imposed convexity, right? We can test the surface of the Earth here. So it's a misnomer that flat earthers deny you can put stuff in the sky. We don't believe any claim about going out into a vacuum thousands and thousands of miles away, which is why I continually asked the height they go. But anyway.
Got it. From Ozian Talks for $5, they say, why do surveys only work when up to 100 miles? I'm sorry. Why do surveys only work up to 100 miles according to your evidence? What is your IV and DV to demonstrate it is an accurate measurement?
Yeah. So that's independent and dependent variable. Measurement isn't science. Math is a description. Science is an explanation of a cause and effect relationship. Measurements are not independent and dependent variable related at all. But yeah, we take a vertical plumb. We establish a local horizontal, so the perpendicular to the plane, and we take measurements. And then, of course, assuming the Earth's a globe, as you increase distances, you're going to have to make like assumed calculative corrections. So they any practical use case, you're going to measure in small increments. So for 100 square miles, that's plenty for engineering, which is why all real life engineering where people's lives are at stake, it uses plane survey. We take physical measurements of the Earth as a plane in order to do engineering, which is the point.
So. Got it. And the next question coming in from Kango44, once again from $50 New Zealand. They say, Witsit, given you have no formal education in math, physics, geology, surveying, engineering, optics, computer graphics, etc., someone could tell you pretty much anything and you could believe it. So why anyone would listen to you?
I covered that in my opener, my bro. Do you spend $50 to say that? That's called a credentials fallacy. The credentials fallacy is a logical fallacy that occurs when someone dismisses an argument by stating that whoever made it doesn't have proper credentials, so their argument must be wrong or unimportant. Right? Nikola Tesla dropped out of college and literally changed all of electrical field theory for the remaining history of mankind. So it doesn't really matter what my credentials are. It matters what the actual substantive argument presented is and what the empirical evidence states. And then you add homie in there as well, saying I would just believe anything that's not true. I don't believe in fairy tales about how there are an infinite amount of planets and galaxies in the ever-expanding universe of nothingness. So I don't just believe anything. I actually need empirical evidence. Ironically, you believe anything.
Got it. Thank you so much. And then from Alan Beaupre for $5 Canadian, they say, Witsit, how can the flat Earth be falsified?
repeatable physical measurements of tangible Earth curvature. If you could physically prove an actual tangible Earth curvature, this whole debate would be over. If you could physically, tangibly verify the radius value, but you can't, which is a problem as you're making that positive claim. So,
Got it. Del, do you want to just say anything about that one since we don't have many questions for you coming in?
Yeah, I'll take the next one. I have to go. Somebody's at the front of the house. I'll be right back, like 30 seconds.
Oh, okay.
I guess just keep doing questions. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
And then
I'll
be up to say stuff on the side after he's done. I'll be back.
One comment. Okay. All right, Austin. One more for you from Malavia for $2. They say Austin showing again how remedial his understanding is.
I'll just add on, man. The truth is, man, let's be real. I understand the globe better than 99% of people that believe in it. So, like, we don't have to lie. It makes it weird.
And then from
All
Zach
right.
Harrington for. All right, welcome back. Zach Harrington for $4.99. They say, Witsit, stop cherry picking Ken Wheeler and Einstein. Neither support your position. You are using the principles of science to try to debunk science.
Okay. Cherry picking means if you read it in context, it would refute the position that I invoke, and that's not what happens at all. And I invoke Einstein to actually elucidate the ignorance of the people that defend the globe, right? They don't have a justified belief. They believe the earth is this globe model, but they don't know what it is. They don't even understand it. It's like someone telling me the Bible's true, but they've never read Genesis. It's just a weird religion. It's a cult. So I bring up Einstein just to show what the religion actually says, like what the belief is, which is that you can never prove the earth is orbiting the sun from the earth. It's just a belief that we have. It's philosophical, blah, blah, blah. Like that's the only reason Einstein's brought up is to correct the misnomers regarding the globe model. So,
all right. Del, do you want to just take a quick second to respond on that one?
I mean, I don't know if cherry picking is a good word, but maybe selectively. Does cherry picking imply dishonest? Is that like deliberately lying or?
Yeah, pretty much. Yes. Like you're intentionally.
I don't know about that. I heard somebody call you a con man too. I don't know about that. I think it's more just, I don't want to say misunderstanding.
You are listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord recording of Witsit Gets It debate with Delcos. How's everybody doing? You know, it is I am back. It's early in the morning. I was up early, I guess. But listening to this back and forth with Witsit and Delcos, but you can understand how people in the Globe Earth side are very misinformed and delusional. We usually get people that come in here and start saying things like that too, so it's nothing new from these guys. So if you guys are out there right now and you want to have any questions answered about the shape of the earth conversation, please come on in here. I do want to have a conversation with you about this. A lot of people on the panel that can talk to you about the shape of the earth conversation, but there isn't any evidence for it. We're just now going to go out and say it straight out. You guys are just, believing that the earth is a globe. There isn't anything that can substantiate it in the way of like measurement. So something to think about. We got a couple of people in here. We got Angel 101. Hey, what's going on, Angel? I am Kovac. We got Checkmate in the house. Little G. Sin just joined us, and Wave Mixer. Some people might have their Discord on just as a podcast, though. Listening in. Here. So, yeah, it's been a pretty quiet time here in the past couple of days. Nobody really coming in to challenge anymore. The week prior was people denying, really. And the evidence that they had was that star trails were pointing to the fact that the Earth is a spinning globe with the time-lapse footage of star trails rotation. It's pretty weak sauce. I mean, that's all they have. Because really, it's down here on the ground where it actually matters. Drop over distance. That's what we're looking for. Nobody has that. So 13 people watching right now, the YouTube live stream. It started about 92 minutes ago, so this forum is always open if you guys want to come in here and ask some questions, for sure. If not, you're going to figure that anybody that does come in here with the idea that the Earth is a globe will always get the forum to be open to them and tell us how they think the Earth's a globe. What evidence do they have to bring? There isn't anything that can be presented that can be checked out from the perspective of somebody that thinks, well, that person told me in school that the Earth is a globe, or I saw a NASA video, or whatever. Because if that's your way of saying that there's evidence, and that's not really evidence. That's just showing you ideas of what something can be done with a lot of production. And we don't want that. We want something that you and I can actually go and do to figure this thing out. And they're not giving you that, so that's a problem. See who we got in here. We got Sin. What's going on, Sin? Yeah, if you're in here right now, if you want to mic up, go ahead and do that. Other than that, just like other people that have come in here trying to present things. Yeah, no worries. Other people that come in here and try to give us some evidence, we usually, they think that they know what's going on. I always give them a demonstration of how they don't know what they're saying. Every single time. And it never fails to disappoint, because you listen to them when they come in here. They're so sure of themselves. I know the Earth's a globe. 100%. You either got those types that actually think they know what's going on and really don't know, or you got the guys who just straight out, flat out, really just don't know. What are you doing right now? Well, I don't know. I assume I'm laying down. And that's actually what because they're telling me what they're doing, right? But they're assuming, I think I am. I don't know. It could be a brain in a jar sitting on the shelf somewhere. How stupid. There's a lot of people that they get into things. Where did they learn this? Who's teaching this stupid idea? And why do people have it in their mind that it could be something like that? You don't know. It could be that, right? Yeah, but all these hypotheticals don't add up to what reality is. It either is or isn't what you're saying. So people don't understand. There's no more intellectual discussion anymore out there. These quote-unquote experts are only studying a field, memorizing, regurgitating. There's no substance.
Curious. Oh, sorry. Carry on.
Hey, go on, Angel.
I'm just thinking it's curious if none of us were ever told any sort of preconceptions about where we live and we were left to completely our own devices, then I think it's pretty clear what conclusion everyone would come to. It's just so complicated when we've been indoctrinated with a certain idea of our reality for so long.
Indeed. And I think that we've gotten away from our senses so much and listened to people for so long that now we have just been people who are great at philosophy. And, everybody has their own subjective interpretation of what reality is. And I think that puts us in a bad way with what it actually is. Objectively, we can't ever say what truth is, because it's always a standard by which is measured by what you think or what I think, and it's never what actually is. So we don't have a baseline for truth. We just have what you think is truth and what I think is truth. And everybody's running around saying, well, that's okay. And it's really not. I can't make up my mind what truth is. It's just truth is self-evident, right? That's the truth. Whatever's self-evident, whatever's true and objectively. And I said this before because there's something in the way of an experience that you can have interpreting the experience of living this life. So you have your own subjective interpretation, and then there's a collective interpretation, meaning you can experience this world very differently than me, but at the same time, collectively, you're still going through reality just like I am. We could be in the same car together, right? And then all of a sudden we're taking a drive somewhere. The car stalls out on railroad tracks, let's say, on a thought experiment. It stalls out on a train track, and the train's coming. No time in our reality are we going to question if our life is at risk. We're going to do whatever we can to get out of harm's way, or at least our senses are telling us to. We're not going to quibble about if that train is or is not going to hit us. We're going to try to do the best we can to get out of that position, because we're not going to be, we know that the train's coming. We know that. Like we're not going to be debating, well, it's a possibility that's a train, or that how fast it is, or if it's going to hit us or anything. We're not going to second guess ourselves. When it matters, there's no denying it. Our senses are helping us navigate this earth and keeping us away from harm. For sure. And so because of that, we have to rely on them. And sometimes if your senses are dulled, then it's okay, so I'll put it this way. What happens when you start drinking? You can't perceive things the way you used to when you were sober. So a lot of what you remember by your senses started to become numb, and you dull your senses. So you, like I say, if you try to operate a machine or drive or whatever, it's you can injure someone or practically put somebody in a way where they could get hurt, pretty badly or die. So when you dull your senses, it becomes a very dangerous thing. And this is the thing about like why they would want to say that you can't trust your senses, but it's not about that. It's getting to a place where you're not sober anymore and you're dulling your senses. I think that's what puts you in a bad way, where you could possibly injure someone, and that we know. But when you're sober and when you have your wits about you, then that's different. And so we try to be in a better state where we can understand the world around us without having our senses dull.
Yeah, and I think that definitely goes back to what we were saying last night, or you guys were having a conversation about when you walk into a room and someone's in a mood with you and they don't have to say anything and you can just feel it. And it's those senses that people just, I don't know, they just tend to ignore them, and not sort of ignore them, but not really recognize they're there and what they should be used for.
I would say, and I mean, because men and women are very different, Angel, but if you can say that, I feel like women have a hyper sense of ability to notice things that we, like men, can't. And they when they walk into a room, they acknowledge the room. They know, like, just by the expressions of people, and like, men can actually see that too, but it's not as hypersensitive as women can. They actually feel the emotions, like they can feel the energy.
Mm-hmm. It's like when you say cut the atmosphere with a knife.
Yeah, but you guys have a better bead on that, and like I would say, than men do. Men are a bit more like, nah, it's all right, and you're like, you could perceive something, like you can sense danger, like let's say, and so it's what I'm saying, like, or you can sense when there's something gonna happen, or like there's this energy buildup, or I get into like the discussion of the physical and metaphysical. So like with the idea or the understanding of the earth being what it is now, there's a lot to gain from knowledge from people harnessing energy and also being a receiver and transmitter. So you can know how to navigate this earth, but also it gives you a better ability to ground yourself to reality. And reality, this one, the one we're living in, has a lot to deal with like how we perceive things, right? And so our perception on reality and what we know to be true is that we are beings of energy. We have light and darkness. Like we can the energy that we put out and we transmit, we can make somebody feel sad or happy depending on the way we are. And sometimes it's not even, how can I put it? Sometimes it's not even what you say. It's just how you are. Your facial expressions, your body composure, everything. Like, and so I'm saying this, like, women have just a heightened sense of like when they walk into a room, they know they could feel the like the the pain or the energy, like they could feel sadness. And as weird as that sounds for like us to, but it's like they could tell. And it's
like daily life for me. So.
yeah, it's like it's but being in a room, or let's say this, right? If you don't have like a husband or something, but if you were meeting people, like, and you would know if there's a guy in there that's interested in you, or just by the way certain glances are being done, or you don't even have to like stare at somebody, you could feel the energy, you know it. Mm-hmm. Like there's something that, and so maybe that's what they call women's intuition. But like I'm looking at it like you guys are advanced in that way, and men are not in that advanced in that. We do have a bit of like we could see, I could say we're not that dull, but I mean it's not as like women have just like almost every woman can actually do this, like, so, and it comes naturally to you guys. We have to like work at it, like, in order for it to become better at like reading a room. But there is like people that can do that, like and so this is kind of like the thing that I'm saying with the senses, and then like the thing that they are telling us with the globe is that we have to negate that because we don't we can't perceive this extra perception of like the world being what it is due to the fact that it's spinning but we don't feel it, and it's curving, we just don't see it. So it's like, I think because of the way we are and this physical and natural world, men and women would have perceived that. Like, it would have been self-evident to us. Something would have been, like, some notion of the earth being what it is as a globe would have been something that we could be like, oh, there is this one thing. And I'll give you an example, like the inner ear with the vestibular system. It tells us, like, if you tilt your head sideways or whatever, if you lay on a pillow or whatever it is that you do, the motion that you do, it actually can detect the slightest bit of motion. And so with that, if there's an imbalance in your vestibular system, you actually walk funny, like it becomes where you're imbalanced. So there's a lot to deal with how the body has been engineered, right? Because it's a machine. It's engineered to know, what direction. It's like even if you have your eyes closed, if you like tilt your head, or if you like, you're laying down or whatever, but because of your heightened senses of ability. So all these things that we have to perceive the natural and physical world with our senses, I think that's such an important part of the discussion. And it's taught to be negated, as in we shouldn't be able to trust these things. I bring it up as a point in this room because it's so much a part of our lives that how can we as people negate that and say, well, the experts are right, I can't trust my senses. But they'll say things like, well, you can be fooled, can't you? I mean, have you ever been to a magic show? Have you ever seen a magician do a sleight of hand? Like, isn't that proof enough that you can't trust your senses? But then again, here is herein lies the problem. Because you can actually say, well, there is some people that can discern what a magic trick is and then inform other people. But at the same time, if it's an illusion can be found out to be an illusion, or something that isn't real, that was just used to like trick the senses. There's a trick of the senses, and there's also what you can perceive. So if you're somebody who's seen the guy actually put the card in his other hand, meanwhile he like was misdirecting you, then you could be one that says, I know what the trick is. So you're able to tell them why it's not the case that we can't trust our senses. Like, we can. That's how we know how we can discern things. So but a lot of what the globe would have in the way of offering you proof for it being what it is actually going against who we are as people, which is negating our senses, saying that we can't ever know that the earth is what it is because we're on a very small scale, like an ant on a beach ball or something like this. And it's too big for us to perceive. So therefore, because we can't perceive it, it's extra perceptory. So we'd have to be in a rocket in space looking down, and there you go. That's how you'd be able to know if you wanted to really verify something that nobody can actually just readily do. It's always out of like arm's reach for you to actually attain this knowledge. So therefore, you'd have to take their word for it, and then it becomes a religion, at which point, and then you are just now believing that the earth is what they're telling you it is. What do you guys think?
I totally agree.
So what can we do about this? Like, and that's...
It needs to change from an institutional level, though. We're taught not to question. We're taught things are either this way or that way, and there's no possibility. And possibilities are kind of squashed by science, and what they say has already been proven. So I think that for like young minds, questioning everything is so important, and it's so good to nurture that questioning side of children, rather than stomping it out.
Well, the idea that you can question things in school only goes to a certain extent. Some teachers are good with it. I mean, they try to help the student, but they are walking a thin line if they're not keeping within the curriculum. The curriculum is most important. Once they deviate from that, something happens and people get upset. And the administration finds out if they find out that they went outside of the bounds of their curriculum, teaching anything other, then it becomes an issue. For the teacher, their livelihood is at stake. They could be found to be suspended or removed. I think there's a real danger for somebody who's actually wanting to teach people to be critical thinkers to keep their jobs. Like, that's, I don't know. You could tell somebody to think of whatever, nurture their curiosity, right? You can tell somebody that, yeah, we'll nurture their curiosity. We'll keep them in the loop of like thinking critically, but within the parameters of the globe Earth. So you can play in the sandbox only. You can't leave. It's got to be within these bounds. So you could stay here. You could think of anything so long as it's within a cosmological paradigm of a heliocentric, ever expanding cosmos. Everything after that, go ahead, go nuts. Think about anything. Think about exoplanets. Think about new life somewhere else. But within these parameters, you can't talk about a flat Earth enclosed with there. Yeah, you can't do that. Because once you start saying it's other than this cosmological paradigm, that's when you're in trouble. You can't talk about that. That's dangerous. I'm telling you, this is what they're saying. I have a video of Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michelle Fowler, and Bill Nye the Science Guy. And they are together the trio that would tell you that it's dangerous to think that the Earth is flat. And they're on record saying this. So these are science communicators that are telling you all the gobbledygook of the globe Earth. Good morning to everybody, by the way.
Morning, Mickey.
How are we doing, Jedi?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you, mate. Just listening to what you were saying about not questioning the box itself. And you can only question the stuff that's within the sandbox, like you said. It's like arguing whether they went to the moon or not. Yeah, they don't mind if you argue whether they went to the moon or if there's another story. But the moon is still a place that you can go to in the vacuum of space, and the Earth is still a ball. You can argue all day long about whether they went to the moon or not.
I think they're most happy talking about things within the paradigm. And most of these guys, they love derivative topics. Most of the globe Earth proponents. Oh, let's talk about how rockets may or may not work in space. Let's do that. Let's have that conversation. Let's talk about what gravity is, if it exists or not. And what they like to do is have those derivative topics that don't pertain to the primary source, which is the Earth actually a globe in the vacuum of space that's spinning? Like, there's no conversation about that because those are the fundamentals. But let's talk about the foregone conclusion that it already is, and let's talk about within the parameters if it is or isn't gravity.
Yeah, I like the gravity one. So gravity's a thing. You can have mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time. Don't care which one you argue about, but gravity is still a thing. It's not a thing.
Yeah. Well, we have certain people in our community, and I've heard this before. AI has said this, and he's very adamant about standing on the position that gravity is real, but on the face of like how they're using it colloquially, which is the things dropping or falling. So little g, right? Not big G. So little g is, the gravity that they measure, that they have the 9.8 meters per second. That's when the drop rate of something falling. And mostly people would say that it's the constant. But it's not the constant, it's an average. And I could say this over and over again and it still won't sink in. Because people say, it's a constant, it's not a constant, man. You really need to look up your information, and because you don't know. Every element can drop at a different rate, even in a vacuum chamber. Like, come on. We can't do this where people are actually like trying to stand on something where it's just ignorance. So
like that agreed upon average with gravity. They agree upon it every 10 years or so.
Yeah, so but like as we were saying before, everybody's happy to talk about these topics, and it's great. I mean, you can destroy them on anything coming from the flat Earth perspective. But I feel like a lot of the bite that comes from these guys and the bark and the bite, it's coming from the fact that they're already working within a parameter of a foregone conclusion that the Earth is already a globe. So let me speak of my gravity, and you can give me your points as to why it's not real, but we'll stay within the bounds of already it being a globe. And so when you I always say it this way, since you were gone, Jed, I have there's been a bit of change, like even from the presentation side of things for flat Earth. Flat Earth is not a debate. It is not something that is up for a debate. It is not even in the realm of a debate. It is just true. It is self-evident. It is only known to be this. So a lot of the we could say the popular way to look at it is, let's have a debate. Let's go into a debate. Let's go to modern day debate. Let's go to some forum, some platform where it's fair. Like some of these globe earthers will tell you, they come in here, you guys don't really want to debate me. You wouldn't want to go to my platform. I don't want to go to 24/7. Yeah, I know why. Because you will get destroyed in here. Because we don't let you say what you want. You're going to have to present your evidence. Primary source, citation, demonstration. It's just that simple.
It's not a debate, mate. You're absolutely right. I mean, it's just them not agreeing with you. Yeah. That's all it comes down to. Well, in actual fact, it's not agreeing with you. It's them not agreeing with certain facts that cannot be any other way but the way that they are. They're just arguing with nature.
Yeah, no, you couldn't put it any better than that. Like, they're arguing with nature. It's like, well, I know you're in a tizzy right now, but you're just not with me, because I'm just telling you what I'm seeing out and observing, and also measuring and testing to be true. If we go to to the shoe store, and the guy goes, "Okay, what size shoe are you?" We're like, "Well, I don't know. I'm guessing." I'm like, "Guessing? What do you mean you're guessing?" And that's what people tell me in here about the shape of the Earth. I'm serious.
Like,
I'm not even kidding you. They do. Like, was it yesterday? The day before? The guy says, the Roland guy. Remember that guy?
yeah.
Roland. And I asked him, I was like, so how do you know the earth is what it is? Well, I got some hard evidence. I got some evidence. I'm telling you evidence. Okay, what's your evidence, man? Well, I guess. And he says it with the same inflection that I'm going to give it right now. I guess the earth is a globe. I guess. Yeah. What do you mean you guess? Is this a guessing game? So is that what we do when we try to measure things? We guess. Well, what size foot are you? I don't know. I guess I'm like a 11. Who knows? Like, what do you mean you guess? Like, put your foot on this little scale. We're gonna measure right now. Oh, wait a minute. You're size 8. There it is. Size 8. Well, I guessed it was like 11. I know, but you're wrong because we measured it. It's an 8. Look, you see the numbers? There it is. There's these systems that we have put in place to help us understand with measurement, right? The measuring systems that we have. So why is there a guessing game involved?
So we agree upon these things. If we didn't agree upon these things, they wouldn't fucking work. We agree how long a meter is, for example, how long a second is. You know, all of these things that help those things. They usually end up arguing with those things because they're not feeling it right. I don't agree with it because I don't feel that has to be true. What the fuck? Fuck are these people?
And then it becomes where every man's just a part of like, okay, so I was talking to Angel about this, having a subjective interpretation. You and every like, if we just went through life, well, your truth is your truth, my truth is my truth. How messed up will this world be if that's, well, we got iterations of people, characters that already have this world paradigm installed in their brain. They're going through life this way. Your truth is your truth, my truth is my truth. Well, what does that breed? That breeds a world of chaos because you're just driving along doing what you're doing. You see something terrible happening. Well, that truth is that's their truth. They think they need to riot and pillage and do all that stuff. That's their truth. My truth is I'm going to drive and keep on driving until I get to my destination. Like I don't need to stop and help or do anything.
Yeah, they're suppressing a sense of curiosity for sure.
Well, and you're not able to because okay, you grow up and today you put on a cat suit. Oh, today you're a cat. I identify as a cat. I'm a cat today. Now I want everybody to call me a cat because I'm wearing a cat suit. And I got a little litter box here, and so I purr too. So I'm a cat. So everybody has to call me a cat. Don't say that I'm not a cat. I'll take a great offense if you don't call me a. So this is listen. What I'm telling you, this breeds is what I'm saying right now. This is what this breeds. This breeds idiots who are just misinterpreting whatever they want on reality. They just and not only that. So
it's not growing. We're just keeping kids, so we all end up playing make believe.
And what's happening here? Because you're not playing the game that I'm playing. Because what game are you playing? You can play a game too. You can think of the world the way you want. That's up to you. What do you want to make the world? Make it whatever you want in your mind. Then that's what it is. How stupid. And then there's people that come in here and then tell us the same thing. Well, it is true. Your experience is subjective. Yeah, I know. I like apples, you don't. So what? Does that mean I'm a cat now? Like because I say so? Is that how we're doing this? We're just going to make reality whatever we want just because our subjective experience will dictate that we can all have individual experiences in this world, meaning that means everything's subjective?
Comes from school where everybody thinks they can all be right. Let's all come first, even if you come last. Even if you got the question wrong. Yeah. All answers are valid here. Whether you think that's an apple or a fucking shoe. Yeah, it's all good.
I've been doing a lot of listening and thinking about this. And it's more apparent to me more than ever that that's what this world needs. It's almost like a place where truth is being spoken and it's not being challenged. Like in the way, in the form of a debate. All right, you got 10 minutes. I got 10 minutes. Nope. You got no minutes. You got only the ability to come in here and present what is the truth. And if that isn't presented, then you're rejecting what is. So if you don't have truth, what do you have? A guessing game? I guess. I guess the Earth's a globe. Let me unmute this guy. No man has seen. I just unmuted you. What's going on? Why are you in detention? Let me give you the role to speak. Don't worry. If you're in here, I'll unmute you and I'll put you out of detention. All right, you're out of detention. What's going on? No man has seen.
Shy now.
Hi.
What's up?
Not much.
So, what do you think the shape of the Earth is? No man has seen.
I don't think it's finite.
You're roboting. You might need to say that again. What'd you say? Yeah, we couldn't hear you because your mic was messed up. Try again. No man has seen God. Hello? Can you hear me? Here, let me assist. This will probably help. I'm going to disconnect you and then come back. All right. Yeah. You may or may not come back, Jedi. Who knows? I usually, when people are having trouble, I'll disconnect them. Yeah, what's up, man?
What was his name again?
No man has seen God.
Okay. I kind of agree with that.
You're the Father, not the Son. But we are looking right now to the fact that people are coming in here with their interpretations of what reality is and having a guessing game. And Roland was pretty upset about it too, wasn't he?
He was a bit.
I know what you're trying to do here. You're trying to trap me. I was like, trap you? I don't think you know what this is. We want you to actually man up and be accountable for what you're saying here. Are you saying that the Earth is definitely a globe with evidence and you're not telling us what the evidence is because you're guessing? I mean, the audience is obviously hearing you say that. And
It's just, I don't understand how people don't know the difference between first-hand demonstratable knowledge and just a belief you got because some guy said something. I don't understand how people do it, mate. I really don't. So when you start asking these questions that you've been doing for quite a while now, it's especially with this Rollins guy. I mean, I don't know if you even went into the 3 questions with him, but he seems like one of those guys who just wanted to spout, I don't know, some kind of pseudo-intellectual nonsense that he believes the whole world is going to back him up on.
most of the times when they come in here, they'll usually say things like, "Oh, I don't know. I'm not a scientist."
Yeah.
Well, go bring me the damn scientist because you didn't know anything and you're spinning our wheels for 45 minutes asking questions and saying things like, "Oh, we know the Earth's globe." And then you defer to the damn scientists. You should have just deferred to them immediately when you came in here. Oh, I'm in here, but what I'll do is defer to the scientists because I have no knowledge of nothing. I'm just a tool, an empty shell, and I don't know anything.
But he's
Say that.
completely sure. that he's completely sure, or whoever we're talking to is completely sure that said scientist in quotation marks has figured it out. They have
Yeah,
done what they've said. They have gone, carry on.
these gatekeepers who are they? Who is the guy, man, that's running around with the book of knowledge that he's got every answer that he's got to say to anything? Where is this champion of yours? Bring him forward. Send him to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Have him set foot at least once in here with me. If there is such a person out there, the scientist, who? Point to him. Actually, give me his number. I'll call him. Like, I'll tell him to come in here. If not, I'll go to a forum where I can talk to the guy. Who is the man? Who is that guy? Who is this scientist everybody's talking about? Why is everybody pointing to somebody ambiguous? Is there just everybody? Oh, if you want to bring your champion in here, go ahead. I don't know what it's going to do for you.
It's those characters in history. So even those very unuseful idiots came in yesterday and at least spouted off in some kind of way ships over the horizon. He still managed to believe these stories to be true because, you know, some story about someone a long time ago.
Yeah. I feel like there isn't anything that they can do to truth. And because of this guessing game of theirs, that, you know, I like the way that guy said it because it was so true. At the end of like, this one this astronomist, or whoever he was, I don't know what profession. They named themselves, they dubbed themselves so many titles. But whatever he was, you know, astrophysicist, astrologist, what the hell ever he was.
Star Wizard. There you go.
Cosmologist, there it is. That's. I was like, which one of these terms best suits these guys? Well, they're all they're all idiots. So cosmologist. So the cosmologist was in here years ago. Yeah, I think you were in here too, Jedi, at the time he was in here. And just asking him questions, right? Because supposedly that's the one everybody's deferring to. Well, the scientist knows. Who? The cosmologist? The one that was in here? Well, he's telling us, listen, you guys are bet the farm. You guys are going all in on saying these idiots know something. When we were asking them questions in this room, you know what they said and what he said? Because we were talking about the sun, and he was going on to a little explanation of what that sun is. Or, you know, the sun is this, and it's doing that, and it has this and that, and chemicals, and burning this, and nuclear fusion, and all kinds of stuff. No shit. And how do you know that? Well, you know, it's our best guess that no, really? It's your best guess. Well, that's how science works, my man. Really? Your best guess is that's how things are. So we're just going to go ahead and take a wild stab in the dark that this is how something's happening on the sun. It's our best guess.
Yeah.
Right?
And then what we're going to do is on that best guess, we're then going to have another best guess. And then on that best guess, we'll have another best guess. Do you see the problem here?
Yeah, they say that's how science works, Jedi. They would say, well, science disproves. Well, what do you mean? So that guy's idea, if I come up with a better one, I can disprove his idea because my idea was better? How stupid. And so, but the lemmings, right? The subjects or whatever you want to call them, the robots that are getting this information, it's 100% true because a scientist said so. And I'm like, you guys are freaking morons. Everybody, every clown, every Tom, Dick, and Harry, everybody that's saying this, you guys are banking on the fact that these idiots are telling you that they're spouting out truth. Well, they're saying that it's the globe. They're experts. You know what they're telling you? And they're telling us too, because they came in here before, that it's their best guess. It all boils down to this. Do you guys understand the implications of that? You're betting everything, all your knowledge and everything that you stand for is all built on their best guess. I'm trying to tell you something, guys. You need to wake up and smell the roses here. You're being fooled. Why don't you see this? This is crazy. This is madness, really. and I get on my little rants. It's usually because of what I'm hearing. My fellow man being kind of like taken for a ride. It's like you try to help a friend because you know that it's not their fault. They're victims of the information, and you hate to see it, right? You do. You don't want to see somebody taken for a ride. Anyone, if somebody's being swindled, you're like, you're being swindled, man. Like, this is not good for you. And they're like, dude, they're not swindling me, man. This is for real. It's for the reals, man. Like, what is, man? What are you Why are you so invested in this dumb lie? Is somebody out there gonna give you a gold star? You stood up for the globe Earth today. We heard you on Discord. Good job. we all were listening to. Don't worry, the council is here, and we are just so glad that you are saying things that and you said that you guessed. Oh man, we couldn't be prouder of you. Like, no one's out there. They don't care. Actually, probably the opposite. It's like Duper's Delight. They're probably laughing at your ass because you're saying stupid things like this.
I mean, have you been keeping up with the bollocks that comes out of NASA? So, do you remember when we used to talk about like space news and all of these types of
space news?
Yeah. I caught hold of an article earlier today where, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, these tin cans that they threw out into space like 30, 40 years ago. You know how many times they've said that they've managed to keep it going longer and they've managed to increase the power? Yeah, they've said that again for what appears to be the fifth time in the last like 30, 40 years that they've managed to make it last longer. What bollocks, mate? I mean, no, these things don't exist anywhere in the first place, but to tell us that these things that they can't touch, that are trillions of miles away, are now lasting longer than they were originally designed to do so, and they were designed back in the 70s. Are these people serious?
Yeah, what was the transfer rate for information back in those days? And I don't think a lot of people actually. Somebody that's in our community was talking about this, and I was listening to it. I was like, yeah, that even on that aspect, it makes a whole bunch of sense. Because think about, like, not even, I would say in the information age, when we started to use computers to pass information, what was the transfer rate for like data? Like when you used to get like dial. Did anybody in here ever have dial up? Are you that old to say? I am.
Yeah.
So I remember a time when you used to log in and you had dial up. It was a bing, bing, bing. Like this thing that once you logged in, you're like, all right, internet time. And so try to get a picture.
Oh god!
How long do you think that picture would take to download? It was going on your screen like 10%, 15%, 20%, like a slow drip. And that is what in the late 90s or early 2000s, man. Late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah.
These stupid tin cans that they were supposedly put out in, however many miles away, way before this information age was like that.
Mm-hmm.
And we're supposed to listen, man. You can't even have a cell phone in a different location where you start to lose reception on a 5G service, man.
No.
So this other, like, whatever distance that that makes a lot of sense because we have infinite communication on Earth. So yeah, why wouldn't we have that in space, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't have that. It's like it's so dumb. And people are just like, they're, I guess, maybe want to believe. I guess you'd want to say that.
Yeah.
It's a need to believe. I don't know.
Well, it's kind of both, isn't it? It's want to believe, need to believe. But ultimately, this is, and we're all sold this story, right? This is the cutting edge of human knowledge. Like this is where it's all happening, right? If you want to know anything about the universe, you go to a university, and these people that know everything apparently tell you everything. So it doesn't matter the stories that they tell you. You still want to believe them because you want to be part of this, I don't know, cult or part of this idea that at least you're part of this humankind that knows everything.
Yeah, this all kind of idea that we can just all get along. if we all believe the same thing, and it's like it's so bad for us, like this whole heliocentric nonsense. Because I was saying before, it's like we're told at an early age that the earth is what it is, right? We're told that it's doing what it's doing, and then when critical thinking forms, then you're taught how to not rely on your senses anymore. Well, you can't rely on your senses because you can't trust them. So you have to disengage with the very fabric of what you know reality to be in order to actually understand the paradigm. And once you disengage with your senses, then there it is. It appears, right?
Mm-hmm.
The magical heliocentric paradigm. Well, the thing that you can't perceive, right? At no time do you perceive a heliocentric solar system. At no time do you perceive the idea that the earth is spinning. At no time do you perceive the earth having curvature. There isn't any of these things that are self-evident. You have to be told. You don't look up in the sky and say, "Well, we are in a solar system."
God, some people fucking do. Sorry, some people look up at the sky and see what they think is a burning ball of gas and say, "I'm on a sphere." They look up on the moon and go, "Oh, look, that's got craters in it because it's a rock. I'm on a ball." So they look up in the sky sometimes, mate, and I don't know. They've been told this, whether it be at school or however, we've all been told this shit. So when they do look up in the sky, they see the heliocentric model.
And there was a, we all know certain things, and I think that I like the flat Earth community because we've been getting more and more involved with like what reality is and how we're demonstrating it to ourselves and how things are being said within the community, and we're getting better and better every day, like how we're presenting it. Timbo had something I think that was interesting. He's our Aussie friend that comes in here, him and like T-Wad and a few others that from Australia, but Timbo specifically, when we're mentioning the time-lapse footage with like star trails. And so he got me to think about something. We always say the cardinal directions when we look at the sky.
Yeah.
This, of course, the sun rises in the east, sets in the west. Like there's certain things that we know that happens always, right? Because it just does. But when in the case of star rotations, I think it's just a little bit different. And if you allow me to, I'll kind of talk about it a little bit.
Okay.
So with the star rotations, things are coming from the east, setting in the west. We know that there's most of the motion of the stars. But then you got the idea that there is these stars in the sky that don't ever leave the horizon, and they can tend to look like they're completing a circular path, or a spiral path, I should say, even spiral path. So they're doing a path in a circular motion, but they're not leaving the sky. So it is apparent to us that, from how we're seeing the star move, that it's going from a direction east to west and then west to east. I said something that's a little provocative in the sense of like what we're seeing, but I don't know. Here's the thing that I wanted to bring up. What do you guys think about this? And hopefully this opens up a discussion for this, but can we use cardinal directions for the sky in that instance? Because what we do on Earth is use cardinal directions, and it works for the Earth, for the ground. When I want to go from point A to point B, a distance on the Earth, I'm using cardinal directions. It works. But when I look up at the sky, is it the same cardinal directions? Because think about this. If you stand on a high place on the Earth, right, and you look down, like let's say a mountain or somewhere high, a high position, you could look down and you could say, well, you can even point. That's north over there, that's south over there, and you're pointing straight across the plane, right? You guys follow me?
Yep.
Now take a look at that and then point up. And when you see something happening in the sky, do those same cardinal directions apply, except for when you see something moving across the sky? Like Of course, if it's coming from a direction where we could say that's east over there, but it's rising from the eastern part of our sky. But then we look at like star rotations, like the smaller ones, like around where we could say Polaris is. The stars around Polaris, right? Even Polaris itself is doing a circular motion. There isn't a point. I wouldn't say there's not a point, but they're moving around I want to say central location. Maybe that's the way you can put it. But they are rotating. We do acknowledge this. Can we affirmatively acknowledge that they do have a star rotation? We do know that they're moving in a circular pattern, a semicircle, anyways, for as far as we can see during the nighttime. Because it doesn't complete the full circle, so we can't say that assuredly. But we do say with the semicircle, completing that pattern could make a circular motion pattern, or at least a spiral one.
Do you mean like retrograde?
You know what I mean? So, but looking at that in the sky, is that still applicable to say that they're moving east to west and west to east? Like, think about a circle, right? In the sky, you can see the star coming from the east and then moving off, and then it goes think of a circle, right? And if you're going from a cardinal direction, okay, it's coming from the east, going to the west, then it's going back under in the circular pattern, going back from the west, then it's going to the east again, and then going up around the circle, going from east, then going to the west, going down under the circle, going from west to the east, and it keeps circling around the location around Polaris. So something to think about. I think I've been thinking about this quite a bit after he said that. But the thing is, we're using cardinal directions, and I don't know if cardinal directions would apply to the sky in that way. Do you know what I mean? I think we're dealing with something a bit different. Not to say that we can't use east to west, because I would say it this way. When we look at this where the sun's rising from, that's definitely the east. For sure. We can say that's east. And, a bit more northeast, but, and then, of course, it's directly east, and then it passes the equinox, and it goes to the southeast. But it's always east of us, for sure, all the time. But when you look at star rotations, how do you know east to west from that specific where you're looking at? You're pointing at the sky. You're not pointing to the ground. The ground, it's easy to give cardinal directions.
Yeah, okay. So
do you follow me?
Yeah. When we're here on the ground, we use the absolute direction of north.
Right.
But that's applicable on the ground, right?
Because we're pointing to straight across the plane. That's north. That's straight across the plane. And when you look up at the sky,
it's not. Yeah, I get it, because it's not necessarily three dimensions of direction, is it?
Right. So, and we can't say the sun is from our east. It's coming from our east. Like everybody on Earth can say the sun's coming from our east.
Yeah, relative to our position when we're relative to north. Yeah.
Right, relative to north. So we're using our position on the ground to dictate where that body's coming from.
I mean, I mean, obviously we do use the stars when we're navigating and so on, and one of the preliminary stars that we do that with is Polaris. Now, obviously, it doesn't move that much. I mean, it wiggles around at like 2 degrees, like you said a couple of moments ago. So it's not actually fixed. It's not a fixed star that doesn't move.
Yeah, I was trying to get to the point that that is like there's no central point. I would say it's a pattern, a rotational pattern, almost as in like the complete smaller semicircles. So
there's lots of rotational patterns in the sky, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, some are smaller, some are bigger. The bigger rotational patterns, I mean, we can't perceive their entire course. Okay, so like the sun, for example, we can't follow the sun all the way around if it's doing a circle pattern around the plane of existence. We can't follow its path, so we don't know if it actually completes its entire circuit. Like to say it's a circle. There's a lot of words from the biblical narrative even that would exclaim that it's making a circuit, but it goes to like there's still more of the unknown about the sun, how it's moving through gates, or what Enoch was saying, it moves through the 7 gates. So there's portals and things that it actually uses, and what does that mean? Like how can you perceive that? How can I? Like there's
Yeah, I don't know, and I really don't know. So with this story about Enoch, when he was shown, what the sun does, as in it goes through these portals, he was up in the heavenly realm observing the sun.
Yep.
When I'm down here on the earth, I'm not observing the actual sun. I would assume I'm only observing an apparent sun. So
Yeah,
he
of
was
course.
lucky. He got to see the actual sun. But that's not the one I'm necessarily looking at.
Yeah, because everybody is, we have to look at through the the bit of air that gives us distortion, and it just doesn't the sun look different on horizon versus like when it's above its zenith position, like right above your head, 90-degree angle to your where you're at.
Yeah.
So it looks different, and we all know this. So we're seeing an apparent location of what the sun. It should be something that's common knowledge. It's not something to debate, because we all can say this from globe and flat. Like that's not. But I guess the point that I'm bringing up is, if we're saying with cardinal directions that the stars are moving east to west always, there's exclusions to that. The exclusions are the retrograde motions of the quote unquote planetary bodies, which I'm saying that so you can understand what I mean.
Yeah.
The like Jupiter, Saturn, Mars, Venus,
yeah.
like all those guys, right? Like they got retrograde motion, so they don't appear to have the same pattern east to west. Like to say everything's moving east to west in the heavens, that's not true. If there's flat earthers that are saying that, I think even the retrograde motions of those stars would negate that right off the bat. Because we have retrograde motions with those guys, and those guys don't follow the same east to west pattern. They actually go backwards. So then they would be going west to east. If that's the case with those guys, because they have retrograde. You guys do know that, right? Like
Yeah. What,
so
I'm with you, buddy.
Yeah, so that's the exclusion to that east to west movement. And not only that, but the semicircle star rotations that don't appear to set also don't appear to have the same east to west only motions, because they go semicircle east to west, and all of a sudden it goes back around from west to east, and it comes back up around to east to west, and it just keeps doing a so the pattern that it takes would never set under the horizon, so we couldn't see if it makes its complete, because what we're seeing in our sky with this rotational patterns is we're adapting these cardinal directions. But okay, so when you see a video or if you do time-lapse footage, when you take a look at the sky, the reason I call it, I would name it this, is because it's more apt to say a celestial sphere, because our vision sees it in a perspective that makes it look that way.
Yeah.
So to me, I'm fine with it, because hell, it could be a dome. Like, I'm not negating the fact that it could be that, but what it is, I don't know. But what it looks like to me, I can tell you. So when I'm looking at the night sky and these rotational patterns, I'm looking at it in a sense of saying, like, it's like if I have my hand, right? Like, say you put your hand to the sky. Yeah. Your hand is, you see the rotational pattern. You could see your hand looking like, you could see all fingers, and the fingers are pointing up to the sky. But you put your palm against like the sky, and your fingers are pointing up, right? But when you're talking about cardinal directions, your palm and your hand is pointing down, like, and your fingers will be pointing north, but your hand will be facing down to the ground. Your palm would be. Do you see what I mean? Your palm would be facing to the ground, but when you look at the sky, your palm will be facing toward the north, right? Yeah. And your fingers will be pointing up. So that's the way we see those rotational patterns. So it almost seems like cardinal directions wouldn't be applicable in the rotational pattern. However, when we're saying where they're coming from, like the east or west, we could say, well, to my east, I see these patterns coming from there. But at the same time, when it enters into a rotation, the semicircle rotation, I could see it going from east to west, then back around west to east. Like and it keeps making that circle over and over again. Let me see if I have a GIF of it. I saved it. and maybe you can see what I mean. And I think the reason I'm bringing this up is because it becomes a really hot topic that people debate in here. And I think when we talk about star rotations, it's the heavens do something very mysterious, right?
Yeah.
And we're trying to give it an explanation. But here again, we fall in the realm of it being a mystery, which is I'm okay with.
Oh, God.
I'm not going to be like I'm not staunch in that position. You know, I'm not going to be like, no, it's east to west always. Like,
yeah, don't die on that hill, mate.
Yeah, that's the hill you will, because you don't know. Like, it's what we see too with the rotational patterns is that it does. If you know what I mean, like it's hard to use cardinal directions in the sense of star rotations.
Yeah,
the smaller ones. But I think a lot of times people get carried on with the fact that we're making these absolute statements in flat Earth, and it's like they can't be thwarted. And I'm like, well, don't you know that the retrograde motions in the idea that these planets they're doing negates the fact that they're going from east to west only, because they have backward pattern. They backpedal, so it's like they're going from east to west and west to east. You know, the wandering stars, the planets. You know that, yeah. So that's the one thing that negates that already, and then also. Because I would say I was usually saying that, and then I looked at what Timbo was saying, and I was like, yeah, he's right. You gotta say when something's true, it's true. Like there's you can't you can't go against it. But they would claim, the globe Earth would, that proves that the Earth is actually spinning on its axis. And I would say to that, well, you haven't proved the Earth to be a globe.
You need a ball first.
You need a ball, yeah. So you don't have a ball. You have. So they've been trying to use star rotations as their evidence for a globe. But like I was saying before, when you look at the night sky and you have if you're using cardinal directions, your palm would be facing down and your fingers will be pointing towards north. But if you're looking at the sky, you have your palm to the north and your fingers pointing upwards. So that's how you'd see the star rotations. I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
I just think when I think about the sky in this way, I just think of the interior of a clock where there's many cogs, and many cogs go in many different directions. Now I see big cogs and the ones that are easier to see because they're easier to see. But there are other directions and other, I don't know, cogs or mechanics in the system that, you know, don't always follow the suit of the main ones. So yeah, we've got constellations that repeat themselves, but it's not the case for all of them. So the sky, as far as I'm concerned, is just really complicated, and it just goes in a few directions.
Yeah, let me. I like throwing the idea that flat earthers have like the idea locked down, and I want to put a little kind of a interesting look on this because of the fact that we haven't seen. I've given something to think about for some people that are looking at the sky. So the moon is another mystery, and I've thought of it this way. You know, when you see the moon on your eastern sky, you know it's coming towards you, right? But if you were to put your palm, like once again, facing the moon, let's say, and your palm is facing the moon, and it has one face on the moon, like so you can tell the orientation as it's traveling across the sky, you know, and it reaches its zenith, and then it moves to the western sky and so forth. But if you were to have your palm to the sky, as soon as you see it on the east, and then it reaches its zenith position right above your head, you know, let's say, then your palm is straight up facing the sky, and your fingers are pointing towards the west. You know what I mean? And so then as it travels back to the west, if your palm was following it, your palm will be facing towards the west and your fingers will be pointing down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So doing that, you'd see the face move all the way from the east to the west, and your fingers will be pointing down. Well, guess what? When somebody watches it from, let's say, 1,000 or 2,000 miles away from your location, they're seeing it right side up. So they're looking at the moon okay, so imagine you're looking towards the west, they're looking towards the east.
Yeah.
Both of you are looking towards each other, apparently. Like, that's kind of the idea, right? So both of you are like looking at each other, but one is seeing the face of the moon facing them, and you're seeing the moon facing you. How is it both people are seeing the moon facing each other, but not, and you guys are facing each other?
Because
Like,
the moon's a hologram.
yeah, think about it. Isn't that crazy? Like how the moon on the western sky is facing you, right? The face of it is facing you.
Yeah.
And you see the guy that's 2,000 miles away from you is seeing the moon facing him.
Yeah.
And both of you see the moon facing each other, but you are facing each other. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're facing each other, and then the moon's facing each and one of you.
Yeah. No, I understand what you mean. That's why with my tongue in my cheek, I was kind of. It's a hologram. It's personal. It's not physical.
Yeah, and so it makes it like, because I thought about it like a video game. Have you ever played a video game where you guys are seeing like one image, and if you've ever seen 4 screens like facing an object, and everybody sees the object facing them, but everybody's facing each other?
Yeah.
So you have a very unique experience, but at the same time collective. You know what I mean? I've said this in a way, kind of like, we can see the moon together, right? But at the same time, if like, let's say you and me are standing in America and we're seeing the moon in our western sky, our friends like in Japan or Australia or something are seeing the moon in their eastern sky, and we're facing each other, but the moon's facing us, each one of us. And so we're having to, like, they're seeing their eastern sky, we're looking at our western sky, but we're seeing the same face. And it's like, I think that's really cool, like how that happens. And that's why I'm always saying it goes into the realm of like the unexplained and people trying to explain it, and I don't think that's possible, man. I really don't. Jedi?
I don't think it's possible.
So, but like, I don't know. Flat earthers are trying to use this as like the great way to stand on some evidence that the Earth is flat. It's like, when we talk about things in the sky, I don't think the same rules apply that are applicable on Earth, man. I really don't. Because we can use
certain. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying we could use certain things like to the Earth, to the stars, and what they're useful for is our position on Earth. They tell us where our location is. Yeah, where we're at. That's what they help you with. The stars and the biblical stance was you're used for times and for seasons. And
would you guys agree that there's very few things in the sky that we can make factual statements of truth about with certainty?
No.
Yeah, of course. There's,
you know.
Well,
very few, if any, is what I would say. You know.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. There's very few things we can say with absolute surety about the sky.
But how many flat earthers are saying only east to west movements with every heavenly body? Like, so a lot of people that are saying that, man.
Yeah. I mean, I say predominantly because I want to exclude, obviously Mars and shit. But yeah, you are right.
Yeah, even the star rotations, like they would be excluded too. The semicircle star rotations. And what I was saying is, Timbo was speaking truth because it's self-evident. Like, we see the semicircle star rotation, and yeah, it appears moving east to west. Then all of a sudden, it turns around, going to, around the circle. It looks like it's going west to east. Apparently, I mean, hell, if they're just going east to west always, it's like I don't see that because it's actually making a rotation in the sky. But I'm using cardinal directions for something that maybe cardinal directions don't apply to. And it only works when we're seeing something come directly east. Of course, it works that way. But a rotational pattern in the sky, I don't think it works there. Cardinal directions don't. There's a GIF. I couldn't find it, but let me see if I can type in here.
You know, Miggy, I'm not a big Bible guy. I haven't done a lot of study on it, but that one verse that I'm going to butcher about, how can I tell you about heavenly things when you don't understand earthly things? You know what I mean? So there's a lot of things in the sky that we may never figure out, and I'm okay with that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, That's I never look to the sky as something that what we're trying to talk about the ground that we're standing on actually is. And a lot of people do want to talk about like certainties of the sky. And I think we're out of our depth because of such things. And some people on the truther circles get pretty upset about it because they want to have an explanation. But the thing I can say that is true is what it appears to look like, right? What does everything appear to us, right? What does it look like to us? Well, I mean, if we're just going on appearance, then we can just say simply that these stars seem to have a pattern that's cyclical in nature. It's got a cycle, pattern, we can predict. And they keep happening every season. So we'll see the star rotations move, and they'll come back again, later on. And so they'll have a cyclical pattern, and they'll keep doing what they do. Other than that, I don't know if we can use cardinal directions, man, like on everything in the sky because of retrograde motion in the planets and such. So it's like when we're talking about things go east to west only, I don't know. I think that puts us in a bad way with the discussion because that's not truthful, is it?
No, it's not.
I just want to stick to truth. That's it. Whatever the truth is, that's what we're going to be going with. Where you can't, and Timbo brought up a really good point. So that was just like, you're right, man. Like, I never thought of the star rotations to have the east to west, west to east kind of idea. I do now. So thanks, Tim. I put that in my mind. But I don't know if, like I said, cardinal directions can actually work in the sky that way, the way we would use them on Earth. To say that everything's moving in this specific direction. Anyway, I didn't want to go too much more into that because it's like, well, we don't really know how all this stuff, working with a lot of unknowns here.
I'll just throw it in real quick, Miggy. What you're talking about doesn't really apply to celestial navigation because you're bringing that reference frame back down to the ground with you. Or am I wrong?
Well, celestial navigation is you're getting points in the sky, and then it's telling you where you're located on the ground.
Right. So then you can apply cardinal directions at that point.
Yeah, you're using things to tell you where you're at here on Earth. Right. But at the same time, you're not using the cardinal directions to tell you what things are in the sky. You're telling what things are on the Earth. The cardinal directions work when you're on Earth. On the Earth. Navigating, because I was telling, I don't know, you came a little bit late, but I was telling Jedi this way. So imagine having your palm pointing north and your fingers pointing up. If you can imagine what I'm saying. Put your palm facing north and your fingers point up to the sky, right? Now, cardinal directions work as if your palm is facing down and your fingers are pointing north. Do you see what I mean? Like your palm is facing towards the ground and your fingers are pointing to the north. It's like a flat plane of existence. So your hand becomes like the plane of the earth, right? So when you're navigating and you're saying I'm going east, well, if your fingers are pointing north, that means your thumb is pointing east. You know what I mean? Like your thumb is, you see what I'm saying? Like, so your hand facing down and your palm facing down means that like when you put your palm to the north and your fingers are pointing up and you see star rotational patterns, I don't know if cardinal directions can actually work that way. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I'd have to show you.
I understand what you're saying there. I mean, I was just trying to elucidate that, when you're doing using the celestial point in the sky for navigation, you're bringing the reference frame back down here. That's why we can use it.
Yeah.
You're only using the thing in the sky as a reference point, not the actual. You're not making any claim about where it's at or what it's doing or anything,
Yeah, because like with the sun, it's easy, right? Because the sun is coming from the east, northeast, east, and southeast. So in its horizontal point, from its cardinal directional point, it's coming from the eastern locations. So we're saying the sun rises from the east, sets in the west. That is just knowable. You can know this. But when we're looking at star rotational patterns and retrograde motions, they are not directly going only east. You know what retrograde motions is, Dave Hinkle? Like the planetary idea that they're when they go in retrograde, they actually go in reverse than what they do if they were going in the east to west movements. They actually start going west to east with their retrograde. So yeah, so there's retrograde motion negates on east to west movements. And like I said, also star rotations. So I can't find the GIF, but there is a GIF in here that actually shows that.
Yeah, I agree with the point that we need to be careful about making absolute claims about anything going on in the sky.
Yeah.
Because that's difficult to do. That's all I'm saying, you know.
Yeah, I really got no qualms with the sky at all. Like, it is what it is. Like, and it appears to us as what it appears to us as. There's no, because for me, it's like, even if the idea of it being a dome would be the case, like, because it appears that way to us, like it's a dome-ish look to the celestial sphere, as he put it. I'm fine with that. Like, there's nothing, but it doesn't mean that the ground that I'm standing on automatically becomes a globe because of it. Like, there's no measurement of Earth's curvature. Like, that's just what's known. But with the sky, like how it appears to us, that's what it appears to us as. Like,
yeah, no matter what fancy words these guys come up with, nothing from the sky translates to make the ground curve.
no,
So that's the bottom line, you know. Got to have a ball to have this whole idea to start with. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, we're now actually discovering how little we know about everything. You know what I mean? And then, like, I mean, it's good for speculational talk, like what we think those things are, but really it doesn't ground us into like what actually is. We're not on the really is level and we're just saying things, you know. I think really is level people are talking about what can we know about the earth so that we can like make it useful for us, you know, like I think that's where we should be at. Because it's like, let's really get back in touch with like how we should be living life. And the creator gave us a roadmap, didn't he? There's a roadmap to doing things the right way. And, you know, the way that's more fruitful. And then there's a way that we think that's best. Let me do it my way, you know, and that never usually works out. Look
There's
how
one
weird.
word you just used there, Mickey, that makes a lot of sense to me. So this whole globe idea, is it useful to anybody? Not really. It keeps your head in the clouds and the stars and keeps you lost in space, kind of thing. But being useful, it's not useful for anything, right?
Not.
What's they may ever use the globe for? Nobody can ever answer that. You know.
Yeah, so we're getting to the place in life where we're getting everybody to realize the truth, and then once you realize the truth, then you start to understand how important it is to be in this world and really understand what's going on here. That you're very special, you're created, you're put in here with intent and purpose, and you're not just some random cosmic accident that just randomly happened, you know, and then all of a sudden there's life. That's idiotic, man.
Yep, there's a lot to be said for being grounded in reality, and that's kind of what we're trying to do here. Just let's take a step back and let's start with things we can know and build from there. And there's a lot of things we may never know, but you have to be okay with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think a lot of people have heartburn with that, Dave. I think because of the fact that we say that. What do you mean we can't know what the sun is and moon? It's like, well, if that stuff was knowable, I think people would have tried to do the best they can to achieve to know it, you know?
But they make their best guess, Biggie. That ain't good enough for you. They got their best guess.
Yeah, their best guess is always going to be the thing that it's your best guess. Goodness sakes. No, I don't know what else to do, man. Like, I mean, we did our part already, but they're gonna keep thinking it's a spinning globe because they're looking at star trails. That's up to them.
Yeah, I mean, we see it all the time. Anybody that has this globe idea implanted and they're so sure that it's real, they always start in the sky with their proof of whatever they think it is, Almost all of them, you know what I mean? There's always something in the sky. It's a globe because of this going on in the sky. Okay, can you prove that? No. I thought you were raising a valid point there because I've heard people make absolute statements about the sky, but, it's very difficult to do that. That's all I'm saying, The sky is doing
Yeah.
whatever the sky is doing.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much we can like really get from having the discussions and arguments about like things making absolute statements of stuff in the sky because it's like those are the unknowns. We can only basically from our vantage point just say what we see. But the cardinal directions on star rotations, and if let me see if I can get something going. I'm trying to look for the GIF. It's somewhere in here. But yeah, you can't make with those things. Yeah, see you, Dave. I'll be back.
The North Pole is the inherent geographical focal point of all creation. It is the perfect center of the bullseye, the magnetic attractor of all the world's compasses, the originator of all the world's tides, and home to the only motionless star in the heavens around which all the other stars, the sun and the moon, revolve. In ancient times, it was also claimed to be home to the tallest mountain and the tallest people on Earth. As recently as the 19th century, explorers like Olaf Jansen have continued telling so-called tall tales of meetings with races of giant human beings who live at the pole. In his book, The Smoky God, Olaf Jansen claimed to have journeyed to the North Pole with his father in 1829, where they met and mingled 2 years with a race of 12-foot-tall giants who lived up to 800 years, spoke a language similar to Sanskrit, and inhabited a paradisical capital city named Eden. This particular story is most likely a piece of fiction, but echoes a long-standing tradition of similar claims that the North Pole is or was once home to a paradisical Edenic abode inhabited by races of gigantic and or miniature human beings. In Heylyn's 1659 book Cosmography, he states that on the north of Lapia and Biarmia, near the pole, lives a race of pygmies, the tallest of which are not above 4 feet high. Gerardus Mercator's 1595 polar map includes this island of pygmies with a caption mentioning their tiny 4-foot stature. Johannes Ruij's 1508 world map also shows the many surrounding polar islands, claiming 2 of them inhabited, but without mentioning the alleged inhabitants' size or stature. In the book Gesta Hammerbergensis Ecclesiae Pontificum, Archbishop Adalbert's team of Frisian explorers told of encountering giant human beings living in caves and underground hollows during their 1035 polar expedition. In ancient Greek and Roman texts from Pindar, Herodotus, Hesiod, and Homer, to Virgil and Cicero, it was universally claimed that the North Pole was home to a race of giants called the Hyperboreans, who lived for over 1,000 years and enjoyed lives of perfect happiness. Hyperborea was allegedly bathed in 24-hour sunlight, with the sun only ever rising or setting once every year. Pliny the Elder wrote in his Natural History Book 4 that the farthest of all, which are known and spoke of, is Thule, in which there be no nights at all, as we have declared, about midsummer, namely when the sun passes through the sign Cancer, and contrariwise, no days in midwinter, and each of these times, they suppose, do last 6 months, all day or all night. For observers standing at the pole, the heavens would appear to have been created just for them. Their unique perspective places Polaris, the only motionless star in the sky, perfectly situated directly above them, with all the other visible stars rotating horizontal left-to-right paths 360 degrees around, all at an apparent equal distance away. The sun and moon also rotate horizontally around the polar observer, with the sun rising and setting only once per year, creating 6-month days and 6-month nights. Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak wrote, "If an observer is stationed at the North Pole, the first thing that will strike him is the motion of the celestial sphere above his head. Living in the temperate and tropical zone, we see all heavenly objects rise in the east and set in the west, some passing over our head, others traveling obliquely. But to the man at the pole, the heavenly dome above will seem to revolve around him, from left to right, somewhat like the motion of a hat or umbrella turned over one's head. The stars will not rise and set, but will move round and round in horizontal planes, turning like a potter's wheel, and starting on a second round when the first is finished, and so on. During the long night of 6 months, the sun, when he is above the horizon for 6 months, would also appear to revolve in the same way. The center of the celestial dome over the head of the observer will be the celestial North Pole, and naturally enough, his north will be overhead, while the invisible regions below the horizon would be in the south. For polar observers, the sun rises in the south, not the east, and circles horizontally around, rising ever so slightly in the sky, about 1/4 degree per day. This creates an extended morning twilight with its brilliant colors, which instead of lasting for the usual 45 minutes, lasts around 45 days. Every year at the spring equinox, after a long winter night, dawn begins to break and the first traces of the sun creep above the horizon. By summer solstice, the sun reaches its highest point in the polar sky, around 23.5 degrees, and begins its slow, almost imperceptible descent. At the autumnal equinox, the last traces of the sun disappear beyond the horizon, and an extended evening twilight persists for a month and a half, after which the polar observer will not see sunlight again until spring. Thanks to abundant starlight, regular aurora borealis activity, and 2 weeks of moonlight per month, the long polar nights are not pitch black, but actually quite well lit and beautiful. Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak wrote, "We have stated that to an observer at the North Pole there will be a night of 6 months, and one is likely to infer therefrom that there will be total darkness at the pole for 1/2 the portion of the year. Indeed, one is likely to contemplate with horror the perils and difficulties of a long night of 6 months, during which not only the light but the warmth of the sun has to be artificially supplied. As a matter of fact, such a supposition is found to be erroneous. First of all, there will be the electrical discharges known as aurora borealis, filling the polar night with their charming glories, and relieving its darkness to a great extent. Then we have the moon, which in her monthly revolution will be above the polar horizon for a continuous fortnight, displaying her changing phases without intermission to the polar observer. But the chief cause, which alleviates the darkness of the polar night, is the twilight before the rising and after the setting of the sun. The dawn in the tropical or the temperate zone is but brief and evanescent, and it recurs after every 24 hours. But still it has formed the subject of poetical descriptions in different countries. If so, how much more the spectacle of a splendid long dawn after a darkness of 2 months would delight the heart of a polar observer, and how he will yearn for the first appearance of the light on the horizon. In all, a year at the pole sees approximately 6 months of continuous daylight, followed by a month and a half of evening twilight, then 3 months of relative darkness, ending in a month and a half long spring dawn. The exact number of days for each portion of the polar year is disputed among various authorities, however, which raises the question again as to whether or not modern man truly has attained the pole. If we have research bases and encampments built all over at and around the North Pole as claimed, why is there not a single video online or anywhere else showing a year-long continuous time-lapse of this world wonder? To see Polaris unmoving directly 90 degrees overhead while all the other stars rotate horizontally around, uninterrupted by sunlight, for months at a time, then to watch the first rays of the longest, most beautiful dawn lighting the horizon and revolving 360 degrees around without setting for many more months, would be an absolute spectacle to behold, worthy of an IMAX documentary, and a true wonder of the world. But somehow, no such video exists. Dr. William Warren wrote, "First of all appears low in the horizon of the night sky a scarcely visible flush of light. At first it only makes a few stars' light seem a trifle fainter, but after a little it is seen to be increasing and to be moving laterally along the yet dark horizon. 24 hours later it has made a complete circuit around the observer and is causing a larger number of stars to pale. Soon the widening light glows with the luster of orient pearl. Onward it moves in its stately rounds, until the pearly whiteness burns into ruddy rose light, fringed with purple and gold. Day after day, as we measure days, this splendid panorama circles on, and according as atmospheric conditions and clouds present more or less favorable conditions of reflection, kindles and fades, fades only to kindle next time, yet more brightly, as the still hidden sun comes nearer and nearer his point of emergence. At length, when for 2 long months such prophetic displays have been filling the whole heavens with these increscent and revolving splendors, the sun begins to emerge from his long retirement, and to display himself once more to human vision. After 1 or 2 circuits, during which his dazzling upper limb grows to a full-orbed disk. He clears all hilltops of the distant horizon, and for 6 full months circles around and around the world's great axis in full view, suffering no night to fall upon his favored homeland at the pole. Even when at last he sinks again from view, he covers his retreat with a repetition of the deepening and fading splendors which filled his long dawning, as if in these pulses of more and more distant light he were signaling back to the forsaken world the promises and prophecies of an early return. You would think such a sight would be worthy of recording, yet somehow no one in history has ever bothered to do so. If we have truly attained the North Pole, and have permanent and semi-permanent structures with people stationed at and around there year-round, why in the flat world has no one ever recorded an annual time-lapse of this incredible occurrence? The polar 6-month day and 6-month night has been written about by diverse cultures throughout history, many insisting that their ancestors or gods were the original inhabitants. In the ancient Indian Vedas, the Day of the Gods and Night of the Gods were each 6 months in duration, and their gods lived atop Mount Meru at the North Pole. The Surya Siddhanta 1267 states that, at Meru, gods behold the sun after but a single rising during the half of his revolution, beginning with Aries. And the Institutes of Vishnu says, the southern progress of the sun is with them a night, and a year is with them a day and a night. In Norse mythology, it is claimed that before this present established order of the world, their sun rose in the south, which is what would have been experienced by their polar ancestors. In ancient Iranian mythology, Yima, the first man, and king of the Golden Age, lived in an Edenic abode called Vara, where the sun only rose and set once per year. Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak wrote, "A phenomenon like this cannot fail to be permanently impressed on the memory of a polar observer, and it will be found later on that the oldest traditions of the Aryan race have preserved the recollection of a period when its ancestors witnessed such wonderful phenomenon, a long and continuous dawn of several days, with its light laterally revolving on the horizon in their original home." The heavenly dome rotating perfectly horizontally overhead for polar observers is another unique peculiarity of polar astronomy found in ancient mythology. In Greek mythology, the gods rule from Mount Olympus, as the Iliad states, from the upper sky, the celestial dome in which the sun, moon, and stars wheel silently around the pole. In the Vedas, Indra supports the heavens as on a pole, and upholds heaven and earth, and turns the widest expanse as the wheels of a chariot are held by the axle. An imaginary line from the North Pole to Polaris would appear perfectly vertical and like a handle supporting the twirling umbrella of the heavens, or an axis supporting the wheel of a chariot. Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak wrote, "If we combine the two statements, that the heavens are supported as on a pole, and that they move like a wheel, we may safely infer that the motion referred to is such a motion of the celestial hemisphere as can be witnessed only by an observer at the North Pole. In the Rig Vedas 1.24.10, the constellation of Ursa Major, Riksha, is described as being placed high, and as this can refer only to the altitude of the constellation, it follows that it must then have been over the head of the observer, which is possible only in the circumpolar regions. In the Mahabharata, during Arjuna's visit to Mount Meru, chapters 163 and 164 of the Vena Parvan state that, at Meru, the sun and the moon go round from left to right every day, and so do all the stars. The day and the night are together equal to a year to the residents of that place. The ancient laws of Manu, 167, state, a human year is a day and a night of the gods. Thus are the two divided, the northern passage of the sun is the day, and the southern the night. And the Taittiriya Brahmana says, that which is a year is but a single day of the gods. In the collection of ancient Zoroastrian texts known as the Avesta, the Aryan paradise, known as Ariana Veho, is described as a blissful place where the sun only rose once per year and was destroyed by relentless snow and ice, forcing the inhabitants, Earth's original progenitors, to migrate southwards. This same idea that the first humans devolved from God or gods at the North Pole is replete within ancient scriptures, and starkly contrasts modern mainstream claims that the first humans evolved from primates in Africa. 2 excellent books were written on this subject, one by Boston University president and professor Dr. William Warren, entitled Paradise Found, The Cradle of the Human Race at the North Pole, and another by the renowned Indian teacher and activist Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak, entitled The Arctic Home in the Vedas. In both well-researched publications, Warren and Tilak present convincing arguments with abundant supporting evidence suggesting that our most ancient ancestors lived at the North Pole and spread outwards southwards from there, likely due to climate changes. Dr. William Warren wrote, "Our hypothesis calls for an antediluvian continent at the Arctic Pole. It is interesting to find that a writer upon the deluge, writing more than 40 years ago, advanced the same postulate. Is the supposition that there existed such a continent scientifically admissible? Until very recently, too little was known of the geology of the high latitudes to warrant or even to occasion the discussion of such a question. Even now, with all the contemporary interest in Arctic exploration, it is difficult to find any author who has distinctly propounded to himself and discussed the question as to the geologic age of the Arctic Ocean. It will not be strange, therefore, if we have here to content ourselves with showing, first, that geologists and paleontologists do not think the present distribution of Arctic sea and land to be the primeval one, and secondly, that in their opinion, incidentally expressed, a continent once existed within the Arctic Circle, of which at present only vestiges remain. Mr. Alfred Russel Wallace incidentally shows that the facts of Arctic paleontology call for the supposition of a primitive Eocene continent in the highest latitudes, a continent which no longer exists. His language is, "The rich and varied fauna which inhabited Europe at the dawn of the Tertiary period, as shown by the abundant remains of mammalia wherever suitable deposits of Eocene age have been discovered, proves that an extensive Palearctic continent then existed." Another most eminent authority in Arctic paleontology, the late Professor Heer of Zurich, fully 15 years ago arrived at and published the conclusion that the facts presented in the Arctic fossils plainly point to the existence in Miocene time of a no longer existing polar continent. On another and more lithological line of evidence, Baron Nordenskjold, the eminent Arctic explorer, has arrived at the same conclusion. Speaking of certain rock strata north of the 68th degree of north latitude, he says, "An extensive continent occupied this portion of the earth when these strata were deposited." Elsewhere he speaks of this ancient polar continent as something already accepted and universally understood among scientific men. Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak wrote, "It has been already stated that the beginnings of Aryan civilization must be supposed to date back several thousand years before the oldest Vedic period, and when the commencement of the post-glacial epoch is brought down to 8000 BC, it is not at all surprising if the date of primitive Aryan life is found to go back to it from 4500 BC, the age of the oldest Vedic period. There are many passages in the Rig Veda which, though hitherto looked upon as obscure and unintelligible, do, when interpreted in the light of recent scientific researches, plainly disclose the polar attributes of the Vedic deities, or the traces of an ancient Arctic calendar, while the Avesta expressly tells us that the happy land of Aryana Vaiho, or the Aryan Paradise, was located in a region where the sun shone but once a year, and that it was destroyed by the invasion of snow and ice, which rendered its climate inclement and necessitated a migration southward. These are plain and simple statements, and when we put them side by side with what we know of the glacial and the post-glacial epoch from the latest geological researches, we cannot avoid the conclusion that the primitive Aryan home was both Arctic and interglacial. The discovery of the intimate relationship between Sanskrit and Zend, on the other hand, and the languages of the principal races of Europe, on the other, a complete revolution took place in the views commonly entertained of the ancient history of the world. It was perceived that the languages of the principal European nations, ancient and modern, bore a close resemblance to the languages spoken by the Brahmins of India and the followers of Zoroaster, and from this affinity of the Indo-Germanic languages, it followed inevitably that all these languages must be the offshoots or dialects of a single primitive tongue, and the assumption of such a primitive language further implied the existence of a primitive Aryan people. In 1786, Sir William Jones, a Supreme Court judge who could speak 30 languages, gave his third anniversary discourse to the Asiatic Society, where he declared that the similarities between Sanskrit, Greek, Latin, German, Celtic, and Persian languages could only be explained on the hypothesis that they all shared a common parentage. His contemporary, the German philosopher Hegel, compared the consequences of Jones' revelation to the discovery of a whole new world, and his groundbreaking work on this subject established him as the founder of comparative linguistics. Jones wrote that, "The Sanskrit language, whatever be its antiquity, is of a wonderful structure, more perfect than the Greek, more copious than the Latin, and more exquisitely refined than either, yet bearing to both of them a stronger affinity, both in the roots of verbs and the forms of grammar, than could possibly have been produced by accident. So strong indeed that no philologer would examine them all three without believing them to have sprung from some common source, which perhaps no longer exists. There is a similar reason, though not quite so forcible, for supposing that both the Gothic and the Celtic, though blended with a very different idiom, had the same origin with the Sanskrit, and the Old Persian might be added to the same family." Scholar and renowned linguist Charles Berlitz of Berlitz Language Schools spoke an amazing 32 languages, and just like Sir William Jones, his life's research in comparative linguistics led him to the inescapable conclusion that all the world's languages must trace back to a single lost ancient dialect. Berlitz actually wrote several books about Atlantis and believed the primary language of the human race originated there. In my previous book, The Atlantean Conspiracy, I also included a large section on Atlantean etymology, showing how an inordinate number of words and prefixes from languages worldwide share the exact same or incredibly similar meanings and pronunciations, strongly suggesting a common ancient etymological ancestor. Researcher and author John G. Bennett also wrote a paper entitled The Hyperborean Origin of the Indo-European Culture, in which he argues that ancient languages were more advanced, have devolved into our current languages, and likely originally trace back to a lost polar civilization. This idea has also been promoted by esotericists like Helena Blavatsky, René Guénon, and Julius Evola, who all shared a belief in the Hyperborean polar origins of mankind. According to them, during a golden age, humanity solidified into this material realm and has since undergone devolution. Rather than evolving from apes, they insist humanity has progressively devolved into an ape-like condition. Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak wrote, "It is admitted that many of the present explanations of these traditions and legends are unsatisfactory, and as our knowledge of the ancient man is increased, or becomes more definite, by new discoveries in archaeology, geology, or anthropology, these explanations will have to be revised from time to time, and any defects in them, due to our imperfect understanding of the sentiments, the habits, and even the surroundings of the ancient man, corrected. That human races have preserved their ancient traditions is undoubted, though some or many of them may have become distorted in course of time, and it is for us to see if they do or do not accord with what we know of the ancient man from latest scientific researches. In the case of the Vedic traditions, myths, and beliefs, we have the further advantage that they were collected thousands of years ago and handed down unchanged from that remote time. It is, therefore, not unlikely that we may find traces of the primeval polar home in these oldest books. If the Aryan man did live within the Arctic Circle in early times, especially as a portion of the Rig Veda is still admittedly unintelligible on any of the existing methods of interpretation, although the words and expressions are plain and simple in many places, Dr. Warren has quoted some Vedic traditions along with those of other nations in support of his theory that the Arctic regions were the birthplace of the human race.
where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on. Do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but look, we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
Continue.
kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused because you're starting by talking about science, and then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. I mean, sorry, as far as a religion, it's a theory. I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No,
because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet.
Well,
It hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
it's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is a hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think
You can take it, Napalm.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. We've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, we tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
well, we haven't proven it
it's the wrong
wrong,
hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it even a question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven to see the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space. I'm sorry. What was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so, or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very. It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay. Well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo, but the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came
no
after
idea
the
what
Blue
that is.
Marble. And
What
it's a
is that?
satellite, right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this was interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According to it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from they were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the
Yes,
point.
yes.
Allegedly,
What he's trying to
according to
what he's
NASA.
trying to say what he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay?
Right.
People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So laundry.
Yes.
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof is not
reading up on
actually?
it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which
Voyager?
would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
no, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones. But
maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at the pale blue dot. What does that tell you?
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? if I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And sure, if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, really, I'm tired.
Yeah. So what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure. I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away do
see them a lot
you be able to? How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
according to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope, you have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever,
it's different
right?
Perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with yeah. Things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
The
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller,
expectation?
but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Okay.
Well, you say
Okay, fair point.
these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. I have a question because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes, that's
ceiling
the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't like.
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you
I don't
a
understand. I'm
visual
not
here that
smart.
Yeah, visual
yeah,
aid.
let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel.
Yeah.
Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level, and does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward, or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yeah, yes,
because
that's
have you
how
ever been in a hallway
things
where
work.
you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway is like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6-foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. but a
Right.
ship.
So if you then remove the hallway,
Mm-hmm.
does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at
Isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean, like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
think about this.
Stop there for a second. Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most climbers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part, so right, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
Think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the math of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right? How big is the boat?
About
How
half a
tall
meter,
is the
one
boat?
and a half feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the
Sorry
top
about
of
this.
my head, AI. No portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. All right, so
So
then
do
that
you know
would
what
be
the alleged
8
drop
mile.
over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what inches? Would be
probably,
the
yeah.
alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth, smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad you
Yeah,
said
there's no reason.
Right. So
There's
then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late.
Now,
I'm
I
sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
I heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
Isn't that
so you imagine
resolution?
Yeah. 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different
in that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So for example, let's say that you're standing over water and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue rather than water, make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor, and you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend. You say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks one. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks two. The purple intensifies. He stacks three. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks four. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens. And that's what creates the effect of perspective, is that you see an
Imagine
angle.
like a mirror. I know this is right.
What's
I'm
that?
imagining like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right? So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality, it's actually tiny in reality. And so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the black swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's black swan? Like, I know what a black swan is, but what is black swan experiment?
A black swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black swan.
Excellently
Yeah, it says
well
like,
said, Grace. Go ahead.
so it's basically just a proof, a contradiction. That
Yeah,
makes sense. I like that.
we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go
Just
check
start saying
yourself. You
that.
don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs, right? The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see. Doing the maths. 25 times 8. 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were
5?
doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times.
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times. What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25
Uh-huh.
times 8
Right,
inches.
so
That'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000
And that's
and
going to
divide that
give
by
you,
12.
right, that's going to give you the drop.
416 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop, right?
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the math of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400
I
feet.
can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well,
That's
too bad,
like,
because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's kind of laser be refracted and stuff though.
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh
Okay.
no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something, right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable? No, it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4 and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's bit, what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
God, whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. with a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So
That's
if the
acceptable.
Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, oh, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many, hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies, all demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well, in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military, recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
Makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat as stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience.
Yep.
And based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like something you can have a really good answer this? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an
Yeah,
intelligent
like,
person, right? You've lied before, and you've been lied to before, so you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
the government doesn't gain anything from anything
So
like
says
that
you.
from that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
so
It
if I
doesn't
can
gain
post you,
power.
okay, cool story.
It
Cool
doesn't
story.
gain prestige. It doesn't
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about that?
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the US forces? Why did the
Make them
United States
seem
government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be
Right.
better
So
for them to just
you're
not make that
now
claim in the first
fair.
place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. The elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
But
think
let's be
about it.
clear, we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. Like, you know. So, what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on when within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
You what? You can sail wherever you want as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to
Never.
Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
yep. Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though. Perfectly.
Can I just say this though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last like 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
like,
and
I don't think it'd be possible,
bro,
even if
last year
everyone
you
was on
couldn't
board
even
with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing. Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar anymore or anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no.
What?
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land, because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like.
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store, and all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me, Sonny?
It wasn't a robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to talk when you're here.
You sound like you're on some headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day, she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also, worst part is we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's
Perfectly
false.
logical.
Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say for example that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say for example that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destructions in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that
Oh,
point.
so what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie as long as it brings joy.
Yeah, for example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow. Wow.
Hey, Mike Power Swain. Can you hear me? Mike Power Swain.
One there. I'll take that as a maybe.
Hey, what's up? I was just comment in the lobby to tell somebody I think the bot crashed or something. It just went quiet like 5 minutes ago.
Oh boy. Yeah, there's been a bunch of Discord updates too, on my side anyway. Has had any Globers come in today? Has it been pretty quiet?
I've been in and out, but I think it's mostly just been the bot playing.
Nice. Yeah, that's sometimes, you kind of have a low tide sometimes, but
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
My name is John Gabrielson. I am your conference director, and it's been a privilege to run this conference for the last 4 years. And I kind of find it cool to introduce this next speaker that you all know and love. He's a personal dear friend of mine, and he blames me for his journey into flat Earth. And I guess it partially was my fault. But Rob's a great guy, and he was with the press this morning, and I just want to tell you guys, he did an outstanding job in the media press conference we had, and just knocked it out. Just give him a round of applause. So I hope you guys are enjoying the conference. I've tried to keep us on schedule. I hope everybody got coffee and is having a good time. You guys liking it? All right, excellent. Well, I don't want to cut into Rob's time, so I want to bring up my dear friend, Rob Skiba.
Thank you. Get things going here. And you probably don't need me on the screen too much because I'm going through a lot of my presentation here. Oh, wow, this is awesome. Woo, that's loud. Forgive me if my voice is starting to go already. I've been spending a lot of time talking with you guys out there. It's been wonderful. You know, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? Well, there you go. Shortest presentation I've ever done. Thank you very much. No, right? There you go. I've titled my presentation, Testing the Globe. Subtitle, Who Really Has the Intellectual High Ground in this discussion? You know, there's the 4 big questions mankind has wrestled with for millennia, right? Who am I? Why am I here? Where am I? How did I get here? I'm going to talk more. This is a 2-part presentation. This would be more sort of the philosophical part, and then tomorrow I'll talk about the various physical evidences that push me over the edge, so to speak. So regarding the who am I question, you know, first of all, my name is Rob Skiba. The things that influenced my life, of course, my parents growing up. I have one sister not depicted here, but my family is very close. My dad was a Baptist minister when I was a kid. I've been in the church my whole life. As soon as I could read, I was reading the Bible. I had a King James Bible highlighted and annotated in grade school. Anytime the doors of the building were open, I was there. I accepted Christ as my Savior at age 7 and have been in some form of ministry my entire life. That was 1977 when that happened, and that just so happened to be the same year this movie came out, Star Wars, and of course that blew my young mind, like, wow, that was amazing. It had a profound influence on my life and led me to the career that I've chosen, that I do to this day as a filmmaker. Also, I made a public declaration at age 8. I said I will either be an astronaut, a filmmaker, or a movie star by the time I'm 30, or I'll be dead. And it wasn't because I had a death wish. I just figured when you're 8 years old, 30, like, that's old man, right? So my thinking was if I hadn't achieved any of those things by the time I was 30, it had to be because I was dead. I don't remember exactly when it was, but at some point in my young life, Jim Irwin, supposedly Apollo astronaut from, I think it was Apollo 15, came to our church and signed that picture of him allegedly on the moon, said, "Reach for your dreams, Rob, aim high." And I did. Immediately after I got out of high school, I joined the Army. Oh, and by the way, that's me at age 18 with a Star Wars bed sheet. Yeah. Hardcore science fiction nerd. Joined the military. My whole plan was I was going to learn how to fly helicopters, get my commission, transfer over to the Air Force, learn how to fly jets, get into the space program. That was my ambition. That was my dream. That was what I was shooting for. Did very well at everything I did in the military. I excelled at. Was Soldier of the Year 1991 there. Became a pilot by the time I was actually on my 21st birthday. I was in flight school. And even after I got out of the military, that didn't work out. My plans, I had, it's a long story, I'll save that, but basically it was an issue that I thought I had with my heart that made me have to get a Class 1 flight physical and do a stress test and all this stuff that basically anytime I was applying for the next level of my training, I got bumped for things outside of my control. And then years later, Father confirmed to me, no, your heart's fine, that just wasn't my plan for you. All these years later, I look back now and say, thank God I never got into NASA. But I left the military in 1993 and, of course, continued to be a sci-fi geek. That's me going to Star Trek conventions in my 20s, hanging out with, with the Star Trek actors and stuff like that. So, yeah, there was no incentive whatsoever for me to get into this topic that I'm talking about here today, much less spend the rest of my life traveling around the world talking about it. Okay, now before getting into this topic, I like to say to people, look, there's a few things that you must keep in mind, and I talked about this at the press conference earlier this morning, and also if you saw my presentation I did last year, here are about half of the bullet points I talked about last year. First thing you need to realize when you get into this research is, look, we used to be you. If you're just getting into this and you're really skeptical and you don't believe in it, look, we get it. We were there. We were you. None of us belongs to the Flat Earth Society. Let's say it out loud together. Ready? None of us belongs to the Flat Earth Society. So if this is new to you, okay, don't go to the Flat Earth Society to look at what are these people about. They didn't sponsor this event. They have nothing to do with it. Neither do we. Speaking of, no one believes in the upward floating disk theory of gravity. Media, if you're in the room and you missed this morning, pay attention, look at the screen, please. We do not believe this. Okay? I can't tell you how many times I've seen news reports and stuff coming out saying, oh, that's what flat earthers believe. No, we don't. You can't just insert flat earth into the Copernican model of the universe. You see memes like this all the time, like, flat earthers be, yeah, you know, sun 93 million miles, right? Mercury, Venus, pancake! No, we don't believe that. Speaking of that particular meme, Danny Faulkner just put out a book, and I've seen this meme going around. Danny Faulkner takes apart the flat earth movement in his new book, Falling Flat. Look at his front cover. I think it should be retitled, Misrepresents the Flat Earth. I'll just say this. I've spent time talking with Danny. I like him as a human being. I think we could probably be friends. I mean, I think he's a pretty cool guy, but when it comes to this issue, he's like the arch nemesis of flat earth. But I'm going to have to pull a Greta on you, Danny. How dare you! How many of these conferences have you been to? How much of our stuff? You know we don't believe that, so that's a complete misrepresentation. But he's not the only one. There's plenty of others out there doing it, the same thing. All the news media does it. Rational Wiki, on their flat earth entry, says it's basically this, and they got the same picture. No, that's not true. And number 5, for Christians, the Bible is a flat earth book from cover to cover. I'm sorry, it just is. So that's part 1 of my presentation. I'm just going to go through this real quick. Others will be talking about it this weekend. Of course, if you're familiar with my work, I've got plenty of stuff on this online. But essentially, when you look through the scriptures, I appreciate Logos Bible Software. The scholars over there at Logos Bible Software do not believe the earth is flat. Say that again with me. They do not believe the earth is flat. Okay? They don't believe it. But they believe that the people who wrote the Bible did, which creates an interesting problem for them. It's like, look, you just make a really articulate case for this is what the words mean, this is what they clearly believed, and then you say you don't believe it. So I don't know what's up with that. But this is their depiction of the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe. I've gone a little deeper. This is not thus saith the Lord, okay? This is thus thinketh Rob. I'm not telling you this is where you live. I'm telling you this is what I see in my mind when I look at the ancient texts. As an artist, this is what I come up with. And according to all the references you see there, we see that we live in a self-contained 3-tiered system of heaven, earth, the underworld. There is a solid firmament, dome, vault over us, according to the text you see there. Yahuwah is the pronunciation of the Tetragrammaton that I've chosen. I don't get into fights with people about this. Some say Yahweh, King James says Jehovah, Yehovah. Look, we're talking about 4 consonants, and we're doing the best we can. The pronunciation I've landed on is Yahuwah, so if you hear that, that's what I'm referring to as the name of God. Yahuwah's throne sits above the heavens, the waters, according to the text you see there. The earth is inscribed in a circular, flat fashion into something with 4 corners and surrounded by water, according to the text you see there. The sun, moon, and stars are in the firmament, and by the way, all the stars are going to fall to earth, according to Isaiah, Yeshua, Jesus Christ, the Son of God himself, Peter, and John. The stars are falling to earth. We got big problems if Beetlejuice is headed our way, you know, and followed by Andromeda, right? You know, somebody's lying to us here. And I'm not prepared to say that it's Isaiah, Yeshua, Peter, or John. There are floodgates, windows in the firmament. Earth is a geocentric, stationary world set on pillars. Indeed, from Genesis to Revelation, the earth is consistently described by Holy Spirit-inspired authors as fixed and not moving, spinning, orbiting, etc. Circular with edges, corners, pillars, foundations, etc. Under a dome within which the sun, moon, and stars were placed on day 4. Inside that structure that I showed you a minute ago is something that like the footstool of God right there. And I say, look, which model is a better fit for a stationary world set on a firm foundation of pillars under a solid dome within which the sun, moon, and stars move, and which will accommodate all the stars falling to Earth? I think it's a pretty easy answer when you look at that. Now, of course, those who disagree, who think the Bible it doesn't say this, they only got 2 scriptures. 2. And actually, neither one of them work for them. They have Isaiah's circle of the earth, and Job hangs the earth on nothing. Neither one of them work for them. Hangs the earth on nothing. The model that they believe is the earth in the Copernican model is literally hung on the gravity of the sun. So you can't even use that one. And circle doesn't mean ball, doesn't mean sphere. For me, though, it really was the firmament. That was the one that just, man, it sealed the deal in more ways than one. Unquestionably, the thing is hard, firm, supporting the waters above, attached to the earth, within which Yahuwah placed the sun, moon, and stars, and upon which his throne sits. Clearly, this is a very important issue to Yahuwah. The only model that accommodates every aspect of the firmament is the circular, enclosed world model. The only way around this is to grossly misrepresent the scriptures, yanking the true meanings of the words used out of context and fantasizing about definitions for those words, which are not even remotely supported by the text nor the historical context in which the scriptures were written. Interestingly enough, I think this was just last week, some news articles came out just recently. Scientists, it says, our understanding of the cosmos could be fundamentally wrong, astronomers say. It says, our understanding of the universe could be fundamentally wrong, scientists have said. Newly released data from the Planck, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, telescope, which aim to take very precise readings of the shape, size, and ancient history of our universe, suggests that there could be something wrong in our physics, according to a new paper. The issue could be an indication of a crisis in cosmology that may be as yet unrealized because of problems with our understanding of the shape of the universe, the authors of the new paper write. Scientists have long been convinced the universe was shaped like a sheet of paper. Interesting. They think the universe is flat, so why are they getting so upset about us when we're talking about the earth being flat? But a new paper suggests that could be wrong, and it's not flat, but rather closed. The authors of the new paper say that if it is correct, that the data from the telescope there suggests we are inside a closed universe. Interesting. Other articles coming out, same thing. You know, this was like all just last week, so perfect setup for us. It reminds me of a quote I heard quite some time ago by an individual named Robert Jastrow. For the scientist who has lived by his faith in the power of reason, the story ends like a bad dream. He has scaled the mountain of ignorance. He is about to conquer the highest peak. As he pulls himself over the final rock, he is greeted by a band of theologians who have been sitting there for centuries. I think that's exactly what's starting to happen in mainstream science. Now, what I hear from people all the time, especially people who don't agree with what I'm saying here, is, Rob, you're making Christians look stupid. Have you guys heard that before? This is making Christians look stupid. Okay, if that's your big concern, right, if that's what you're so concerned about, I'm going to help you out here. All right, here's a news flash for you. We already look stupid. To pretty much everybody else out there that don't believe the same way we do. I mean, here are just a few of the crazy things we already believe in. A 6-day creation. They tell us the universe is almost 14 billion years old. To say that it was created in 6 literal days, completely absurd. We believe in 2 magic trees, a talking snake. Moses split the Red Sea with a staff that used to be a snake that could eat other staffs that turned into snakes. Interesting. A dude with a talking donkey, like on Shrek. The walls of Jericho come tumbling down with trumpet blasts. Joshua commanded the sun and the moon to stand still. Wow, that's pretty crazy. The length of a man's hair gave him superhuman strength. See, I'm growing my hair out. A few guys chilling out in a fiery furnace, remaining unharmed. A dude spends 3 days and 3 nights inside a fish, then gets out and starts preaching. Here's a big one for you. A Savior born of a virgin who walked on water, did miracles, died, rose again in 3 days, hung out for a few more weeks, then flew up into the sky like Superman with the promise of returning on a flying horse followed by a floating city. There are a lot more that I just couldn't fit on one slide. Okay? So if your big concern is looking stupid, you know, just embrace the madness. But you know, I knocked on our side of it a little bit here. Let's look at some really stupid things. Let's look at modern cosmology and science that I believe Scripture rightly defines as falsely so-called. Let's look at real stupid. Have you ever heard of the game, you ever play the game Whisper Down the Lane, Whisper Down the Line, right? Who is most likely to have the truth? The one closest or the one farthest away from the original source information? Closest, right? So the further back we go, we see almost unanimously across the ancient world, they believe we are on a circular, still flat Earth, set on pillars under a dome within which are the sun, moon, and stars. Now, there are variants within the cultures, but essentially you got the same model. Flash forward to the end of the line, and I heard we live on a spinning heliocentric ball in an ever-expanding universe. Something changed down the line, right? Now, when we think about the ancient past, who's smarter, us or them? I mean, the further back we go in time, the more we start seeing stuff like this. Megalithic structures and all kinds of stuff that people just can't, even today, with all our modern science and technology, we can't figure out how they did it. So what's the solution? Aliens must have done it. I mean, think about it. We're so smart, we think we came from monkeys, and we don't even know what gender we are anymore. I mean, how smart are we? Modern science is telling us that gender's fluid. No, I got news for you. It's not what's between your ears, it's what's between your legs that determines your gender. You know, for thousands of years, 6,000 years of recorded human history, nobody, regardless of race, color, creed, religion, doesn't matter. Baby pops out, got something hanging down there, great. Hey, it's a boy. No, it's a girl, that's awesome. Right, if you want to get scientific, got an X and Y chromosome, boy, got 2X girl. The fact that I actually have to explain this in the 21st century is proof of entropy. We're not getting better. We're getting worse. Way worse. Days of Noah, yeah, way worse. The only reason they think that way is because of evolution. So let's go after that. Let's talk about evolution and the big questions of how did we get here. Here's a video that explains more or less the current view of modern cosmology.
The idea that God created the universe went largely unchallenged until the Middle Ages, when scientists made a sacrilegious suggestion based on their observations. The sun, not the Earth, was at the center of the universe.
It was a paradigm shift. There is now another way to explain the naturally occurring phenomena around us, and this is science.
Since the Middle Ages, scientists have developed sophisticated new theories about the enormity of the universe and our place in it. Theories that often have no room for God.
Many phenomena have appeared mysterious or miraculous or magical. And then through the process of science, we've eventually understood them. Scientists gradually realized that the sun really is just one star among a multitude of stars in a gigantic galaxy, having hundreds of billions of such stars. And all this was created in a Big Bang 13.7 billion years ago.
But while scientific theories, observations, and experiments tell us where we are in the cosmos, they don't answer the eternal questions: why we're here, and who, if anyone, created us.
The amazing thing is that every atom in your body came from a star that exploded. And the atoms in your left hand probably came from a different star than your right hand. It really is the most poetic thing I know about physics. You are all stardust. You couldn't be here if stars hadn't exploded, because the elements, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, iron, all the things that matter for evolution weren't created at the beginning of time. They're created in the nuclear furnaces of stars, and the only way they can get into your body is if the stars were kind enough to explode. So forget Jesus. The stars died so that you could be here today, okay? And anyway.
By the end of the 1920s, astronomer Edwin Hubble, working with the large 100-inch telescope atop Mount Wilson outside Los Angeles, had established that our galaxy was only one of many galaxies in the universe.
When we look out at other galaxies, on average, they're moving away from us. And those that are twice as far away are moving twice as fast, and those that are 3 times as far away are moving 3 times as fast. And of course, that makes us look like we're the center of the universe.
Such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous, in a sense, to the ancient conception of a central Earth. This hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome and would only be accepted as a last resort in order to save the phenomena. Therefore, we disregard this possibility. The unwelcome position of a favored location must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable.
Several decades ago, we found a problem so great
that it was brushed under the carpet for many a decade. And this is the fact that galaxies spin too fast. In fact, 10 times too fast. By rights, the galaxy should fly apart. Therefore, scientists said that we have to have dark matter, a halo of matter that surrounds the galaxy and holds the galaxy together.
And what have they discovered? Absolutely nothing. Zilch.
What is a little bit perturbing is that after 50 years, we still haven't found what the dark matter is. But on the other hand, that doesn't mean they're not there. It just means they're harder to find than we thought.
We look out in the universe, and 85% of all the gravity that's out there has some mysterious unknown source. We add up all the stars, the galaxies, the planets, the comets, the black holes, the dark clouds, everything out there that we can see, touch, smell, or taste. And it doesn't add up to give us the gravity that we see operating in this universe. So really, we should be calling it the dark force, because we don't know if it's made of matter. It could be a profound misnomer, sending people off in thought directions that might not really be the right path. So dark matter is just simply what we call this thing about which we know nothing, responsible for 85% of the gravity of the cosmos. It is the longest standing unsolved problem in modern astrophysics. Dark matter, dark energy. Everything we know about the universe, what we're made of, galaxies, stars, planets, that's all right here. So, according to this chart, we are 96% stupid.
So the problem with cosmology is that we keep inventing theories, ad hoc theories, to try to explain the data, such as inflation, dark matter, dark energy, and so on, just to keep patching the theory up.
There is a crisis in cosmology. Usually in science, if we're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, we call that horrible. We say something's wrong with the theory. We're off by a factor of 10. However, in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. That is 1 with 120 zeros after it. This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
A very large number of universes, perhaps even an infinite number, could in principle exist in a vast hyperspace.
We can understand the idea of hyperspace by comparing it to a mug of beer.
Beer. The beer mug would be the hyperspace, and the bubbles would be these individual universes. The bubbles in a beer mug are all physically about the same. But suppose they span a range of properties. Some of them might have carbon and oxygen, and stars and gravity, and others don't. We would be in one of the ones that leads to a rich, complex universe culminating with life as we know it.
If there are an infinite number of other universes, the fine-tuning that seems to be present in ours isn't an example of God's plan, but rather the law of statistics. Most of these universes wouldn't naturally develop in ways that fostered intelligent life, but a few would.
So then the explanation for the specialness of the universe is that we are winners in a gigantic cosmic lottery. It stands to reason that we couldn't be living and discussing this in a universe that was hostile to life. Only the bio-friendly ones get populated with thinking beings.
Having a multitude of universes is actually quite a simple and natural consequence of some of the most favored models for the birth and early evolution of our universe. It's kind of like stars and planets. As long as you have the capacity to make one, it's easy to make lots of them.
Oh, really? Wow! Beer mug hyperspace multi-bubble verse. Really?
Beer.
Seriously? They're farting out beer bubble universes. Okay? That's what they're doing. Hey, I got an idea. Yep. Multi-beer bubble universe. And they call that science. And they make fun of us? Really? Yeah, I'm not going to take that from them anymore. I'm not going to sit here and let people who think they came from monkeys out of a beer bubble universe ridicule me for looking into what I'm looking into and considering, a possibility. If you guys can think about beer bubble universes, then I can think about a snow globe. Fair enough? Okay, let's move on. Thank you. That's what they're calling science. So again, Christian, if you're worried about looking stupid, look at what they believe. Wow. It just gets crazier and crazier. I mean, talking about being off by 10 to the 120th power. Really? I think Nikola Tesla had it right, and he was starting to see it already in his day, in the beginning of the 20th century, right? Today's scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, and they wander off through equation after equation and eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality. That's exactly what's happening. And you're seeing more and more articles popping up like this. This is just from a few months ago, April 30th, 2019, Scientific American. Cosmology has some big problems. If you read the article, it talks about, this individual right here says, compounding this problem, most observations of the universe occur experientially and indirectly. Pay attention here. Today's space telescopes provide no direct view of anything. They produce measurements through an interplay of theoretical predictions and pliable parameters in which the model that they've concocted in their head is involved every step of the way. The framework literally frames the problem. It determines where and how to observe. And so, despite the advanced technologies and methods involved, the profound limitations to the endeavor also increase the risk of being led astray by the kind of assumptions that cannot be calculated. He goes on to say, a key piece of the Big Bang paradigm was criticized by one of the theory's original proponents for having become indefensible as a scientific theory. Why? Because inflation theory relies on ad hoc contrivances to accommodate almost any data, and because this proposed physical field is not based on anything with empirical justification. This is probably because a crucial function of inflation is to bridge the transition from an unknowable Big Bang to a physics we can recognize today. So is it science or a convenient invention? He concludes his article by admitting, quote, in order to maintain a mathematically unified theory valid for the entire universe, we must accept that 95% of our cosmos is furnished by completely unknown elements and forces for which we have no empirical evidence whatsoever. I just summarize that by saying, you know what is taught today as fact is really nothing more than unproven ad hoc theories based on presupposition derived from outlandish conjecture, which itself was contrived from sheer fantasy, all of which ends up beautifully illustrated by the hands of artists and published in textbooks as self-evident truth. That's what science has turned into today. All right, so let's move from the origin of the cosmos to issues of the earth and talking about the age of the earth and so forth. How old is the earth and how do we know? Well, for a long time, there's been sort of this war between the ideas of uniformitarianism versus the older ideas of catastrophism. Charles Lyell's multi-volume Principles of Geology was published in the early 1830s. Its subtitle was An Attempt to Explain the Former Changes of the Earth's Surface by Reference to Causes Now in Operation. He was one of the major advocates of an idea known as uniformitarianism, that the Earth was shaped entirely by slow-moving forces still in operation today, acting over a very long period of time. This stood in direct opposition to catastrophism, which described geological changes coming about as the result of abrupt, violent changes. Thus, characters like Charles Lyell looked at the stripes in the rocks, right, and he just assumed millions of years. No proof, nothing. That's the best. That's his best explanation right there. But is it really the best explanation for what we see and how accurate are our dating methods to begin with? I'm reminded of an analogy Kent Hovind used to give, talking about a creationist and an evolutionist looking out over the Grand Canyon. One of them looks at the Grand Canyon and says, wow, look at what the Colorado River did over millions of years. And the creationist says, wow, look what the flood of Noah did in a couple days. You know, your preconceived bias, right, determines how you look at the thing. Now, I already told you I come from a biblical worldview. So let's have a look at what the Bible has to say as a more plausible explanation for some of these things. And interestingly enough, as a young person, I stumbled across the works of this guy right here. How many of you ever heard of Immanuel Velikovsky? Anybody? Not a lot of people here. A couple of interesting books right there, Worlds in Collision and Earth in Upheaval. Those two books actually were instrumental in leading my dad to Christ in a bar in Vietnam. A guy was selling books there. He got those books, started reading them, and my dad was more like an agnostic at the time. But it got him to begin to question the paradigm and evolutionary thought and whatnot, and eventually he became a Christian himself. So those two books have quite a bit of meaning to me on a personal level. But here's a little video I cut together from some of the creation ministries talking about a better explanation for the geological features and the dating of the Earth.
What about the age of the Earth? Isn't there evidence for millions of years? And how do we understand all that? Well, first of all, let's look at what the Bible says. If you take the days of creation as ordinary days, and you take all those genealogies in Scripture, if you add it all up, 5 days before Adam, from Adam to Abraham, and then you add up from Abraham until today, you get about 6,000 years. Now, what about all the dating methods that seem to indicate billions of years? Actually, there are hundreds and hundreds of dating methods that you can use to age date things on the Earth. See, one creation scientist I know makes this statement. He says 90% of the methods you can use to age date things on the Earth contradict the billions of years. Only 10% even seem to give the billions of years. But all dating methods have fallible assumptions.
Nearly every textbook in Science magazine teaches that the Earth is billions of years old, and the primary dating method used for determining this is what is called radioisotope dating, or radiometric dating. Now, this is a reliable method for measuring absolute ages of rocks and the age of the Earth, right? First off, many scientists now regard the age of the Earth to be between 4.55 and 4.6 billion years old. Okay, so if this method is reliable and accurate, why the 50 million year discrepancy? That seems like a lot. But let's get into some details here and see what's going on. Keep in mind that there's all kinds of scientific jargon on this topic, and so we'll just present a very straightforward, simplified version. Radiometric dating is the process of estimating the ages of rocks based on the decay into other kinds of atoms. For instance, uranium will radioactively decay through a series of steps until it becomes the stable element called lead. The original element is called the parent element, and the end result is called the daughter element. Radioisotope dating is commonly used to date igneous rocks, rocks which formed when hot molten material cooled and solidified. The dating clock started when the rock cooled. During the molten state, it is assumed that the intense heat forced any gaseous daughter elements to escape. It is assumed that once the rock cooled, no more atoms escaped, and any daughter element now found in the rock is a result of radioactive decay since that rock formed. The decay rate is measured in terms of half-life. That is, the length of time it takes half of the remaining atoms of a radioactive parent element to decay. Now, of course, that can be measured in a laboratory, and it is assumed that since we know the decay rate, we can calculate backwards and come up with the age of the rock. But is that all there is to it? Here's where it gets tricky. It's true we can measure a decay rate using observational science, but there's another kind of science that is required to accurately calculate dates for rocks, and that is what we call historical science. Historical science deals with the things in the past, and therefore it cannot be repeated and tested. Dating methods require both types of science, because in order to get accurate rock dates, one would have to accurately know both the decay rate and the initial conditions of the rock sample, right? Since radioisotope dating uses both types of science, we can't directly measure the ages of rocks. There are assumptions involved. For instance, how do we know what the initial conditions were in the rock sample? How do we know the amounts of parent or daughter elements now in that sample haven't been altered by other processes in the past? How does someone know the decay rate has remained constant since the rock formed? The answer is they don't. Let's simplify here and talk about a typical hourglass. Let's say you walk into a room and you see an hourglass with sand at the top and sand at the bottom, and some sand sprinkling from the top chamber to the bottom. Well, observational science would allow us to see and measure the sand, and then calculate how long the hourglass has been running, right? We could make our sand measurements and then calculate when the hourglass was turned over, right? Well, those calculations could be wrong, because we may have failed to consider some major assumptions, like, was there any sand at the bottom when the hourglass was turned over? Has any sand been added or taken out of the hourglass? Has the sand always been falling at a constant rate? Since we did not observe the initial conditions when the hourglass started, and we haven't been watching the sand all the time since then, we must make assumptions. All three of those assumptions can affect our time calculations. Now, of course, there's more to understanding all of this, but enough said.
The Earth's surface is scarred by deep canyons, cut into solid rock. But how did they form? A little bit of water over a long time, or a little bit of time with a lot of water? Modern rivers don't generally cut downward into solid rock, so today's river erosion seems incapable of explaining rock canyons. The Great Flood of the Bible, however, provides a possible explanation for such canyons. On May 18, 1980, Mount St. Helens, located 95 miles south of Seattle, Washington, erupted. The eruption was triggered by an earthquake centered beneath the mountain that measured 5.1 on the Richter scale. The lateral blast swept out the north side of Mount St. Helens at 300 miles per hour. With temperatures as high as 660 degrees Fahrenheit and the power of 24 megatons of thermal energy, it snapped 100-year-old trees like toothpicks and stripped them of their bark.
Now eventually, lava flows formed a new dome. 5 new domes actually, all of which were destroyed by subsequent eruptions. But the 6th dome that formed between October 1980 and 86 is what you see today. It's composed of 2.6 billion cubic feet of lava, and it's quite young, having finished forming just over 30 years ago. Well, in 1996, geologists sent rocks from the lava dome to be radiometrically dated. Now, they used a method called potassium argon. Well, scientists measured how much potassium and how much argon are in the rock, and they calculate the age of the rock, right? But creation scientists have pointed out for years that there are some major problems with radiometric dating. One big one is all of the assumptions that it's grounded on. You must assume that the half-life is constant and that it never varies. You have to assume that there was no contamination. For example, no argon was present in the sample before the decay began. Well, that's a lot of unprovable assumptions. Now, if radiometric dating and the assumptions that it's founded on were accurate, well then Mount St. Helens rocks should have yielded very young ages. After all, the rock was merely about a decade old. You see, the problem is, they didn't. The rock gave an age of 350,000 years. When they dated the minerals within the rock, the problem got much worse. They gave dates of 2.4 million years. This is for a 10-year-old rock. Now, Mount St. Helens highlighted that we shouldn't blindly trust the dates given by radiometric dating. The assumptions clearly aren't accurate, so the dates that they give are also inaccurate. Instead of trusting a method that doesn't even give correct ages for rocks of known age, well, maybe we should trust the Bible's history, which tells us that our Earth is around 6,000 years old.
Before the famous eruption at Mount St. Helens, scientists were mostly familiar with slow-acting examples of geologic change. But at Mount St. Helens, geologists watched the Earth's surface change quite rapidly. Icebergs were buried in hot avalanche material. They melted and formed badlands in days. Eruptions on May 18 and June 10 produced fine layers in hours. On June 10, mud flows cut zigzag canyons 100 feet deep in soft sand and mud, complete with perpendicular side canyons. Canyons that are reminiscent of the geography of Grand Canyon, only 40 times smaller and clearly produced within hours. At Mount St. Helens, a single mud flow off the mountain carved Engineers Canyon out of soft sediment in a single day, 100 feet deep. And the same thing even happened in solid rock. A series of mud flows created Lewitt and Step canyons on the front face of Mount St. Helens, cutting hundreds of feet into solid rock over just a few years. Grand Canyon is a good example where we find evidence of catastrophic forces at work. Upstream is evidence of huge lakes. These lakes would never have formed if the canyon were already open below them. However, if these lakes had formed from rains after Noah's flood, and if the pressure of these waters broke through and carved through the recently deposited sediments, then we would expect to find surge deposits downstream. Below Grand Canyon, this is precisely what we find. Evidence of a lot of water cutting over a little bit of time. Even though Mount St. Helens is a very small catastrophe compared to the flood or the major catastrophes immediately following the flood, it provides a better clue to what happened in those times than the slow geologic processes which are most commonly seen in the present.
All right. Now that we've established that the Big Bang is complete and utter nonsense, and our dating methods are also full of crap, let's take a look at the absurdity of biological evolution. This is a typical description of biological evolution. You might see charts and things of like this, made out of a blob or in the image of God. Darwin and the standard model of evolution, right? How many of you have heard that we share 98% of our genome with chimpanzees? Have you guys heard that before, taught in school? You know, that's one of the reasons they say we evolved from apes, because we supposedly share 98% of our genome with chimps. Okay, the clip I'm about to show you is not from a creationist. It's from an evolutionary-minded group of people describing how they got those numbers. Check it out.
When researchers sat down to compare the chimp and human genomes, those single-letter differences were easy to tally, but the big mismatch sections weren't. For example, if a genetic paragraph, thousands of letters long, appears twice in a human scroll, but only once in its chimp counterpart, should that second human copy count as thousands of changes, or just one? And what about identical paragraphs that appear in both genomes, but in different places, or in reverse order, or broken up into pieces? Rather than monkey around with these difficult questions, the researchers simply excluded all the large mismatch sections, a whopping 1.3 billion letters in all, and performed a letter-by-letter comparison on the remaining 2.4 billion, which turned out to be 98.77% identical. So, yes, we share 99% of our DNA with chimps if we ignore 18% of their genome and 25% of ours.
Yeah, that makes sense. What? That wouldn't make sense in any other context. Nobody would buy that, right? Wow, okay. And this is why more and more scientists, even secular scientists, are starting to steer away from the standard Darwinian model. It's so full of holes and assumptions. In fact, when Francis Crick and James Watson discovered DNA, they immediately knew this could not have evolved by random chance mutation. So what is their solution? Aliens! Aliens must have done it, right? The late Nobel Prize winner, Professor Francis Crick, along with British chemist Leslie Oriel, proposed the theory of directed panspermia in 1973. A co-discoverer of the double helical structure of DNA molecule, Crick found it impossible that the complexity of DNA could have evolved naturally. So good thing Giorgio wasn't around back then, right? Panspermia, I don't know, therefore aliens. The idea of panspermia was born. The idea of ancient aliens must have seeded our world, kick-started evolution. And this is now becoming the new standard. Thus, when asked if intelligent design was a plausible solution to the evolution of man, this is what Professor Richard Dawkins had to say.
It sounds very laudable to teach the controversy, to teach both theories, but there aren't two theories. There's only one theory around. There's only one game in town as far as serious science is concerned. Of course, you get negative reactions from creationists, but who cares about creationists? They don't know anything.
We're Johnny-come-latelys. We live in the cosmic boondocks. We emerged from microbes and muck. Apes are our cousins.
You don't believe that the Earth is round only if you're an astronaut. You don't believe Napoleon existed only if you're a historian. You believe these things because they're facts, proved by evidence. Evolution is also a demonstrated fact. The truth really is out there. It's not a matter of opinion.
You have written that God is a psychotic delinquent invented by mad, deluded people.
No, I didn't say quite that. I said something rather better than that.
Oh, well, please tell us what you said. Please tell us what you said.
Well, I would have to read it from the book.
No, please.
The God of the Old Testament is arguably the most unpleasant character in all fiction. Jealous and proud of it, a petty, unjust, unforgiving control freak, a vindictive, bloodthirsty ethnic cleanser, a misogynistic, homophobic, racist, infanticidal, genocidal, filicidal, pestilential, megalomaniacal, sadomasochistic, capriciously malevolent bully.
So that's what you think of God?
Yeah.
So you believe it's liberating to tell people that there is no God?
I think a lot of people, when they give up God, feel a great sense of release and freedom.
Well, then who did create the heavens and the earth?
Why do you use the word who? You see, you immediately beg the question by using the word who.
Well, then how did it get created?
Well, by a very slow process.
Well, how did it start?
Nobody knows how it started. We know the kind of event that it must have been. We know the sort of event that must have happened for the origin of life.
And what was that?
It was the origin of the first self-replicating molecule.
Right, and how did that happen?
I told you we don't know.
So you have no idea how it started?
No, nor has anybody.
Nor has anyone else.
Evolution is a fact. It's documented by science.
Right, and how did that happen?
I told you we don't know.
Believe these things because they're facts, proved by evidence.
So you have no idea how it started?
No, nor has anybody.
Nor has anyone else. What do you think is the possibility that intelligent design might turn out to be the answer to some issues in genetics or in evolution?
It could come about in the following way. It could be that at some earlier time, somewhere in the universe, a civilization evolved by probably some kind of Darwinian means to a very, very high level of technology and designed a form of life that they seeded onto perhaps this planet. Now, that is a possibility and an intriguing possibility. And I suppose it's possible that you might find evidence for that if you look at the details of biochemistry, molecular biology. You might find a signature of some sort of designer.
Wait a second. Richard Dawkins thought intelligent design might be a legitimate pursuit?
And that designer could well be a higher intelligence from elsewhere in the universe. Well, but that higher intelligence would itself have had to have come about by some explicable or ultimately explicable process. It couldn't have just jumped into existence spontaneously. That's the point.
So Professor Dawkins was not against intelligent design, just certain types of designers, such as God.
Many people are extremely illogical.
I'm skeptical of the claim.
I'm skeptical.
I'm skeptical.
Yes, skeptical.
I'm
skeptical.
I'm skeptical.
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 Skeptical of claims for the ability
of random mutations and natural selection
to account for
the complexity.
The complexity.
To account for the complexity of life.
Careful examination.
Examination
of the evidence
for Darwinian theory
should be encouraged.
So we have a crisis in cosmology and apparently a crisis in biology going on at the same time. You know, if biological evolution here requires the intervention of intelligence, who created those other beings? You see, all they're doing is pushing the problem further out. You know, eventually you got to get to a first cause. And ideally, you really got to get to how does a first self-replicating cell manifest itself out of non-living material, right? I mean, you got to get, you can't just go to chimps. You got to go further back than that, right? Well, I mean, they're forced to go on faith. Ooh, that's that crazy religious word, right? Because they have no evidence for what they're talking about. And yet, over and over and over again, we're seeing stuff like this, aren't we? Article after article talking about other Earth-like planets out there. You know, there could be 1 billion Earths in our galaxy alone, 40 billion, 8.8 billion. Oh, and incidentally, they're finding all these Earths by looking through telescopes millions of light years away, or even thousands of light years away. Both are absurd. You know how far a light year is? Yeah, it's nearly 6 trillion miles. They're telling us they're spotting black holes 55 million light years away. If they got telescopes that powerful, turn the telescope on the moon. I want to count the rivets on the buggy. Or shut up. You're full of crap. There's no way you're looking that far out there, but they're always pumping it in your head. There's other Earths-like out there because they have to. They have to prop up their theory, you know, that there are ancient aliens out there over and over and over again. Well, this next video shows how life forming from non-living matter is simply impossible, whether we're talking about here on Earth or elsewhere in the cosmos.
What is faith? It is belief in the absence of evidence. Now, I don't propose to tell anybody what to believe, but for me, believing when there's no compelling evidence is a mistake. The idea is to withhold belief until there is compelling evidence.
When I talk to the public about astronomy and this question of life elsewhere in the universe, the most commonly held viewpoint I encounter is surely it's impossible that we could be alone in the universe. After all, how could it be amongst this unimaginable number of opportunities for life to get going? It only happened once, only here. And this is a viewpoint held by many scientists and talking heads in popular media too.
Do you think that there is life outside of Earth, intelligent life in the universe?
Absolutely, there is life elsewhere, and almost certainly intelligent life. It has to be. The odds are just overwhelming. There's 200 billion stars in this galaxy. Well, now it looks like every star has about 10 planets, so there's almost certainly intelligent life.
I assume it's the most frequently asked question, are we alone? My best guess is that the universe is teeming with life.
There's surely other civilizations out there in the universe. There are 350 billion galaxies out there in the universe.
But an argument based solely on statistical grounds comes with a fatal flaw, and that is that it is perfectly plausible that the probability of life starting from scratch, which we call abiogenesis, is a number which is so small that it greatly outweighs the number of opportunities, the number of worlds out there in the universe for life to get going. For example, if the probability of life beginning is 1 in septillion, say, then the case for a crowded universe evaporates. What is the probability of abiogenesis? At a basic level, we certainly know that no lab experiment here on Earth has ever succeeded in creating what we would call life from chemical broths with conditions similar to that of the early Earth. This was first famously attempted by Stanley Miller and Harold Urey in 1952 at the University of Chicago. In what is now often considered the classic abiogenesis experiment, they exposed a beaker of water, methane, ammonia, and hydrogen to gentle heating and electrical sparks which emulated lightning. Now, many organic molecules were produced in this experiment, including 20 amino acids. But neither in that experiment, nor in any experiment since, have we observed the spontaneous production of complex proteins, nor DNA, nor indeed something crawling out of the test tube.
Language is recognizable, even if you can't read it. Take Morse code. It has 3 basic parts: dots, dashes, and spaces. These 3 simple parts are combined to represent letters. There are 26 letters in the English language, which are combined to form over 400,000 words. Those words can, of course, be combined into an infinite number of sequences or sentences. There is evidence that DNA represents a language. 4 basic units, called nucleotides, combine into a code for 20 amino acids. From those few amino acids, the body forms more than 100,000 proteins. Even if you can't read DNA, it still has all the hallmarks of language, a language that biologists are just now beginning to crack. Every tiny cell in our body is packed with 3 feet of DNA, 3 billion nucleotides. The similarity between DNA and human language is uncanny. In addition to codes, both use similar techniques to pack, access, rearrange, copy, and translate information. DNA seems to represent a language, the language of life. An unseen author, the creator of heaven and earth, has left a testimony of his existence in the DNA of every living thing.
For those who believe in evolution, they believe that matter gave rise to life. You've got to understand, matter had to give rise to zillions and zillions and zillions and zillions of bits of information. And over millions of years, information keeps coming from matter, new information to form all the different kinds of animals and plants, zillions of bits of information. You know what's interesting? We've never seen matter produce 1 bit of brand new information that never previously existed, not even 1 bit.
When one looks at a typical textbook, one will see some prehistoric pond and molecules, and those molecules coming together and forming a cell, and those cells coming together and some slithering creature coming out of this pond. That is fallacious. There is no truth in that.
This is a cell. What is the origin of life? How do you get a cell like this? What is the origin of this? This is an amazing machine. A cell is an amazing machine. It's not just a blob of protoplasm. It gets harder to have the origin of life, to come up with a scenario because the origin of life becomes more and more complex every day. A cell is a factory. It has the lipid bilayer, which is extremely selective to let certain things in and not other things. It has all of this substructure in here, these little areas where energy is made in here. It has these microtubules which can form so you can move matter from point A to point B. If you go to the factory, what you see is these overhead hanging machines that are moving materials from point A to point B in these systems. And the way they do this is they build these racks. But same thing happens in a cell. You get these microtubules to move material from point A to point B. And then as soon as the material is done moving, the microtubule breaks down and then assembles some other place. You say, well, why doesn't it leave it there? Because then the cell would become too rigid. So it just rebuilds it. It's just amazing factory what's happening in a cell. This is what we have to make. If we want to have origin of life, you got to start here. You don't start here. You start with a single cell. Just build a single cell. That's what we have to do in origin of life. Nobody has ever done this. If you've been taught that simple forms of life have been made, that is a lie that you are believing. Somebody told you a lie. That has never been done. Organisms care about life. Molecules don't care. Chemistry, on the contrary, is utterly indifferent to life. Without a biologically derived entity acting upon them, molecules have never been shown to evolve toward life. Never. Molecules don't care about life. They don't know anything about moving toward life. They have no brain. Organisms want to move toward life and keep life going. Molecules don't care about life. Nobody has ever seen molecules assemble toward life. Never. It doesn't happen without a biological entity working on them. I asked all my colleagues, can you show me an example of this? Of molecules moving toward order, moving toward an ordered system where you have a non-regular assembly. Regular assembly is like A or AB. That you can get pure thermodynamic assembly. But non-ordered assembly is a non-regular pattern. That's what you have in DNA. We know from computer science you have to have non-regular patterns in order to have complexity for living systems. And I asked my colleagues, do you have any example of molecules without a biological entity acting upon them, moving to give an ordered assembly that is a non-regular pattern? And they sent me papers where chemists have taken molecules and assembled them in that way. I said, non-biological entity. You can't have a human doing this. Molecules don't move toward life. Well, even if you want to have molecules move toward life and you have human beings working upon them, can the human beings do it? And the answer is no. So almost every chemical synthesis experiment in origin of life research can be summed up by a protocol analogous to this. They purchase chemicals generally in high purity from a chemical company. All right, so that's what they do. They first purchase the chemicals. They mix those chemicals together in water in high concentrations in a specific order under some set of carefully devised conditions in a modern lab. Then they can obtain a mixture of compounds that have a resemblance to one or more of the basic 4 classes of chemicals needed for life. So what you need for life is you need carbohydrates, nucleic acids, amino acids, and lipids. That's what we know. All life we know composes those 4 building blocks. So they try to make those 4 building blocks. Then they publish a paper making bold assertions about origin of life from these functionless crude mixtures of stereochemically scrambled intermediates, much like Miller did in 1952. Nothing has changed in 66 years. Nothing. Nothing's changed. Exactly where we were in 1952 is exactly where we have remained. Think about what's been done in science in the past 60 years. Nothing has changed in origin of life studies in 66 years. That's important to realize. Then you engage with the ever gullible press to dial up the knob of unjustified extrapolations. Watch the mesmerized layperson exclaim, you see, scientists understand how life formed. Then you encourage a generation of science textbook writers to make colorful, deceptive cartoons of raw chemicals assembling from cells which then emerge as slithering creatures from a prehistoric pond. That is exactly what is done every one of their experiments.
So what do I say when someone asks me, do you believe there is life elsewhere in the universe? Carl Sagan once famously wrote that faith is belief in the absence of evidence. And honestly, any scientist who says there has to be life out there is putting forward a position of faith, not one supported by observational evidence and statistical reasoning.
So where are we putting our faith, ultimately? When it comes to belief, here are our choices. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and he made us in his own image. Or, in the beginning, nothing farted out the heavens and the earth that we got here from goo to you by way of the zoo. Or, nothing farted out the heavens and the earth, and E.T. seeded the goo to make you. Basically, these are our choices, guys. When you proceed from a false premise, your conclusions are going to be sheer madness. This is why we have so many crisis scenarios going on in so-called modern science. And it brings me to my last slide here. Which one is it then? We have all our government-funded textbooks telling us we live on an oblate spheroid. We have this guy saying, no, it's a pear shape. You have NASA and other government organizations like NASA showing us perfectly spherical worlds, and then you have the Bible saying, nope, you live in a snow globe. So which one is it? I say, look, as for me and my house, let God be true and every man a liar. You can laugh at me, you can mock me for saying that, but if you believe you're an evolved ape that got here from goo to you by way of the zoo out of a rock that was spit out of an exploding dot, you don't have the intellectual high ground in this discussion. Sorry to break it to you. And when it comes to evidence, you know, my whole life experience points to the truth of the scriptures. I've had no reason to doubt it. And then when you start seeing other evidences like this, it just confirms all the more that I'm going to trust it for cosmology as well. Thank you.
Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video presentation. If you did, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, like the video, and share it on your favorite social media sites. There's a lot more to come, so stay tuned and we'll see you back next time.
Yo, yo. Anyone alive? Anyone alive, folks?
Hey, what's going on, Spec?
Oh, yo, what's happening, bro?
Not much. I was just
that-
listening in.
Is that your light?
Always love a good Rob Skiba presentation.
I just thought I'd pop in to see if anything is out of hand, bro, but nobody's even fucking speaking.
What is there to say? The globe is dead. I take the silence as, kind of a victory cheer.
Yeah, man.
But, we're always here, ready for those globers to come in.
You got to take these small victories, bro.
You really do. Kind of just, I don't know, today's a really beautiful day. So, I'm kind of just staring out the window. I'm working still, too. Otherwise, I'd be out there just sitting in my hammock. But it really is. We all have a small victory here. Figured it out, right? We got to measure objective reality, and we had a choice, right? We could have just thrown it under the rug and been like, no, it's space. It must be, right? And had a philosophical thing, and we see people do that all the time. And, we either get mad at them, like, come on, like, because we really care, I don't know, I just started teaching again, the semester revved back up, and it's always amazing to get those freshmen, these young adults that are just getting out of high school. They've just been through all the brainwashing, and here comes Professor, Chris, here to tell them some truths. I never mentioned flat Earth, but I talk about level every day. It's the best thing to do as an architecture professor. And objective reality versus subjective reality. We have those conversations every day, but nobody ever really thinks about them, especially the professors there. But, that's why I like to teach there. It's community college, it's small. It's nothing like gigantic Harvard universities or anything, but I don't know.
Bro, that's
I'm
why
inspired to
they
do my
get away
part.
with it, because nobody wants to have these discussions. Like, when you come down to it, even if you have a 5-minute discussion, then it falls apart.
Absolutely. Sorry, who was that?
Chris, don't go doxing yourself, bro. Just be careful, man.
No, I wouldn't. And that's why, I use my name the way I do. And but I've had these conversations with even some of the professors there, not mentioning flat Earth, but being like, asking about the spin, like being like, hey, do you feel that movement of the Earth right now? And they're like, they look at me kind of silly, like, what? No,
Yeah,
nobody's
but they've
ever
got a
felt
few
it.
buzzwords. They've got like inertia and the conservation of momentum. They've got these couple of handfuls of sentences that they think just like debunks everything else you've got to say, or gravity or refraction. Like, there's, like, depending on the specific topic we're trying to discuss with them, they've just got, especially if they've been in the debate or discussion for a little bit of time, they've got the sort of get out of jail free cards that they just like to spew.
Yeah. Well, that's what's kind of crazy about, I would say, this Discord community, is that we've really met some of these people that are very well invested into this debate, if they would even want to call it that. But they're very invested in the globe model. Even most of the people that I see in, my day-to-day life, they don't even care, right? They've never even thought about it. Sure, they've seen a NASA article or two, but they've never never even thought about it. So even introducing like, well, hey, have you ever thought of level either? And they're like, no. And that actually makes a lot of sense. And, foundation. And yeah.
Bro, they think they don't care because they've got, even if they've not been technically into space and that kind of sort of topics in the past, like, because they've got the mindset, even at the back of their mind, that they're really just this amoeba stuck on a rock and nothing really matters, and there's such vast amounts of solar systems and galaxies out there, that kind of puts them on the sort of like automatic belief that they don't care. But when you really get it down to it, I think it's the most important thing I've ever fucking found out, man. Like, it proved to me, it took me from, once I was an atheist, I used to think I was an atheist, then I thought I was an agnostic. Like, when I found out the word agnostic, and I thought, well, that must be me, because it's basically unprovable. You can't verify one way or another if, like, a creator exists. But then when you find out about flat stationary Earth and that everything's revolving around us, it proves creation, man. I mean, I'm still not religious in any form, but I do accept that there must be a creator, man. There has to be.
Oh, absolutely. And I have a similar story, Spake. I used to be absolute NASA fanboy, but I grew up kind of in a Christian family, if you will. I mean, we didn't go to church or anything, but my dad is, a pretty spiritual guy, and he would read us the Bible every night as a kid, right? And so I had a good foundation, but I completely retaliated. I was already kind of the black sheep, and 9/11 happened, so I was the only one like, come on, guys, seriously, buildings? Come on, this is architecture. Because I have a lot of contractors in my family, and it wasn't until my great-grandfather, he even said that day, buildings don't do that, but he was the only one who, of course, would even talk to me about it. And, became an atheist, didn't believe in God, was all about space. I wanted to be an astronaut. I'm pretty good at math. Sorry, I had a phone call. Pretty good at all the academia stuff. So, of course, wanted to be an astronaut. Really bought into it. And it wasn't until I was actually in college and was in one of my studios and, of course, researching the Mayan calendar in 2012 that I started questioning where I was in 2013. Went through 2 years until 2015 of just like, could it be this? Could it be that? And then Eric Dubé's stuff came out, and I was just absolutely like, oh my God, I'm not crazy. Because I lost a lot of friends between 2013 and 15. But that was okay. They weren't your real friends anyway. You kind of learn that through life, who your real friends really are. But man, you're absolutely right. It's one of those most important shifts, especially if you were a glober, to this reality. Because man, I just started doing healthier things. I stopped smoking cigarettes. I just because I was like, oh my, it was like this veil just came right off, and I was like, I started questioning everything a lot differently, and realizing, right, because everybody reads those stupid articles, asteroids are coming in 3 weeks, right? And it's just like, now we don't even like look at them. We're like, big deal. We know that's fake. But there's still some people out there. I mean, it really does control what they do, what they buy. That they start going to buy a little bit extra water that day, or a little bit more food supply. And people don't realize how much even something so simple is really controlling them. But anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah.
Exact same story, same as Spick. How you doing, Spick?
How you doing, P-Mac, my man?
Hey, long time.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I just thought I'd drop in and see what was going down, but the place was dead, so I thought I'd try and get a conversation started, man.
That's always good to hear you, man.
I'm always behind the scenes, bro. I'm either fucking in YouTube, fucking sharing links, debating, trying to get people to the server, or I'm always doing something.
I practically had you guys confused.
I was listening to Rob Skiba.
I was never into Rob Skiba, to be honest. I'm not really into a lot of YouTubers, man. Like, they need to be doing something extremely intriguing to keep my attention for any length of time.
I was just kidding. I was listening to the bot when you guys started talking.
Nice.
Oh, it was the bot. I actually didn't, because I had it since yesterday. I never even heard it.
Listening to Scottish and Irish people talk, it's very confusing for Americans. It's like us listening to Americans and Canadians talk. We can hardly tell the difference either. Canadians give the game away when they go, hey.
Same in Texas when we say y'all.
So Spake and Chris, you guys were professing atheists prior to FE?
I wouldn't say professing it.
I suppose I would have arguments with people because I was a Big Bang fucking believer and evolution and dinosaurs and all that shit, bro. Like, I loved all that stuff. It gave me answers. Like, I think that's how they get away with it so much, because they've got so many fucking answers to so many questions you don't even need to ask, because it's all there for you, laid on a fucking plate. I always used to think to myself, how come they've got more answers for, like, space and distant fucking places in space than they have for the ocean? Like, I always used to think to myself, how the fuck is that? Like, why do they not know more about the ocean than fucking trillions of light years away in fucking galaxies? But they've got all these answers fucking answered for people, and they've got TVs in every room now. I think that's the way they get away with it. People just don't want to ask a question because it's all laid out for them.
Well, kind of what I was getting at with you guys is I was kind of a professing atheist prior to a religious experience that I had, if you want to call it that, I guess. But I still believe in God. Like, even when I look at the heliocentric ball model, I still think it points to a creator in the fact, complexity and Goldilocks zones and all those sort of things. So were you guys like hardcore atheists, or did you kind of just believe that God couldn't be known?
Well, agnostic is that term where you can't tell one way or the other. So once I found the word agnostic, I thought that's more like aligned to what I think, because I just thought atheist was kind of the same. I kind of thought that, even though I technically knew what atheism meant, but I kind of thought that you can't verify one way or another. The only people that are claiming to believe in God, that is literally just a faith. Like, they've got faith that God exists, beliefs. So when I found agnostic, and that's basically said that an agnostic's on the fence and can't say one way or the other, I thought that's definitely me.
Gotcha.
But when I found flat Earth, that fucking destroys atheism and being agnostic, because there is a way of verifying if there's a creator, and that's flat Earth, in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, I hear that. What about you, Chris?
Yeah, I was just kind of thinking the same thing. I wasn't like a God hater, sort of like, because I don't know, we see some that are just like really mad about it for some reason. But I was more like, of course there's a God, just because my dad, gave me that foundation. But he also used to teach us about astral projection, and kind of in a safe way, I guess I should say. He referenced a lot of things to the Bible and sort of these connections. Again, my dad's just kind of out there. He's kind of calmed down since I've introduced flat Earth to him, but because he used to think like, oh, you could be going to space right now, and this is what could be really happening. Because we'd have these astral projections, and again, this is kind of all just speculation and just my observations of my experience. But you go into this sort of realm that is the exact same as this realm, but time seems to be frozen. Things start to look bright. and some people ascribe that they don't even have a body in this realm, that you're sort of a globe that is tethered to what you can see is sometimes your body. Most of the time, or at least in my experience, I'd see myself sleeping, but I didn't see like a tether. But, he taught us really early, meditation and calming the mind and finding Christ, however you want to really define it. That was just kind of the way my dad would. So forgetting all about that and parroting all the things that I saw in Cosmos was who I was as a kid, right? Like, of course I had my dad's teachings in the back of my mind. But I was just kind of like, no, that can't be it. Space has got to be real. And anything Carl Sagan said, I was just like, yeah, that guy. I just parroted whatever he said, and I realize that now, much later, that I was just a teenager following, whatever the TV said, which is why it's so apparent now that people staring at their phones of the endless scroll. It's so easy to tell them like, hey, look, your mind is being brainwashed right now. This is like 90s television for adults now. It's just being thrown at you every single second, even faster, even more efficiently. Yeah. No, I mean, anyway, there's where my 2 cents was. I don't think I was ever somebody who was like, hey, all of you guys are stupid for believing in a God or anything like that. It was definitely something I always kept to myself. But yeah, demolished, as Spake was saying. Once you get into the true nature of this earth and that it's flat and stationary, gosh, it makes all of it so laughable.
It opens up a whole nother can of worms.
Yeah, because then there's all the mystery.
Have you seen a documentary called Heliosorcery?
No.
I found it last night. I heard Whitsitt mention it in the modern day debate against that fucking... I'm not sure what the guy's name was, but he was a complete numpty, man. He got destroyed, and he never had a clue he was getting destroyed, but he was being a fucking pure clown with some of the shit that he said. But I'll drop it, and it's all about the sort of the history of the Vatican and the Jesuits and the way they tried to put it into the education system and the Jesuit schools and stuff. It's a bit slow to begin with, but it gives you a good fucking timeline and a good sort of synopsis of what they were fucking up to and how they managed it, man.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's good, man. It's like an hour and a half.
Yeah, I think the last that I saw was the one with the guy who was saying like satellites prove the Earth, and it's just like, come on. And he was just getting so hysterical. It's like, calm down, dude. You have 2 robot arms like behind you. You're telling me you can understand that, but you can't understand this? Like, I don't know. Some of the staunch Globers, like, it makes me really wonder, like, how many of them really do know, like Dave Farina, or Professor Dave as people call him. Like, he's got to know that it's not a globe, and he's clearly like scripting for an agenda. I mean, but it just, man, it's just amazing the power that these tech companies really have and what people search, even if they type in flat Earth. Like, gosh, you have to go through thousands of pages before it gets to anything, and then you'll probably miss it anyway. So when people say like, "Oh no, it's not censored or anything like that," it's like BS, man. Type this in right now. I even actually show some of my students because a large conversation is how you should really research. So I tell them like, stop just using Google. Don't get me wrong; it's a good place to start, sure. But start getting into, journals, medical journals, law journals. Like, I mean, there is so much law stuff that I think, honestly, people should be reading because it would really show you the structure and the design of the society. And the reason why the system is so messed up is because, honestly, it's all these words that are controlling people. But again, maybe just one man's opinion. But anyway, teaching that research to students is kind of even first key, so that anybody themselves can find the answers. I like that you guys really enforce that here, that we're not trying to convince anybody of anything, like we're simply just saying, take a look at this information. like we did and critically think about it.
I agree with you, brother. I would even say it's becomes somewhat dangerous to even research flat Earth because it's so difficult to find good information.
That's why people think of those flying discs everywhere.
I watched a video on BitChute about 2 months ago, and it had been uploaded for like 10 minutes. And so I watched it, and I was like, this is really good. So I went to go snag it, and it was already gone.
Yeah.
Just in the time of me watching it. So yeah, they're scrubbing the internet, and people are in denial, and it's hard to find good information. And now the information that a lot of people are finding is just, I don't even what do you call it? What do you call it? Fake or filler? I don't even know what to call it now. But it's
definitely that's like filler.
I tell people if you want to know anything about it, come back. I'll give you information. I don't even tell people to research anymore. Because I've told people to do that, and they go out and they get more convinced that they're living on a globe.
Yeah. No, it's. I mean, especially even like I'm teaching architecture, and I tell people like, oh, well, look up the Pantheon, and let's face it, Google's got a narrative for the Pantheon in Rome too, and which is I love when Mimas comes in and he starts talking about concrete. Just because, it's always very exciting for me. But that's the thing, too, is like some people they think that this topic would bore them, right? And I get that, because some people really do just, man, I don't know what it is with them, but they don't have this drive for truth or, I don't know maybe where that comes from. It's unknown to me because, I don't know, I'm just this one that's just always like, can I handle the truth? Like, am I ready for it? I want it. I do. I want to live for peace. I want to live for truth. I want to live, I want to live instead of like all this, these crazy death things that we have in our language, especially English, like good morning, just trips me up every time. So I'll switch it to Spanish and say buenos dias because it just means good day, like, gosh, why couldn't we just say good day to each other? But I don't know. I get hung up on the smallest things.
With you, bro, I don't understand it. It's like a foreign language to me. Not being curious about where you live. I've started asking people in the last several months if you could know that the Earth was flat. Would you want to know? Or if you could know that you do not live on a spinning ball, is that something you would want to know? And most people do say yes, but I have had about a half dozen people just flat out say no. I wouldn't want to know. No. And I don't even know. And the other people are mostly lying. They say they would want to know, but they look for 3 minutes and then are convinced they're on a ball. So I don't know, man. I agree with you. It's very confusing to me. I don't understand how somebody wouldn't be curious about things that don't make sense in regards to where you live. Like, that's very bizarre to me. I cannot grasp that mindset.
Well, I've been kind of switching it around on them lately. Like, if you could have an extra 50 grand a year, if everybody could have an extra 50 grand a year, would that matter? And every single person says yes, right? But, if I say, if you were being lied to about where you live on this earth, would that matter? Nah. Or, yeah, maybe. Or, you know what I mean? But every time I mention money, everybody, I mean, of course, it's at a school. Everybody's trying to get more money. But
You want to know what's interesting?
Sure. What's up, Elijah?
I ask people on a constant basis if, like that example, if you could make 100,000, like, would you? They'd be like, hell yeah, man, who doesn't want to make 6 figures? And I'm like, okay, cool. If you did this and this and this, you could make that. You interested? Oh, I don't know. I'm busy. Oh, busy living the same year for the next 8 years? Like, so the funny thing is people, they say a lot of things. Sure, I want to know about the nature of my reality. Sure, I want to know about finances. But when you're ready to show them the opportunity, not do anything, not say, believe me, but just say, hey, just take a look at what I've come across. They're the same exact way. No, they don't want to take a look. They just want to stay in the position that they're in. So
It's very
we
true.
got to do better at finding people who don't want to stay in that position. That's our greatest problem is learning ways to focus on the people who are looking for us because they want the help, just like I wanted the help. You wanted to help. We all wanted to know what the fuck is going on. So there are people out there like us that are getting bombarded with all the bullshit. They're just waiting for you or me to come by and say, hey, I got this information. Would you be interested? The right ones will say yes. You can't say the wrong thing to the right person. I believe that.
Very true. But you're exactly right. When you're like, here's the answer, and they're like, okay.
Right? Look. The flat Earth is simple. Well, I want to know the answer. Once we take 2 days to get them to finally ask, well, why are you here? What's this flat Earth thing about? Oh, there's no curvature. You know, the horizon's supposed to be geometrically 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height and feet, and that's not true. And that's why the Earth is not a globe. Like, it's that simple.
It really is.
Finances, same thing. Okay, you want to make sure you have this much income. Well, you want to make this much a year. Well, then you have to make this much. Can you do that at your job? No. Will you ever be able to do it at your job? No. Okay, so let's look into some of the other ways that you can do it. Maybe you can get this license, this certificate. Maybe go into this profession, but it'll take you this amount of time to invest. Are you willing to do that? My job has benefits. But you just told me you hated it. So what are we doing here? You wasting valuable time. The one thing we can't get back is time. Am I right?
Absolutely. Well, it's like when I tell people how banks work and how they're making money off of basically thin air, and then we bail them out. You know, and I explain this structure, and I'm not really supposed to the only way I get away with it is because I have an architecture, society, and culture class where I teach about the structure of society. So I kind of get to throw in here's how money works and the basically money works and how it's printed every day, and it's printed by a facility that basically isn't a government, right? It's not a government affiliation. It's a private company of another company called the United States, but
the IRS, the IRS is a private company that their only job is to work for the government and collect money. That's their job.
But it's funny because I'll tell them look, okay, let's take example this this money market account, right, where you can actually compound your interest. And if you put in $100 when you're 8 years old, if you happen to do this for your kids, and I would actually recommend anybody to do this for their kids, is to, of course, make these money markets. And there's tons of them. They're basically they're how the banks generate revenue off the money that's being brought into the bank, right? Basically, not gambling, but gambling.
The way that I see it. We had a whole discussion yesterday. Indio, Jimsy, and I'm of the belief that the money isn't generated from nothing. The money is generated from our agreement in the system to participate. So
Absolutely,
So where does the money from the government come from? Well, it comes from corporations. So where does the money from the corporations come from? The workers that they deduct the taxes from, that they give to the government, because the government is a nonprofit organization. So that's why corporations get tax breaks, because they want them to grow their business so that they can hire more employees to pay into the taxes that fund our government.
Precisely.
So it's you and me. We're the government.
No,
My
it's why
blood,
they have a
sweat,
saying
and tears.
in France too. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying it's our blood and sweat and tears that builds this thing, but we don't participate on the other side. Why would anyone sign up for 40 years to participate on the losing side? Because it's not really a losing side if you use, like, for example, a job as a foundation.
True.
Something that helps you sustain until you can grow a business. Why? Because the government is going to support you to make the transition from employee to business owner.
Absolutely. Which is why there's so many incentives, even as a business, to switch from that worker to an experienced business person. But I mean, I get what you're saying too. It makes sense. You have to have workers. You have to have experience to even learn what you want. If you were to ever even make a business, what you would do, right? You can't just like wake up tomorrow and be like, I'm going to do this and not know how, you know?
Well, think about it. Like, how many of your friends and family said, I think I want to do real estate?
Oh, too many.
Now, how many of them have actually got that $3,000 license to do it? That's the way you get, you go, in order to get licensed, you have to get knowledgeable enough to pass a course and a test on that subject matter. So if they wanted to learn how to do it, they would pay the fee and they would do it. If you want to drive, you pay a fee and then you get your license. If you want to, everything that you want to do, you get licensed to go ahead and do. So it's like, I want to learn how to do real estate. Well, I mean, are you in any classes? No. Okay, well, then you're not investing in your future. You're investing in someone else's job. Because with the job, it doesn't matter how good it is. Since an employee's tax is almost 30%, give or take, that means till May 16th, you don't make a profit. January, February, March, April, May, who would sign up for that? Again, most people do. But why would you say this? Again, most people do. So it's like, okay, well, as a business owner, if I spend $900 or $900,000, let's say, well, guess what? If I made $1 million, then I only get taxed on the $100,000 that I have left. Because they want me to put all of it. I get paid up front. I don't get taxed up front, so I can expand the business. And then whatever I have left, that's what you tax, because I'm going to write off everything else that I needed to grow the business. It's that simple. Oh, these people are evil. Well, they're just doing math. That's all they're doing.
Pretty much.
They're doing math. That's it.
The only thing that I would say is evil about it is they don't teach the public schools any of it. And they want you to fail. You know, they don't want you to understand that mortgage and that you're paying sometimes 2 times the amount of what the actual value of the house is. Like,
yeah.
That's where it starts to get evil. Yeah.
I was listening to this guy, Gary Cornegie. Super, definitely somebody I look up to. And his son, he made it to high school or whatever. This was back in the day. So he was explaining how his son was like one of the 2 black kids in school. And his teacher wrote down like professions and what those professions make and everything. And Gary's son said, hey, what about entrepreneurs? I don't see entrepreneurs up there. And Gary explains that his son explains to him that the teacher says that he's going to jail. And he's like, well, my dad's an entrepreneur and he's not in jail. And she's like, well, good luck with that. So he gets home and he tells his father. And basically his father says, listen, son, I send you to school not to learn from her. I'm your instructor. You learn from me.
Yeah.
But I'm sending you there so that you could recognize and realize, you see all those docile kids, the ones that are agreeable, say yes, get the good grades, all that, blah, 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 blah. Yes, those are your employees. That's what they're going to choose no matter what you do, no matter, what you offer them, try to get them to break out of that corporate prison. That's what they're going to choose. But you know what you're going to need as an entrepreneur? Employees. So that's what the teacher's job is to do. It's to train employees. Nobody in here right now in Discord can tell me that that's not true based on their experience. Because I didn't learn the rule of 72. I didn't learn anything about finances at all. I learned I got to get good grades and do well so that I can go to college, hopefully on a scholarship and live my dream working at my dream job. They didn't say anything about building a business and being an entrepreneur. They didn't say anything about, so it's very true that the teacher is there to program employees. That's their job.
Exactly. I would say it even goes farther than that. That's how they want to even fund these institutions and these schools, right? These public schools are basically like, they'll even have these like statewide testings and how well they do in their indoctrination. They'll actually receive more funding, so that they constantly incentivize people, that think that they're doing just an okay thing. Like, oh yeah, of course, I'm just teaching the globe. That's what I know, and that's what I was taught. And it's kind of like that question that comes about, like, why would you trust the same people who didn't teach you anything to teach your kids? I think that's a really great story, the way you're saying, like, hey, look, they're not teaching entrepreneurship in these public schools, and for good reason, right? I mean, I don't know if Rockefeller actually said it, but I think I remember a quote where he's saying, I want a nation of workers, not thinkers. And I mean, that makes a lot of sense for anybody who's already an entrepreneur. But I would agree. I kind of teach my 8-year-old kind of the same thing. She's like, because she already understands, where she lives when it comes to the earth, and that it's not moving, and, not a wobbly space ball. But she's in 3rd grade, and, she's constantly coming back every day like, yeah, they went over this again. And I couldn't talk. I was like, that's okay, babe. And, don't worry about it. And, the reason I want you to be there is so that you can understand what everybody else is learning too. And, but I tell her the same thing. I'm your teacher. I don't care if you get a bad grade over there. I really don't. I don't care they kick you out as long as you're not hurting anybody. But the hardest thing to tell them is like, man, you kind of have to understand both and what both sides are coming from, because I would hate for you to ever think that you're more than these people either.
I'm about to link right now. I'm about to make a link right now because it sounds like you know enough to receive the message.
Sure.
So we just went over how the entire purpose of the public education system is to program employees, right?
Right.
The worst thing in the world that you can tell your friend, family, love interest, employee is that you don't desire for your child to go through the school system. They can flunk out if they want to. Now, why is that going to be such a bad thing for the employees? Because they're being taught to work a 40 hours a work week, maybe more if you want to strive to do better. Be the first person to come, be the last person to leave, be coachable, so that you can wait for the opportunity of someone else to give you a position, rather than, ranking up based on the efforts of what you do. So in a job, that's not how it works. It's just, here's your position. If somebody likes you, they'll give you a better one, maybe. So it's like, okay, at school, my child specific, the number one agenda is training her to be an employee. Why? So she can work for a wage, trade her time for money. But if I'm an employee, if I'm a business owner or an investor or both, and I take my time and I do it right, my child doesn't have to work a day in their life for money if they don't want to. They be working for purpose. How?
Right.
Well, because you have enough capital in America and you participate in the market, you can earn 10 to 12%, sometimes less, sometimes more, but average 10 to 12%. Well, guess what? I will have saved enough money to insure myself. In the event that I die, I leave my estate, and I formalize it through a will, and boom, now my daughter has enough capital handed to her that she can live off of the interest of my efforts in my life. And
Or
her
assets.
children's children. All I would need to do is teach her this. That's literally, here's the money, I did everything, so you wouldn't have to, because I wish that my mom did it or my dad did it. So I did it. You need to take it to the next level. This is what I can teach you. You have the capital now. Don't fuck it up.
So true.
And that's it. That's how we fix this problem. Now, it'll become a good problem when too many people are doing it and the system collapses. Because now, either we get better and we make more money, or we make more money and the whole system collapses and we got to figure it out together. Where's the lose? That's a win-win to me.
Yeah, that's win-win. No, I completely see what you're saying too. Like, that cycle is just broken. And it starts with you,
Yep. When I found out it wasn't hard to do and that I didn't have to work my whole life to do it, and that I didn't have to do music or sell drugs, I was like, hell yeah. Like, why don't people know this information? I found out why they don't know. Because before you get to show them anything, they're like, I'm too busy. I'm not interested. Oh, I'm fine. I got my pension at work. I got my 401k. I'm good. No, you're not.
I was told to stay in a straight line with everybody else, so yeah.
Right. You. What are you about to retire? You got $1 million in that anywhere in that sucker or any other account? No. Okay, you're screwed then. Not even. No, it's not. It's not just about being rich. When I say you're screwed, you got children that you spent your entire life trying to give the best opportunities you can, and all you did was leave them in the same position you were born in, and you didn't give them any information on how to do better. You just gave them. You let them be instructed by the same people that we're fighting against.
Exactly.
To put them in the same system that you and I was in. Why would you do that? But people don't hear me, though. It's all good.
But I think you're making a great point, is that we put ourselves there without even sometimes realizing it.
Yeah.
We put ourselves down and go, oh, well, that's bigger than me. How could it be flat? How would it not be a globe? That's all I've ever heard. So, everybody else I know is poor. So, and then, it's kind of the same structure. You put yourself in this little box of like, oh, I don't know anything. Even though, gosh, if you just save up 100,000, which is, kind of exactly what I did. I worked my ass off for years. Eventually, realized that it was assets that I wanted, not so much just this liquidated fund system. Because once you start to realize it's just water, and that you're just depositing it here, you're depositing it there, and and you're the controller of the currency. The way that this current of the currency will go. Man, I'm sure you guys have heard it too. Like, that's why they even have all the names for the banking and the money, and why you liquidate something, and why you freeze your accounts, and why you have banks on two sides of a river, and the judge rules for the bank, right? He or she decides which way the money will go in terms of a criminal charge or a case.
Yeah.
It's amazing what they haven't taught the regular person, so that their very designed purpose would be to fall into that trap. Not to say that it's really even a trap, because it's just not. It's either you know or you don't know sometimes.
That's all. That's literally all it is. Like the trap. But they got us early on because of the school system. The same thing that if I tell an employee, you need to take your kid out of school and homeschool them. Like the moment I tell them that, they're like, "Oh, you're one of those people." It's like, but no, we just finished having a conversation about how this happens. It's because you don't know what I've just showed you. Like hypothetically, if I, did like a financial needs analysis or something, and they're looking at everything, and it's like, okay, listen. First of all, it shouldn't have taken me, Eli from Brooklyn, a nobody. None of us are really nobodies, but a nobody, and I showed you something that you should have learned 30 years ago in school. Why is that? That is the difference between you and I. That is the difference between my family's financial future and yours. It's not because you're better than me. It's not because I'm better than you. It's not because I work harder than you. It's not because I was inherited anything. It's because I know something you don't know. That's literally it.
Precisely. Well, it reminds me that my my dad, he's kind of funny about it, because he's jealous that I kind of know this information at an early age, and I get that. Because I'm always telling him about the flat Earth and everything too. But like he goes, "What do you want to make all this money for anyway? Why do you want to have all these assets?" And you're kind of becoming materialistic about it. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not going out and buy a Ferrari. I'm not. I got the capital, but he goes, "You can't take it with you when you leave here." And I go, "That's true, but I can give it to my daughters, and they can give it to their daughters, and they don't have to do all this crap that I had to do, and that you didn't set me up for."
You got it. You got it. You didn't have to take the jab, but you got it. Yes. People are like, "Oh, it's materialism." No. If you don't have capital, you're broke. Meaning, like you don't spend the capital, you build the capital. The money that you spend is the money that your capital makes. That's how people stay wealthy. So it's like if you don't have enough capital to support your lifestyle, like a millionaire that I listened to, he said, one day I decided I wanted this nice car. I forget what car it is. I'm not into cars. And
I like cars.
He's like, I guess I do. I've just always been too broke to like them. I'm beginning to like them. So
yeah, I should say the same. Yeah.
So damn, what was I saying? Okay. So the guy, he's about to purchase this car, and then he said, "Well, you know what? I'm making good money. I'm making $100,000 a year, but if my income stopped today, would I regret buying this car yesterday?" He said, "Yeah." He said, on top of that, he had a coach who told him, if your income stops and and your bills can't sustain you for the next 20 years, then you haven't made it. You're in America for what? For no reason. He's like, the day that you make enough money where your interest off the money you have pays for that car, that is the day that you can afford it. And I'll never forget that. People will think I'm crazy on my way to $1 million, but I guarantee that this is an essential thing that I need to know before I get there. Because if I'm spending it on the money that I am getting on nice cars, nice watches, how many more years is it going to take for me to implement that special rule of 72?
Yeah,
I think it's more than 50% of lottery winners end up broke. It's very easy to spend $1 million.
Oh yeah.
You need to be cautious. You need to, just like Elijah says, the interest. You live off the interest. Yeah. If you don't, that money can go very, very quickly. Most people can't handle it. I think it's 50%. I could be wrong, but it's high. About 50% of lottery winners end up bust.
But I think he he brings up a really good point about before you make a purchase on something, because telling yourself you can afford it and whether you can actually afford it are two completely different things. And I was in my teens and got the credit card. I had no idea how to use it. I didn't realize that the real way to use it is actually to only spend the credit money. That way you always have a credit score in their credit system. But you get a job to, of course, pay back that money, not spend money that you don't have. So even in the instance of, you brought up the example of buying a car. I've stopped financing anything if I don't have to. Now it took a long time to get to that kind of a point, but the reason I've stayed at this point is for that very reason. Because there are so many things in financing or refinancing something or just paying back a bank that, again, is not making you money. It'll never make you money. And in fact, the cheapest way to buy anything is, of course, in full and actually at discount, because you are paying it in full. So for instance, my house, not to give too many details away, but it was normally a $328,000 house. But I'd been doing my saving. I had planned to actually put it as a write-off for the company, and actually make my new primary house also my primary business address, which you can do with the right kind of paperwork anyway. But not to finance it, because a lot of people don't understand, and of course anybody who has a house probably does by now, is that they're charging you a ridiculous amount of interest, and that interest even changes. You're paying the most at the beginning versus, even it's like the worst deal ever, really. By the time that you actually want to sell the house, you've already paid all this interest on it. So why would you? You always would lose value. So the ideal solution would be to, of course, pay it all up front. And we ended up saving like 40 grand or almost 10%, which is, a lot when it comes to these large figures. But again, I would have never realized any of it if it wasn't for just realizing the flat and stationary earth first. That's what I try and tell these people, because they ask me why would that change my life? And I'm like, man, I can't even get into the conversation of how it would change your life, because you won't even get past this one simple thing.
2 months. That's when you're I got an opportunity. They're like, well, tell me what it is, and then I'll tell you if I'm interested. No, how about you make an informed decision? Because you have a brain like I do. It's like people will block their blessings all day long. All day long. And then they'll cry and they'll go, oh, nobody ever did anything for me. Nobody, blah, 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 blah. And it's that's a very disastrous place to be.
Yeah.
As an adult, raising children.
And unfortunately, commercials and children's programming is definitely all about feeling you, and sorry for yourself. And it's pretty bad. I don't let my children watch a lot at all for that reason, because it really does have this victim mentality. But yeah, it's my opinion that it definitely starts with just knowing where you are and the fact that you've been lied to. It starts with understanding that you've been lied to, that you've been spinning on a ball for years. They lied to your parents, they lied to their parents, they lied to everybody. And even worse, they got everybody to even parrot it for them so that they wouldn't even have to lie for themselves anymore.
Right. And the same system also conveniently leaves out how to have a better life on top of it.
And they give it all away with who they shame, though, you know? Because they really do shame the Creator and God and Jesus and Buddha and all of them. They shame all of them. But, you know, when you're growing up, and like I was saying before, I was kind of an atheist before, so I kind of laughed along just right there with them like an idiot. You know, like, it wasn't until, you know, again, this deception and waking up to this that honestly, it's hard to get deceived again. Don't get me wrong. I think we still can be, you know, don't get me wrong. I think we have a lot of good intellectual minds in here that aren't being deceived, unless by our own vices. But I mean, in comparison, I like the way you guys always say it too. Like, just try and be the best version of yourself every day. And just enjoy it, because you don't get that time back, you know. Work for the future. It's like plant those seeds knowing very well you'll never receive the shade of that tree. But plant the seed anyway, because somebody will get to enjoy those seeds that you planted.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it did hit home, Eli. I'm glad you brought it up.
Yeah, man, absolutely. This can help. There's two things. And the same thing that
Breaking up a little bit,
is,
yeah.
I want people to get a look at it. Can you hear me now?
Much better.
Yeah. There's two things. The same thing we do here is the same thing I do everywhere. I want people to take the information that I have because it's free. It's free.
Nobody can say no to free.
I want those who join. The second thing is, I want people to join me in the crusade because more people need to know. That's it. Those who are good at that, yeah. Let's storm the internet. Let's storm the world. Tell them that the Earth is not a globe. Here's how we know. If I had more people doing that, more people would have more information. Same thing in finance. Same thing in even philosophy. Hell, speak to somebody with a philosophy that you enjoy. Look it up.
Yeah.
Improve.
Definitely great words to live by. And were those two things like your kind of answer to like why you're here, Eli? I think that's what I was getting, but just wanted to clarify, I guess. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely spot on. I would say I'm kind of here just because I care, and I don't want to see my fellow man deceived anymore. You know, like, and if there's anything I can do, if it's just a sentence or two. Oh, sorry. I was asking if those were the two things of like why you're here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we're here on Earth. Like, this is what if those two things aren't happening, what are we doing? I either have information to share with you, or and the other part of that is that's what I'm doing. I'm sharing information with you because it's a crusade. It's a crusade, and the banks are robbing your grandmother's blind. The bank is robbing your grandmother's blind. And I'm on a crusade to point that out to you. That's it. So
That's a great analogy.
hoping that people.
I guess we may have lost him on the train, but yeah, I mean that's a great analogy. You know, they're robbing your grandma. You know, like, what are you going to do? You're just going to sit there? You're going to say, "Oh no, I won't take a look at the information." Well put. Definitely well put.
Hey, Chris, what is the meaning of life?
I would say to know the Creator, to know God, but also to learn.
The most important question when you know truth happens to be the thing that everybody reconciles whenever they start to know truth. It's not the idea that everybody instantly knows exactly who he is or what he is or how he is or anything, but you start to realize that there is a designer to the design, a creator to the creation, right? Like once you start understanding the truth about flat Earth, that's what you realize. That's one of the major factors of what you realize. And everybody has their own kind of religious perspective when they come into this. I understand that much. But the truth that unites us all is that there is a creator. There is something that created everything that we're in, because this place that we're in is special, and it's so the meaning of life, once again, to know God. And then what happens when we start to know God, we then tell other people, hey, there's something more valuable than just walking in this existence without having any knowledge of something greater than yourself. There's a something that's wonderful about it, because once you get in tune with that, because we can talk about the nuts and bolts of flat Earth and observation, perspective, all these kinds of great things, but nothing hits home as much as it does when somebody realizes that they are actually created and they're special. There's intent in the design. There's a motivation to actually tell other people, because of the fact that no one actually really speaks of this issue. I always talk about the conversation of flat Earth being physical and spiritual. I always do that because there's two implications. The implications of it being physical is that the world is exactly what your perception is telling you, is your senses, right? That's one way. The other way is spiritual. It's deep. It's a deeper conversation you have with somebody after they have the knowledge of the understanding that the physical and natural world is revealed to them as, you know, what it really is. So then when you have the first conversation, everybody's gathered together like in a server like this. The second conversation is the most difficult one. Once you have a gathering of everybody in here, now we start to figure out, well, the spiritual aspect of it. How do we connect to the earth? Grounding, like what is creation? Like who made it? Like we start to talk about what we think or how we know who the creator is. And having these conversations, once we are all together in the same room, starts to make more sense when we all are saying, hey, that's pretty similar to what I believe. And this is pretty similar to what. So we start to get the similarities of how we're all aligning. And then we're walking together towards even the greatest truth, which is the personality of the creator, the attributes, the qualities. All these things start to become more apparent to us, right? That's the focus. But it's a step towards like the actual truth. So the first step is the physical natural world, and then after we are all here gathered together under the banner of truth, then it starts to be more real to us to have the conversation of spiritual truth, which is the deeper one. So,
but you know what I find very interesting as the blaring ambulance sound going on. What I find interesting is I'm going for a license with the state. Now, when I did this when I was 19 or 20, I didn't have any wisdom. Okay, I was in total MTV world. Did you know that all of those MTV cribs that you saw, they rented those houses for all of the rappers and singers that had those. Those aren't their houses. That's the craziest. That like somebody who's a millionaire had to tell me, no, I'm telling you, the music industry is fake. Like I heard somebody paid Lil Wayne 80 grand to show up and do like a private party, and the dude tweeted, "I ain't going to no private party. I'm going to play golf or some shit." Like, I don't know, some wild. And it's like, and you can't get your money back. Like, yo, like, it's the greatest scam in the world, but people are so poor they don't understand how bankrupt all of these things that they revere are. So, taking this test now, it's very important and very interesting to note, and it's very essential to my story and helping others. Now, I don't know how many people are in here, but there was a time that I got real religious. I'm talking about I'm having visions. I'm this, that, and the shit that even the most religious will be like, yeah, I'm side-eyeing you, right? Like, because we all have that. Why? Because I'm telling you an experience that you can't experience. You have to believe me or not. And most times people just go, yeah, no, whatever. I'm happy for you, I guess, right? So then I met Gregory. Then I started reading the scripture. From page 1, I was like, there's no way I've been on this earth 30-something years and I haven't read this book yet. Like, I don't, like, what, but I'm talking about it. What, just get it done, read it, right? So I read it, and I have a first roadblock, the talking donkey. I said, I could get behind everything else. I could have faith in everything else. This talking donkey stuff, I don't know, man. But to make a long story short, I got past that. I mean, they're parrots, dogs, and they obviously understand what we say. So it's just, I can imagine a world where perhaps some shit was going on. Like, okay, fine, whatever. I don't know. Got past that. You know the part I never got past? The one where God instructs Moses on how to govern the people. There are too many tasks. There are too many people. There's not enough. There isn't a system in place to govern that many people. Right? So God gives them the gem. Okay, here's how you govern. I said, I hate government. I don't know if this book was written by a man to get me to accept government, and now I'm at another roadblock. Because I don't even want to read this book if all this book is going to tell me is to obey the laws of the land. Well, the laws of the land are shitty right now. People are broke, poor, tired, all this, that, and the third, right? So how does this tie into what I'm doing now? I'm practicing for my exam, and it's going through insurance, contracts, considerations, the different kinds of plans, qualified, non-qualified, meaning tax deductible, not tax deductible, all of these different things, what funds an insurance company, what funds the government, what funds it. And I said, oh, shit, Indio is right. There's nothing wrong with the government. People are just dumb and choose to sign up for the portion that is predatory, which is that thing we talked about being employees. They do that too long.
Right.
It's good to have a foundation. It's not good to do that forever. It's because what you're doing is you're funding the system. Well, shouldn't you participate in that system? So what does this do for me now that I know the earth is flat? Now that I know that I need to read my Bible, you do whatever you read, whatever you do, whatever's your thing, read that, whatever, right? I'm just my personal story. So it's like, now God has given me in some weird roundabout way that I would think, damn, nothing could have done that other than God himself. Because for me, in hindsight, in retrospect, it's like a strategically done path that I couldn't see when I was walking through it. But I can see now, it's like, wow, how did I go from here, and eventually finding this out? So I know the earth is flat, I know there's a creator, and I have this one little hang up about government. And then I learn about government, and I go, oh, the government isn't shitty. The system isn't shitty because I'm reading the same thing that I read in the Bible, which means we're under the same rules. And what are rules? Things that always happen. And who's the reason for that? The Creator. And so just by knowing that the earth is flat, knowing all of this information, I can now open up my Bible and continue. 'Cause I don't have this roadblock where, okay, I'll read it, but I don't have faith in what I'm reading.
Yeah, you get a lot of people that have these hangups and take it to a different direction. They're extremists, and they'll say, "Well, you got to be a sovereign citizen. You got to get away from all these laws and become your own island of a person." And it's like they try to come into this server and convince people, and I have a qualm with that because it's like the same government that was given to us to instill to govern us was a system that was put in place by the Creator, and he because the people were like they want to know how to follow like the ways of God instructively. They want to know what to do, how to do, how many steps to take, what to do, cook, what to eat, like everything, how to wash your dishes and everything. So it was a procedure that he laid out to them in full detail. And it was one that could not be measured up by any standard of person. No one was going to be able to follow this law perfectly, because if that were the case, there would be no need for a savior. So the idea behind all of this is the government that was instilled, and there's iterations of government, right? I'm not talking about, so they all have their own different style of like what they're saying in your own government, but they're basically about the same type, whatever government has been instilled. So the people that are being governed right now are saying government sucks, I need to get away from it, so therefore I'm going to create a way to get away from all of this, and a baby with a bathwater, all or nothing fallacy, that I'm going to just do away with all of it and just become my own government, and this is even wrong. So there's a better way to understand, because the system that's put in place has been put in place and set there, to kind of like be over the people. But at the same time, if you don't know how to operate within the government, then you're lost. That's like, and that's not that the government's bad, is that you're enabled. So what happens is the information that's supposed to be freely given, like it's there, but you just need to look for it. And so you don't know how to manage money. You don't know how to deal with like certain situations in your life with government. So you just said, well, to hell with it. I can't find my way, so I'm just going to do away with it altogether. And that's the mentality of why some people get adamant of like, yeah, anti-government, that's the way to go. And so people are up in arms about it. They're like, how can you be a truther and still side with government? Aren't these the people that are still lying to you about NASA? You know what I mean?
Isn't it's the same thing? It's the same thing with the Bible. They're like, I reject it. Did you read it? No. I reject the government. Well, have you taken any classes to try to understand how your government is structured and how it works? No. What are we talking about?
My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. So, and that's scripture, right? So it gets people to understand it's not the fact that the government is doing it wrong. It's the fact that you don't know how to operate within the confines of it. And it's always to the detriment of the person, because like the knowledge is there. It's there for you. And every country might be a bit more oppressive than the next, right? I will admit that, because it seems like there are stewards over those governments, bodies that could oppress the people, but that doesn't negate the fact that within those governments, there's ways to kind of like, otherwise, how would people live? They would all die, wouldn't they? Every single government that was like really bad, everybody would just be crushed under the weight and all die. So no government can be completely all bad. There is a system built in within each government that you can exist. It's just that people don't understand how to access that information, because they're not going to outright tell you, well, look, this is how to gain access to all this. So one of the things that we talk about in here is that a critical thinking mind is the most dangerous mind. That's where they try to suppress information from you. They don't want you to just be talking about this, because once people gain this knowledge, then we all become advanced in how to gain the system. And they don't want that. They'd rather have a lot of people who don't know what they're doing, so fractional banking can be the dominant force, and you don't know how to make moves in investment, learn how to sell real estate, because once you gain that knowledge, you become self-sufficient, you are independent, and within the system, within the same governmental structure, and you don't know this information, you just right now are like government bad, like that's the kind of mentality anyway. And so let's get away from it all. And that's not the case. You just have to understand how it works and what are the rules that they're playing by, because once you do, then you start to access this like understanding of being able to be because what's oppressing people right now? The ability not to be have a life that's sustained within this in the current system, right? And of course, there's fear mongering, or it could be war anytime. We could all lose all of this because an EMP bomb, or the black pills of like. But what do we do to each other in here? The scare tactics, the black pills, they're creating bunkers at Walmart and they're gonna hurt all the people. It's like, man, why are we we are just oppressing each other at this point? All this hearsay nonsense that we keep talking about, but really, they're making these camps at Walmart. You don't believe me? It's like, okay, are they hurting people now? Are they getting them that you start getting into the facts of the matter, and nobody can support it. Well, this guy said so. He was on there talking about it adamantly. Well, great. But for now, keep your eyes focused on the really is level, and that's you moving forward. Because if your feet are stuck in the mud, scaring everybody about what's happening in life, then you're never going anywhere. So, what is the reality of the situation? Who are the they, the them, the elites? Like everybody's the big bad boogeyman. That's your next door neighbor, because he's brainwashed and teaching his town, because he's a teacher at your local schools, teaching his kids, the kids that go there, the earth is a globe. And guess what? We have educators that come in here, like Chris. He's an educator. What would what would happen to him if he just started talking about flat earth in his classroom and only flat earth, and not really telling them to look into the globe? They would pull him aside, probably suspend him, or tell him that you need to find another job because you're not going to be telling people outside of your curriculum. This is what you need to teach, and teach this. So we understand that there's rules that we have to abide by in the system. But that's not to say that within those rules, you can't give somebody the mindset of being a critical thinker. See, that's the issue. We don't know how to do that. We've never understood, like within the system, how to get somebody to really realize the situation that they're in. Because you can instruct them. Look, this is the information, but you need to think, what is reality? What is really going on? And within the heliocentric system, you can give somebody the access to be a critical thinker. And then they themselves will free themselves out of the system. Or just like Elijah was saying, he can give you some knowledge about, financial development. And then you'd be able to say like, whoa, I never seen it that way. And then you're kind of like enlightened because you now know this new information you didn't know, but you thought you knew. Here's another thing. People always think they know, right? I read the Bible. I know what it says. I read it 5 times. I hear people saying that all the time, but I don't think they know what that means. I don't think it means what they think it means. I read it 5 times, man. Yeah, you just say that because you don't want to be held accountable for what you don't know. It's the same like these globers. They don't want to be held accountable for what they don't know. So they'll say, yeah, I know the Earth's globe. For sure, 100%. Right? Well, how do you know? Well, some Italian guy like 9,000 years ago was. No, you're saying the rhetoric incorrect. So it's like that's what people do when it comes to like what they know about like the governments that they're in. Do you know how to gain on the government? Because it's all laid out. These laws and structures are all, because obviously there's a hierarchy. How did those people get into the places of power that they're in? They moved up in the world. How did they do it? There's obviously a way to do it, and that's not easily accessible. So what we're doing here with each other should be a sharing of the knowledge of how to do these things. and everybody in every like aspect of it, like financial and spiritual, you know, we should be sharing that information instead of like bickering with each other. Like Elijah will come out with something with financial, will be like, yeah, but no, like because people just want to be off-putters, you know, just so that they won't. No, government bad, Elijah. Like they'll, you know, like let's be sovereign citizens. Kinds of garbage. Just and that's the way people are thinking these days, and it's repulsive because it's like, man, you don't have to go all the way extreme that way. You don't have to do that. They just live within their own government and understand how to live. That's it. Sorry.
Check out what happened the other day, right? I was in the Geo server, right? They were already talking about finances. I was like, you know, when you first learn about flat earth, like it's hard when you're learning new things not to want to share it. Like it becomes a part of you. So if I get annoying, guys, I'm sorry. Just tell me, hey, you're being annoying. I'll be fine. But I was over there. They were already talking about finances, and I was like, oh hell yeah! Here's a time to like, you know, exercise my muscle memory and see what I've learned, see what I know. And I was talking to those guys, and I always start off with the rule of 72 because that's like kind of like what your interest rate is, whether it's working against you or for you. Like that's something that nobody really knows. They just know if they in debt, they don't want it too high, and if they trying to invest, they want it very high. That's all they know. So I said, does anybody know what it is? And majority of the room said no. Like one or two people said yes. So what ends up happening is I go over it with everyone. I was like, you can Google it. Like it's not Eli's law. It's not Eli's rule. It's actually they affectionately name it the banker's rule. So what happens? Well, you got 3% on this end, or which you'll be lucky if you. I don't even know who gets that from a bank. And there's 12% on the other end, and it shows you what you would make if you would have invested 10,000 at an average rate of return of 3% versus 12. And they're like, oh my god, like I had no idea. They're like, how do you know this? I was like, yo, bro, like just go to your bank tomorrow and have a conversation with them about this and about your money and what options you have. I guarantee you they're going to confirm everything that I said. Like, because I'm still Eli. I'm still a flat earther, and my principles are the same. Like, if I can't validate what I'm saying, I won't be saying it. If you can't validate what I'm saying, then you won't be hearing it from me. It's as simple as that. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if I'm wrong, I want to know immediately, right? So after everything, everybody's like, thanks, man. I never heard this information. And I was like, I don't want anything from you. I just wanted to be a part of the conversation. I just wanted to tell you something you probably didn't know before today. They're like, oh, thank you. You know, Kosho comes in, and he's like, yeah, but everybody knows about investing, so you didn't really do anything. And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, everybody knows already. Like, you're just talking just to talk, like you know more than everybody or something. And I was like, bro, I literally asked who knows, et cetera, et cetera. Majority of the room said they don't. And you just heard the majority of the room thank me. And you're going to follow that up with the information you gave wasn't useful. See, that's what you guys do. It's not about flat earth. It really is about truth, which to me is you're going against God if you're going to tell a lie and you're going to do it on purpose. Because what you're here for is to be a disruptor. So I have a brother. I'm like, hey, here's some information I think you really need to know. Somebody like Kosho comes in between, and they do their little thing that disrupts the entire conversation. They've been doing that here for the 3 years that I've been here. 4 years, however long it's been. I'm like, damn. I'm trying to help people learn a little something so that they're not broke when they retire. And even then, you're opposed? I was like, did anything that I say, was it wrong? He's like, no. And I was like, well, then why the fuck wouldn't you want me to share it with people that don't know about it? Like, it's crazy. Yo, these guys are not your friends. It's not just about flat Earth. They don't want you to know anything good. They don't want you to know that God is real. They don't want you to know that God has set this place up for you to succeed. They don't want you to know that.
I've been telling people that, Elijah, these snakes that come in here, they come in with a smooth tongue and a very passive aggressive tone. And it sounds like, hey, I just want to talk to you guys. What word do you want me to use? I'll use that word. Oh, you don't like gravity? Let's use the force of down. Would you like that? Is that better? So these snakes that come in here, I immediately out them. I'm like, I want them to be the nasty, ugly monster so that you don't hear this like nice civil side of them, or at least what it sounds like they're being civil, but they're not. They're being cunning. They want to insert themselves in communities like this that stand for truth, and then within that community, they want to make you understand that we can't know this information. Just like the way Kosha was doing it, really sly. He didn't outwardly yell at Elijah, but he came in there saying, because like he understands, and I would say that he didn't just pop in just to be a contrarian. He was listening, and he wanted to thwart the efforts of what Elijah just done by superimposing his idea over that in the room. Kind of like, yeah, that's what you say, but I want the final word in that. Everybody already knows that, so we don't need to know anymore. Kind of like to shut Elijah up and shut him down. So the purpose of what they're doing, you guys don't understand. It's more sinister than you actually think it is. So hell yeah, when I'm up in arms and that, when I'm talking to somebody, you bet your bottom dollar I have a mission. And that's to out them in front of everyone so that you can see the actual monster that they really are. And I want that to be the case every single time that they come in here. I want them, whoever it is, it doesn't matter because there's different guys that come in here at all times, but their agenda is the same. Just so that you won't get close to the information. And so they'll say things in a civil tone so that they can insert themselves in here, and I don't like that. So I will, if I hear something in the way that they're speaking, I'm gonna dig and dig and dig and dig until I find what pushes their buttons, and I'm gonna hone in on that until I finally get them to be that person, and then you can hear it for yourself when they do it outwardly. But kind of on the onset, just like the way Kosho came in, a regular person, if Elijah was to say something like that in the audience would hear it, they would look at Elijah like he's such a madman. What are you doing, dude? Why are you so mad at Kosho? He's just because they don't understand the sinister plot that's behind all of this. The wonderful information that could free you from the way that you're actually managing money. It could be helpful in your real life. And he's actually trying to actively stop that. Do you guys see? Like, this is the issue that we have, even with flat Earth. So it's not just finances, but it's also in like the truth movement with the physical and natural world, right? They're actively like, they'll be listening into the YouTube live stream or something, and then they'll pop in here all of a sudden, and then they have something to say about it. And they want
it's worse than that. It's worse than that. Because look, again, you got to get out of this poor mentality. And again, Miggy said it's not just financing. It's just social. It's just social capital as well. You don't want to tell your friends and family it's the truth. You're gonna let your nieces and nephews go to that school where they're gonna be destroyed because they don't have enough information to understand. Oh, I was born with everything that I need. Everything that I need, I was born with. Well, unless you have a disability, but other than that, you're born with everything that you need. And it's like these people, it's not even about these people. It's about you now. So now I'm focused on you. And the problem is, you don't think you're worthy of getting an audience with Neil deGrasse Tyson. So you'll settle for talking to somebody in the chat room, the dungeon of discourse. Because they will satisfy your need to speak to someone about this topic. But they don't want it. They don't have enough intellectual capital to receive it. And all they're going to do is act like a leech and suck all of what you have out of you so that you don't even feel like sharing the truth with others? Why don't you feel like you can talk to Neil deGrasse Tyson? Why not? Like, you don't think that if I focused for the next 5 years on how to get an audience with Neil deGrasse Tyson that I couldn't? Not unless he actively, really, really actively just would not and did. But no one's done that. They just think they're going to send an email, they're going to send a message, they're going to make some noise, and that's it. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. If you want something done, you got to get good at it, and then you got to go do it yourself. So I'm saying that to say there's so much more we could be doing. There's so much more people that we could be talking to. And all we got to do is believe that we can do that shit. And the moment more of you believe what I believe, at least get up to my level, because I'm nowhere. I'm nowhere. And I'm nowhere without you. And if you don't grow, I don't grow. And if I don't have you, I'm just me. That's just what it is. Let's all keep it real and realize that if it's just you, you're not going to get the job done. You need other crusaders. When you have somebody with a similar purpose, you can get double the work, maybe exponentially more work done. So I'm just saying, we need to get good at not being afraid to tell these snakes who want to be passive aggressive and, I understand that you guys are flat earthers. That's cool, but, like all the stuff that Mickey was just talking about. No, you have to get mentally tougher because this is very real. And I would like, before I die, I would like to see some progress made. And the only way it's going to get made, look, we agree, and I'm going to end it like this. We agree that some of the best debaters on this topic are in this room. So if we stay in this room, what hope do they have out there? That's all I got to say.
Yeah, the biblical reference is that, there's a lot of work in the field, but not enough workers to do the work. And there's always room for getting more people to get on the side of truth and do the work. Because this is work, my friends, what we're doing in here. It takes endurance, right? And it's another biblical principle, endurance to the end. Those who endure to the end shall be saved. So endurance is the key factor here. It's waking up every single day, resetting, refocus, re-energize, rethink. Yesterday might have been, it was kind of bad, I felt a certain way, but now I woke up, so let's go. It's time to do it again. And again, it's like, you think about it, it's like the principle, I go back to the movie The Matrix, because that's what Morpheus was telling Neo. When the first time his attempt to actually expose him to be the one in one of the training exercises, do you remember? When he was attempting to actually fight him, and then he wasn't able to do it, he was like, do you think that's air you're breathing? When he actually made him realize that the system and parameters that were set there he was stopping himself from becoming realized. So once he said again, Neil stood up and he's like, now I'm going to come at this with the sense that I'm going to think differently now this time. So that's what we do every day. Reset, refocus. You get up and it's time to do it again. Until you, like Elijah was saying, you get good. And then you start to become better and better and better. And so every single day is a better version of yourself than the day before. And you keep getting better until the point that what happens is you start to get people that recognize your talent. And then it's not that you're looking for others, they're coming to you. And so, you start to get, gain more audience, more ears start listening to you, more popularity, more fame in the sense of not it being like a rock and roll star, but like somebody who gets noticed on the wise words that they say. And then what happens when you start to become that guy or a girl, then other people in the bigger intellectual side, the bigger fame side, are going to want to know, who's this guy saying with it? They'll start making videos of you. They'll start recognizing who you are. But that doesn't start without you putting your hands to the plow. It's time to work. You got to put some work into this. You got to really dig your heels in and identify the situation, which are all these agendas that are laid before us. Now, what are we going to do? Are we going to sit back and allow this to happen? Or are we going to start being involved? And so the idea is get involved, get in there. What, you're just not going to sit back and be one of those guys or girls that looks at the world such in a bad way. I mean, well, look at all this. Look at this. Look at this black pill. Look at how if we don't do nothing, it's like, yeah, I know you're saying all these things, but what are you doing? What have you done today? Have you contributed to anything beneficial? What have you said? And so, in the way of truth, it's not just listen. It's not just being up here upset at like, oh man, the Globalers are saying this. No, I'm out here with a purpose. I'm sitting here demonstrating to everyone. I'm making an all call to everybody. Come in, enjoy this conversation of truth, because in this place there isn't anywhere that they can go outside of the natural known reality that we have. So that being said, when they come in here, what happens? They're thwarted. They're easily like, I don't have an answer to why the earth doesn't measure. I know. Isn't that funny? Because you were 100% sure when you came in here the earth was curving. But upon further conversation and investigation, you realize that guy that you said was an Italian 9,000 years ago or a Greek 5,000 years ago, because you didn't know. And so all of that information turns out to be bankrupt, because it was no way, shape, or form giving us that geometric shape of the earth. It just wasn't. Now that you realize that, you got a pocket full of dreams now. That's it. You don't really have anything to go on that's substantiated by the truth. Therefore, our position is firm, it's solid. So if you have the truth, then what can come against you? There isn't a Neil deGrasse Tyson on this earth, or a Bill Nye the Science Guy, or Michelle Fowler, or any of these big names that could stand against truth. Truth is the ultimate. It is the supreme way of actually speaking to people. So when you have truth, what is there to fear? You could be in an arena with anybody. So this is
something you said about getting good, right? Just piggybacking off of what I said. Now, I've seen many people come through these Discord doors, okay? One of the most notable is my guy, Creation Band. There are a few people. There's Sonny. There's Orion. There's a multitude of them. And I appreciate the most that they've taken the time out to say, hey, I looked up to you at some point. And you know what else? When I hear them arguing, they make some of the points that I made early on and still make. So you know what I did? I was able to coach people who were coachable. And guess what? When I took my hiatus from the group and I wasn't around, there was still someone here to educate others. Now, if I didn't educate anybody, there would have, if Miggy didn't educate anybody, if Indio didn't educate, if Meme didn't educate, if they didn't start this server, you wouldn't be where you are today. So you got to pay that forward. You got to learn as much as you can so that you can do what we've done for you for free, by the way. We've given you our most prized possession, our time, free of charge. Take advantage. That's all.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Elijah. We do have some people in here. I'd like to say hello to everyone. If you're just joining us, thank you very much. And like the all call always goes out every single day, because we're being live streamed 24/7. And a lot of what we're saying in here is the fact that we can't do this alone. So this isn't some kind of like superior echelon, and then you guys are just like peons and that. No, we're all in this fight together. And it's the fact that we're saying this. I said it before, it's like an academy. It's like learning from the instructors and getting better until you become one. And that's the ultimate goal, is for you to become somebody who helps others. Like what he's saying, pay it forward, right? But you can't do that when you first start out, because you want to know the context, you want to know the content, you want to be able to hear what people say. And so you start getting better every day. There's a point where you cross the chasm, where that chasm is crossed and you become like fully aware, where you're like, I understand now. I can do this, and I want to show people how it can be done. So that's the point where you're just like, you're flying now. I feel like Elijah's that way. I'm that way. I don't need people to like, I've understood what needs to be done. The goal is clear. Yeah, it's very, I'm determined. I'm passionate. I got endurance. I have it all. Not only that, it's like once you become this way, you start to be able to realize like people are in a deep state of confusion. And you have the ability to help them through this confusion. So that's what we're doing here. So it's not, some people look at it as a debate. That's fine. I don't, that has its own merits, right? Its own value. You listen to somebody in a, in a debate about flat earth and you're like, well, I like what this guy is saying, whoever's in a debate. I, however, don't think that's the way we should proceed forward, because I don't think you can debate against truth. Only thing I think you can do is reject truth. That's it. You can hear what somebody says, well, hey, I don't like that. Okay. But is it true? That's what you got to, yeah. Once you tell everybody, is this true? Is the information for the Earth's curvature measurement out there for somebody to know? No. And that's the truth. You can take that to the bank and you can bet the farm. There is no information that's going to give you the curvature of the Earth measurement to be what the radius, diameter, and circumference is. So that's absolutely true. However, you can tell them or confuse them to think that by looking at star trails or imagining the Earth from a rocket's perspective or whatever, and then get them to think that way, right? So you can confuse somebody into thinking that it's like it's a confusion, it's a tactic, it's a trick, it's a magician's trick. It's so that it's like a redirection. It's so that you won't focus on the truth, but you'll be redirected to think something else, like a video from like the ISS or footage. Like one of the things. Now I'll speak about truth a little bit, but I'll speak of the deception and what people ask for in this room. And I always tell people in the truth community, please don't ask for things about like what it would take for you to know if the Earth was a globe or not, because they start to realize that that's what you're asking for. They're going to give it to you. One instance of something that people usually say, oh, if I had uncut footage from a rocket that's going straight up and then coming all the way back down with no cuts, that's all I would need, and I would be a glober back again. I've heard people say this, so no one can tell me that that's a lie, because I've heard it with my own ears. So I know there's truthers out there that would say, yeah, that's a pretty good way to know if the Earth is a globe. You get uncut footage. Guess what? I've seen a video that has uncut footage of a rocket going all the way up and coming back down. Uncut. That's going to knock your socks off if that's what your standard of evidence was. So I could even point you to the video. What is that going to do? Is that going to turn the flat earther who was sitting here saying the Earth's 100% flat now like, oh, that's the evidence I was asking for. So sorry, guys, it's been nice, but I got to go because that's the evidence I was asking for. But that's not the standard. That thing that you asked for is a hat trick. Because if that's what you're asking for, they can come with hat tricks all day long. Video footage, production value on certain things. Like it's all embellishments, and they can give that to you. Oh, is this what you're asking for? No problem, bro. I got you. And so once they do, you're all confused. You're like, well, fish. Oh, yeah, that's what I asked for. So I guess the Earth's a globe. You know what I mean? So this is the deception. Yeah, go on.
Here's the first hat trick in your paradigm for the person that's listening who is coming across this information for the first time. In your paradigm, the person who began shaping our view and began building upon the knowledge or the information that the Earth is a sphere was Aristotle. Now, yeah, there's some like older ancient writings and blah, blah, blah. I'm not talking about that because you don't know that yet. Like in your paradigm, being someone who doesn't know much, all you know is Aristotle is the reason that we've started looking into the Earth being round, because why? During eclipse, you could see the shadow, or they claim it's a shadow on the moon that's curved. Now, today, when you consider that, and you're like, okay, well, Aristotle said that it's the Earth getting in the way of the moon, so they're in alignment, and that's what's causing the shadow on the moon is the alignment between the sun, the Earth in between, and the moon. So all you would have to do as an individual is get off the internet, get out the book, get out of whatever circle of friends that's telling you to go. Forget all of that. You Google when the next lunar eclipse is happening, and you go ahead and observe it. You know what you find out? You find out that there is an eclipse that somewhere on Earth you can basically look at this thing with the sun and the moon both above you. Okay? Above you. 180 degrees, you're looking in front of you, to the back of you, that's 180 degrees. Straight line. From east to west, horizon to horizon. Okay? And so you were told that it's the alignment of these three bodies. But when you experience it, it can't be aligned because you can see both above you, above the horizon. So at that point you go, well, one of the main reasons that we believe this is here today is because Aristotle told us that the curve on the moon during an eclipse was the Earth. But here I am standing here experiencing that can't possibly be the case. So it just takes a little bit of investigation to make the entire house of cards come down. You got to understand the difference between believing and knowing. Because what you have right now is a belief. If you don't believe that it's just a belief and not knowledge or not scientific evidence, we encourage you to come in here and have a discussion. Not an argument, not a debate, a discussion about what you know. That's all. Thank you.
I'd like to say a shout out to everybody that's in the room. What's up, Levelist, Little G, Matt Willis, Morvis, what's up, bros? Jedi, what's up? How y'all feeling today?
What up, Mickey?
How you doing, buddy? All good, all good. Just listening to you guys chat away.
Yeah, it's just, I always look to inspire, man. That's my, I like, if I've ever gained something that I feel like in life, I want to share that with you. It's like, the approach that I take to, it's like, I'm looking at this from the vantage point of like, I'm just a beggar telling another beggar where to find bread. I like that saying because it's stuck to my mind, as in there isn't anything that I got that you can't have. Like, it's all, we're sharing this together. But I want to inspire those who haven't reached the level to where they feel confident enough to do this, to actually want to reset, refocus, and become that person. Because you, of your own self, everybody's their own different person. So the better version of you would be one who stands up for truth and be able to say it in the way that you know how. But like I said, we're all different parts of the same body. So we need each other, right? We complement each other. So I can get through to somebody that you can't, and vice versa. So this is important. We all need each other in that way, and we're all important. But there isn't any, like, I would say, there's people that are becoming those who inspire and help and teach and instruct. So that's the difference right now. When you have somebody that way, then you kind of glean as much knowledge as you can, and then you want to become stronger in the way you present. So, in that way, we all walk in the same accord. We're all the same mind, same accord, and these are all biblical principles. I would say, from the perspective that I looked at, like why people would say that, whoa, how do you know the Bible's real? And stuff like that. These principles that are in the Word are all the same principles that actually the ways that I live my life, like that are seen, that would be apparent to me, that are true. They're just apparent. It's just truth. Like when you speak truth to somebody, you already know it's something they don't want to hear. Truth isn't something you're just like, hey, my friend, let me tell you the truth. They're going to be like, oh, the truth. Oh, that's great. Let me hear it. They're going to be like, whoa, what do you got to tell me? What do you know? Like, it's the first inclination that they have when they start listening to you say, let me tell you the truth. But that's what we're doing, right? And we're dropping truth bombs, and it's like, it's difficult. So how you can actually go about doing it with different people is sometimes you have to, the approach that you take is going to be, you have to use tactfulness. So how do you speak to your mom is going to be different. How do you speak to somebody here on Discord? And you know, it's just different. You have to, every case, it's a case by case scenario. So yeah, I definitely want to, and so I don't know. I want to dispel the myth that this is a debate. It's not. This is not a debate whatsoever. 100%. This is not a debate. That's what you have to lock that down in your mind. There isn't a realm where you're going to be thinking, oh yeah, let's go to the debate server, and it's me against you. You got 10 minutes. I got 10 minutes. No, because that's the wrong way to do this, and I'll tell you why. Because if you allow them a forum so that they are not held accountable, then they're not going to be. I'm just simply putting it that way. They're not going to be held accountable. In this forum, however, we don't let them go. It's like, no, that's the question. Now I'm waiting on your answer. But the gravity and Coriolis, nope, we're not going over there. We're staying right here until you answer the question. And I want everybody to pay attention how you're going to give the answer. So I'm passionate about this. So it's not a debate. It's a realization of rejection of the truth. That's what we're hearing from these people. They're going to realize how they're outwardly rejecting the truth. So it's not this little sly, like, well, we don't really know. I guess it's a globe. No. This isn't a guessing game. You either know or you do not know that the earth is a globe. Like Roland did the other day, if you guys were in for the conversation. So it's not a debate. 100% it's not a debate. If truth is with us, then what can be against us? Who can be against us? What can stand against truth? Nothing. It's the things that are self-evident are just that, self-evident. Like, is that I don't like that. To me, that's a confusing part. Well, let's go hash it out on a debate forum. No. Why? I'm going to allow this clown to say about 1,001 things about what he thinks the universe is without any fundamental understanding of truth. And then I'm going to retort all of his nonsense. I'm going to go into a spiel about how single thing he said was wrong. And then I've wasted about, a good 30 minutes of my energy and time to talk about how that is nonsense and then reiterate a point that I have to say about truth. No. Here's what the thing that's going to happen. If you want to speak about reality, then you better bring some evidence with you. And I meant primary source, citation, demonstration. These are, well, you guys, what do you ask for? What do you want? You always hear this when the guys that come in here. They always say this, man. What are you guys asking for? What do you want? I've been asking for the same thing that I've always been asking for. I need evidence. Proof of the thing that you're saying, you know? So, of course we want to know where the origin of this thing came from. And where does it say what it says about what your information says? And we want to see a demonstration. So if you got none of that, what do you have, my friend? You have ideas and assumptions and assertions, things that are conjured up by a human mind. I don't want that. I want something that's true. I want to go out what you're saying. If I'm going to pit it against reality, and it better be what you're saying. Because if that's not the case, then what are you saying? You just want me to fantasize about what reality can be? Oh, it's all subjective. Well, yeah, you know, we're brains in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere. That's really interesting. That's deep thought. No, it's not. It's stupid and it's nonsense. And that's what you want other people to think.
How did we say it this morning, Mickey? We had a chat about this, and I think I said something like, there is no debate. It's just like little children arguing with reality or with nature. That's all it is. It's just children arguing with nature because they don't like the way nature is.
And what do they do when they're in here? I don't like how you are. You sound mean, like a kid would. It's like they act like, no, this is an adult conversation. And you know, and the thing about this is we hear undertones of that kind of conversation happening in the echoes of that, anyways, in the biblical context. I always go back to that because there's good ways to reference it. Like when Job was talking with the Creator. And the Creator told him, you better gird your loins like a man because I have some questions for you and you better answer them. Where were you when I created the foundations of the earth? And Job, in stunned silence, was like, hey, I mean, I don't have, yeah, that's what happens when you're confronted with the truth. Where were you when somebody created the idea of the globe earth? Were you there? Were you in the meeting? Did you hear Copernicus say that? Was somebody talking to you? Did Einstein whisper in your ear? How do you know? Where does it say that? I have some questions from you, and you better answer them. And so that's what we're asking them in here when they step foot in here. It's like, we want to know the truth. And if you have the golden nugget of truth, well, come on in. Let's talk about it. Because here's the thing that we want. We want somebody to be in here speaking truthfully, honestly, and lay it out to us. Give all the details to us. We don't want to hear this gish galloping, I guess so kind of way of like speaking about what truth is. This is not truth. It's not your truth is your truth, my truth is my truth. It is absolutely objectively true that the earth is what it's going to display itself as, measured as, navigated as, or it's not. Or it's going to be the globe that everybody thinks that it is. Either way, we're going to know, right? Within the context of our conversation, the collective will actually, the people that come in here, there will be some whistleblower like, dudes, like we had looked at this angle where this is the way that we understand the earth to be a globe, because that would have already been the case. Somebody somewhere would have made it obvious to everyone, look, guys, you guys are all wrong. Here's how to, no, there's no way. So we already looked at all the ways, man. What do you think we've been doing? Every researcher, every truther that's in here has been looking in many different directions, in different places, and the Internet of Things, and like libraries, and asking anecdotal information from elders and people, like just all kinds of stuff. We've looked under every rock, no stone is unturned when you talk about the collective truthers that are in here. So we've went everywhere, all of us collectively. And that's the thing, there is nothing that can stand against that. Just like Jedi was saying, just a bunch of little children bickering back and forth. So why do we want to engage in that? Why do we want to go to another forum where that's happening? Oh, let's give this man 10 minutes. I'm not. I don't want to give him 10 minutes to spout out his nonsense and me listening to, that's pretty deep thought. I never thought about the galaxy that way. Do you guys know what I mean now? Like, this is not a debate. Truth is not something, it's either you know the truth or you don't.
Yeah, it's definitely not a debate, mate.
And the more that I've been saying this for quite some time now that I've been back, because I also have been back from hiatus, but that I have been back, I've noticed one thing to be true in my life is that the thing that I thought was something, because we used to have the arena here in this Discord, and it was a knockdown slugfest of ad homs and really getting into the dirt with these guys. It was something else. It was
those were the days.
Yeah, it was a spectacle, let's say.
Yeah.
It was a bloodbath.
Yeah.
It was, blood pressures all went up like when we were in there. So even the listener was probably like antsy listening to us. But what I really got from all of that was that I now look back, hindsight, right? You really realize the situation. And all it was is that a bunch of guys who don't want to come to the truth. They're just rejecting it. Because we always get them. We all did. We always would get them to a point where there wasn't anything else to say except for their concession, and they wouldn't concede. They would not concede for the life of them. They would not concede. And so the truth is not in them. They don't want it. And so be it.
Well, just think of the way that debates. Sorry, mate. Just think of the way that debates are kind of set up. You have one debate one day, and then you go and have a debate another day, probably respawning on the same points that you spoke about the other day. So it's just rinse and repeat. No one gets anywhere. The flat earther will make their point. The anti-flat earther, because like you said, they're not in it for truth. The anti-flat earther will just spout their religious nonsense and talk for you. There is no debate, but if we have debates, we're just playing into that field.
That's why I'm fine right here. I don't need to go to another forum and say, "Oh, Mickey's going to have a debate with Fight the Flat Earth." No, I don't want to.
Oh.
I don't need to. I don't even like. He's not even on my radar.
We did that, Miggy. We did that.
Yeah.
Me, you, and Mickey HC. We went to debate Fight the Flat Earth, and within 5 minutes, it was, "Why are we here, Miggy? What we doing this for? What's the point? This guy's not listening to us. No one's listening to us. I've been muted 5 fucking times. This guy's shouting through me. He hasn't understood what I've said. He's misrepresented what I've said. Now he's talking about something else that we wasn't talking about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
What's the point?"
Yeah, that's the thing. When they have a forum where they have a level playing field, it's like, okay, let's have the truth and the lies on a level playing field. You can't have that. You cannot have where they're both on the same level playing field, because then people are confused. That's what all we do with the debate is confuse people, because we have good points. The Flat Earther had some good points, but I gotta say, man, the way that this guy's coming off, he sounds pretty confident. So I think he's got some good points too. So when you're listening to a debate, this is the kind of the mindset that people have listening to the debate. Because when I gotta say, when I heard Dave Farina and David Weiss, I was listening to him, and it just sounded. Dave Farina is very cocky. He's a very cocky human being. When he comes off, and very full of himself and confident. But that's not. I don't care how much charisma he has. It's not going to thwart the efforts of what somebody that's speaking truth is going to do. You either know truth or you don't. And the truth is not in Dave Farina. He wants to completely be stuck in the lie and also take you down with him. And he'll happily take your dollars. You'll pay him money, right? Because you want to super chat him and whatnot, to keep you inured with the fantasy globe earth information. And he'll happily do that for sure. Why not? It's profitable. Lying is profitable. But when you go into that kind of thing, and you go, "Oh, there's a debate happening. Let me go and listen to it." Why? What do you think you're going to gain from going into that, listening to that? Wouldn't you rather hear somebody actually trying to stand up to truth? When they come in here, that's what they're doing. Because we're asking them, okay, you have the floor. Go ahead and tell us primary source, citation, demonstration. Because that's what we need. We need to know how this is true. So go ahead. And we give you the floor. And what happens when we give people the floor? They have no idea, my friends. They don't know where to start. They don't even know the rhetoric themselves. So what happens at that point? We start to realize that there is no debate. Well, possibly because the information they have isn't true at all. It's just some rhetoric that was conjured up by some talking head somewhere, or talking heads, could be a group of people, who knows. But the agenda is that we have this information now that cannot be supported into reality. Doesn't comport. You can't take that information that someone said, the sun's 93 million miles away. Okay, how are we going to measure that? Anyone? Parsecs, maybe?
Guessing.
Yeah, you're coming through, P-Mac. So that's what we do here. We're not going to go and be baited into like, ooh, Miggy and Jedi need to go and debate the people over here. I don't care about that stuff. That's not what I'm here for. I don't care about stupid debates. Debates is for something like, you like apples, I like oranges. Okay, go. Give me your best information as to why you think apples are better than oranges. And and we can have a debate on that, right? Let's do it. And let's see who wins. But
sorry, Mickey. I guess the only thing that listening to debates has really been good for over the last 7 to 8 years is understanding what people actually think and what people actually say when they give us their understanding of the globe Earth. And because we've debated or heard debates of some mildly intellectual people, we can understand the debate tactics that people use. So, yeah, there is no debate, but they have been useful for basically people like myself, yourself, Elijah, anybody else on this server, and in any other Flat Earth server, how to get their argument down to 1 or 2 sentences. Instead of having to speak for 5 minutes, we've got it down to, I'm going to cut your head off right about now.
Yeah. I would say that the usefulness that it has was that it was a stepping stone.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So once you build a space as to like how things should be, then you don't need the former things anymore. So let's say we already achieved a personal way of like being able to say, I know why those things were useful, but I don't use them now anymore. And the newcomer is like, well, I need to go through that process. But here's the skinny on that. You don't. And now I'm going to tell you why. Because we already been through that. So what we're going to do here is create the new platform, the new way. And the new way is this. Let them come here and speak about what truth is. Because they have their platforms of debate. Nobody had what we have right now. So what we have here in 24/7, it's all kind of a brand new way of looking at it. So it's like, we don't look at it as a debate. Not in here. What it is people rejecting the truth. So this is kind of more aptly put. They come in here to reject or accept the understanding that the earth isn't what they've been told, right? So that's all it is. So the new way is you don't have to go to a debate server. Just sit right here. Just sit here. Just sit tight. The debate servers are set up to kind of give entertainment to the audience and the listener. And sometimes for, whatever reason you want to hear a brain falling downstairs, you'll go to hear one of those. I don't care.
Yeah, brain falling down the stairs.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I was gonna like halfway agree with you and halfway disagree with you. I was gonna meet in the middle by saying, well, initially I was like, yeah, that's right. Like we learn by debating, but then there comes a point where we got to move on. And so I guess the most important point is that people don't move on; they kind of just get stuck. You know what I'm saying? They don't take the tools that they learn to actually educate. They're trying to find someone who doesn't want the education and battle them.
Yes, that's it, Elijah.
So one other thing that we found out with doing that is that you have this whole host of other flat earthers on other servers that, because they're supposed to be the best of the best. They've been around just like us. They've been in this server as well. But them feeling the need to debate these people, right? They've lost their edge. They think they have to explain things that they don't have to explain. And so I think that Mickey saying that this is a new platform, a new way of doing things and thinking of things is, how about we cure the person of their delusion and then let them use their mind after that? They can do whatever they want.
You said it perfectly. That's exactly what, so we can do that, skipping the part where you have to painfully listen to somebody speak about what they don't know, right? And then you're just like sitting in there, gripping your chair, getting more frustrated and angry as to why they're not answering the question. Because I guarantee you, if you're somebody who's a critical thinker, that's what's going to happen. Your blood's going to boil. You're going to be upset. You're going to be like, damn it, I want to go in there and say something. Yeah, of course, it rubs you the wrong way, if you're a critical thinker listening to this. But at the same time, there should be a better way that we're doing this, and we are doing this. That's what I'm saying. This platform exists, and it's the very unique one that is the way that it is, because we're offering an open platform. Come on in. Hey, if you think the Earth is what you think it is, let's hear this right now. Let's have it. Give it to me. Give me what you think the truth is by way of showing me primary source, citation, demonstration. Tell me. I want you to lay it on me. Like, we're all here listening. Inquiring minds want to know, right? There's always a saying, like, tell me what you think it is, right? When they do that, then you as the listener in here can listen to them actually reveal to you what they know. And upon the conversation's progression, you're going to realize that they have no knowledge about what they're saying. Further proving our point that it's not a debate. And so when you're in here, it's like, yeah, you go ahead and go to listen to one of those debates, and you might find some entertainment and getting frustrated, and you're yelling at your computer like, oh, how stupid is this? It has its own merit, right? If for you, maybe because you're bored or whatever. But like, if you really want a place where truth is going to be spoken and there isn't anything that's going to thwart it, then you're in the right place already. This is it. Because we don't let any globe person hold office here. There isn't anybody holding a nonsensical idea, holding a position in this server. Only those who strictly adhere to like-mindedness and a one accord. We walk together in this fight, in this battle. So when we do it efficiently and effectively. There isn't any misstep. We can't have that. Because damn it, when somebody's talking, like it frustrates me sometimes. We don't know who. Some people don't know Elijah from Adam, right? When they come in here, they think he's just a regular old bloke on the internet. And what happens is they're just like, but I have a question about gravity. I want this guy to answer. And it's like, do you know what you just interrupted right now, my friend? There's a logical progression. There's a chain of logical progression that you just put your big old foot in, stepped all over his toes, and now you're just going to proceed to say what you want. You know how frustrating that is?
Very.
It's aggravating. And it's like you can't have somebody know who you are. So it's like when you're here, gain the information about how the culture operates. Listen to the culture, understand it. And then if you want to say something later on, proceed to say, hey, I want to contribute to what he's saying, along the same vein, with the same pattern of like thought and so forth. And so that's all we would ask from the listener, from the lurker, is like, listen to the culture, listen to how things operate. And then perhaps if you're motivated, jump in along the same pathway as the person speaking. And then that's how we work together. Anyway, somebody said something.
We said it earlier. If you allow it, they will take you down a rabbit hole. They have questions for everything. This question, they make up this answer and that answer because it's lie based upon lie based upon lie based upon lie. I mean, it's infinite. You'll sit if you could live to 100 for 100 years listening to certain people who refuse to accept what's right in front of them, and they'll just waste your time. It's either flat or it's curved. That's it. And I understand. Sorry, Jada. Yeah, I understand that people want to, try to figure out how it works and why it works and what there. But if you allow it, it'll take you down a path where you just sit and listen to people talk about mathematics, refractions, fucking curvatures, eclipses, just time after time after time. But it's obviously, observably, measurably flat.
So who can argue with truth? Well, it's pretty simple. Those who reject it. That's it. Those are the ones who argue. The ones who reject the truth.
Idiots, basically.
We're dealing with, there is no debate. You're either right or you're wrong. And I guarantee you, if you're standing against truth, you're wrong. You're outright. You're just dead on arrival. The moment someone sets foot in the server standing against the truth, what happens? They're eviscerated. Because not by us. We're going to let you eviscerate yourself. I want you to tell me how you know the Earth's a globe. And 100% know it's a globe. Go ahead. Lay it on me. Well, I guess it's a globe, Roland. I point to, because it's crazy, right? Because you allow, just go ahead, tell me. You allow them to show you how much they don't know. And when that's the case, then it's easy to see that there is no truth in them. They want to say things because they've been told all their life that the Earth is a globe. So that's it. You can go to a debate server, but what you're going to get there, my friends, is just point for point. And if that's what you're seeking, by all means, keep on trucking.
Dare we say circular arguments?
Well, yeah, and don't you get frustrated? You're like, dude, I wish somebody would just tell me. And usually the flat earth debater that's talking to them doesn't really go the way that you think that they're going. And you're like, man, I wish they have them on a point. They could just say this thing, and they don't say it. They say something else. You're like, shit, they got away from us. But it's the fact that in here we hold them to what they're held accountable. And sometimes
I have to say,
go ahead. You go on.
No, just quickly, I have to say this is the one server I noticed that it doesn't matter who you are. What do you call him? Well, Bob the science guy, blah 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 blah. The other guy, oh man, he's actually a professor. Isn't he?
Professor Phil.
They don't let. Yeah. The other guy, the guy that made he actually made the circumference fucking thing. Yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm going to finish up. It's just yes, thank you. That's the boy. Those they do not last very long. They just don't. That's why you don't see them on here too often.
I went into sorry. All I was going to say is I went into another server the other day and I saw Zanuck, and I haven't spoken to Zanuck for 2 years, and I left. I think I might have slipped my wrists if I was still debating with Zanuck 2 years bloody ago.
He's still just as bad.
Yeah,
I whooped him, right? I whooped him in a debate. As time goes on, it becomes easier and easier, which means the time it takes to stop the circle jerk is getting shorter and shorter. So we were talking about celestial navigation. And my premise is that you needed the horizontal to measure the vertical also. He said, no, you don't. And he went to aviation. And he was like, no, see, they use the vertical. See, you can free space this bullshit. I was like, no. Well, I know how they do it on the ship, but let's go ahead and address this. Now, I can't fucking find the screenshot or Google it to find the exact words. You ever figured that? You ever had something you come across that, oh my God, this is saying this right on Google? And then you type it in, then just 2 days later, and it's like you get all these other results that weren't the ones that you want.
Yeah.
So I found a quick one that said the reason that the bubble section doesn't require the horizon is because the bubble already establishes the horizontal.
Yeah.
So you don't not use it. It's just you don't require the step of getting your device level because the bubble is doing that. So he said, yeah, that's what I said. After you get your horizontal, then, and I said, no, bitch, shut up. You said that you don't need a horizontal. So the debate is over. You lost. These people will just go ahead and 5 minutes later take your position and claim that your position was their position.
I was just going to say that Zanuck actually says, so his weasel tactic is that one you just described, Elijah. He's done that in here, obviously. Indio was having a same point with him, like they were discussing light and that. And so at some point throughout the discussion, he started to agree with Indio. And Indio was like, I'm saying the exact same thing you're saying. And I think the most important thing when I was listening to them was after they were having a discussion about light, that Zanuck was saying the exact same thing that Indio was and agreeing with him. And Indio was like, dude, that's what I'm saying. And Zanuck was like, yeah, I know. And I'm like, so what's your point, dude? You just outed yourself as in you're contradicting yourself from the thing that you were saying beginning to now. So your premise, what you're saying now. So exactly what he's done to you is so when somebody makes a point and they tend to say like they agree with it so that they can make their initial premise something that works into someone's. So it's a concerted effort to make you understand that their point in the beginning was a reality. I'm telling you, these guys are snakes. You don't know the level that they're operating on. We do. We understand that. So therefore, it's like you can hear them when they come in here. But the snakes don't last in here because we have a big old lawnmower and they get sucked in there and get chopped up to bits. So we don't allow this kind of a gish gallop. Let's talk about that other point and this other thing. No, we aren't moving an inch. And I will frustrate the hell out of the audience until you admit you don't know what you're saying. And I have to hear those delicious words come out of your mouth that you don't know. I'm going to hear them, actually. That's the whole point. You're going to admit to everyone here that what you're saying is a lie. And I want everybody to hear that. So that's the point. We want to...
They're going to leave with, I don't know. But so many people have spent countless years becoming scientists to know this stuff. But I don't know. Well, you know it's crazy. If you want to become a person who makes tires, but in short order, you can make tires. It, you how to do some dumbass experiment with ice or whatever. Like it's there. Like, and there are people replicating it and doing it. But when it comes to measuring the curvature of the Earth, nobody's doing that anywhere. You can't be that. You can't be the person who's knowledgeable enough. You can learn everything else in the world, but you can't learn how to validate and measure the curvature of the Earth. Isn't that funny? Isn't that hilarious?
It is a bit, mate. You can attain any sort of knowledge, but you can't figure out the curvature of the Earth. Nope.
Even though their experts tell us exactly how to find the horizon and what distance, when you go to do it, doesn't happen.
Yep. Yo, Miggy, check your DMs.
Yeah. Okay. I'm washing dishes right now. I'm gonna look into it.
Like, there's another guy that came in here, right? Well, I was going to lead with how the conversation ended, but that would take all the fun out of it. So he wanted to get all philosophical, like, how do you know what you know? And it was so crazy. I can't even really remember exactly how the conversation went. But all I know is he was trying to say that you can't use your senses to know things. And I said,
Go stick your... Sorry, mate. Carry on.
This is one of my arguments. I don't know where I came up with it, but I know I never heard anybody else use it. It was this born out of debating somebody in here. Because I get sick and tired of people rejecting what's obvious. Like water is level. That's not an argument. That's what we experience. And it's the same with our senses. Obviously, it's what we use because of our senses. We experience things.
Yeah.
Okay, we got 5, and each of them are governing how we experience in a specific way. When you're touching something, when you're seeing, all this stuff. So
stick your hand in the fire. Yeah.
Exactly. So I said that's not true, and I said if it is, then we'll find out right now. Somebody will tell me I'm wrong. It is harder. It's damn near impossible. It's impossible to be deceived if you can use 2 or more senses and you've already experienced the thing. You cannot be tricked by 2 or more senses if you can utilize 2 or more senses. Now, if you're only using one...
talking, or did my internet cut out?
Your internet cut out, bud.
So,
go on.
Now, when it comes to one sense, you can be deceived if you use one sense. Everybody knows how. I don't have to go through all of that. And I said that to say, actually, isn't it funny? Isn't it odd that if you're an astronomer, you're using one sense? And
just looking.
The bottom line is, at the end of all of that, he took my position and told me that my position was that you could know something with one sense. So he just switched positions and he called me a liar. And I said, I'll pay you, what, $50, $25 right now if you could go on the live stream and prove that I said what you said. And he dropped the N-bomb on me and rage quit.
Well, that speaks volumes then, doesn't it?
Yo.
What an idiot.
He was so calm. He was so cool. He was a little swirl. He jumped around a little bit, but for the most part, he was respectful. And then he just got fed up. Miggy was there. Yeah.
I can't stand it when people say that you can't use your senses to know things. Like I just said to you, go stick your hand in a fucking fire, you idiot. You will quite soon figure that out, that that's hot and dangerous, and you probably shouldn't do it again. People are dumb, mate.
That does get frustrating. How could we know anything if it wasn't for our senses? How could we interact with the world at all? How could we do anything?
We couldn't do a thing, mate. We wouldn't be able to function. Well, we wouldn't be able to do anything because we rely on our senses to do things.
All right.
Yeah, when it counts, people aren't going to quibble about their senses. And I said, maybe you've never experienced getting hit by a train before, but if your car stalls out on the train tracks, you're not going to start thinking, I'm not really sure because I've never experienced being hit by a train, so we may or may not survive this. You're not going to talk stupid like that. You're going to be like, the car's not moving, so I'm getting the hell out of here. I'm jumping out this car. So you're not when it counts and when your life is on the line, there's no second guessing what your senses are telling you. It's crazy, but we're dealing with people who are just trying to make internet chat kind of something that, well, you can't trust your senses. Well, yeah, you're saying that in here, bucko, but you're not looking at it from the reality perspective. Whereas when it really counts, you're not going to be like quibbling over this shit. You're going to be like, let's do something about this. There's a guy with a gun in here. We need to get away. Yeah, when it counts, your senses are working just fine. There's no denying that. Only when it's convenient in a philosophical conversation will you start to invoke this idiot idea of we can't trust our senses. That's it. In this particular arena is when you start to talk about it.
You have to ask these people if they've ever played some kind of sport. Obviously, rely on your sense. It's a ridiculous argument. I want somebody to come in here and say that to me. Just say it. We can't rely on our senses. Awesome. Just give me 1 minute with you, you fucking idiot. I'll make you rely on your senses. I'll smack you around the head and I won't even be physically touching you, but you will be in pain. I don't know.
Why I say that this is not a debate. If you want to be entertained by a debate where somebody's going on for at least 30 minutes talking about how you can't know your senses or you can't trust your senses, then by all means, go out there and go listen to that junk. Like if that's how you're going to get your knowledge of like getting better answers, like you don't have to sit there and listen to this. You don't really have to. You can just stand up for truth and let them see if they got anything for it. And that's what the server is. We have the truth. They got some lies. We want to see if their lies can, or anything. Like whatever ideas. Come with your ideas. What else can you say? That we can't trust our senses? Well, how the hell are we going to know how to navigate this earth without them? Please, someone tell me. How are you going to get out of the way? If there's no, you're dead in the water. When it comes like...
Elijah, you there?
Anyway.
I guess that's part of the way they reinforce the idea in your mind, too, though. You can't, that's what they want you to believe. You can't detect the Earth's motion. Well, that makes sense because you can't trust your senses. Like, it's, they want you to participate in the fuckwit philosophy. Yeah, I had the greatest joke in the world, but now I'm going underground in the train. Well, you got to get back and tell us the greatest joke in the world.
Yeah, I want to hear the greatest joke in the world, and it better be the fucking greatest joke in the world.
Okay, we'll wait for that when he comes.
Especially if we have to wait.
When he comes back from the underground Tartaria section of New York, we'll hear back from him.
It's good to hear your voice, Sonny. Long time, mate.
Thank you. I had to wait a while so that when I opened my mouth, I wasn't crying. So I'm doing okay. Try to laugh and to counter that. Yeah, I haven't felt that great, man. I don't know. To mute.
Right here, buddy. I'm obviously talking to you in text earlier and don't want to explain too much, but yeah, right here with you, mate. But like I said, it's great to hear your voice again. I've been away for 2 years, mate. So when I hear people that I used to speak to over 2 years ago, it's a good feeling. So I'm glad you're here,
I
mate.
know it's great to hear your voice as well. I mean, you were like one of the first people, you and Miggy and all the rest. You know, it's really
We're getting the band. We're getting the band back together, mate. Basically, that's what's happening.
I know. It's like a reunion.
Pretty much, mate. Yeah.
It's fucking awesome.
You got some new band members.
Is that Kim on backing vocals? Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Get those
I like
harmonies
to
in.
harmonize. So
That's a weird train. Is that an Irish train? Yeah,
This is getting. Go on, mate. Carry on.
I was gonna say, I was looking at the Dan Belushi there, the little meme with Belushi there. We're putting the band back together. Yeah, we're gonna be driving through Joliet, Illinois. We'll be there in 10 minutes.
I used to love that film. I must have seen it 20 plus times.
It's funny. As a kid, I took the train through that whole area they're talking about, Joliet and Joplin, and well, maybe not Joplin, Peoria. I remember the train going through those places as a kid. Bad. Yes, I once was a small goat.
Elijah, you back with that joke yet? Well, I'm going to have to tell my one. All right, being as Elijah's not around, I'll tell you my joke. What's the difference between an American and a computer?
Don't have a clue.
Americans don't have troubleshooting.
That is correct.
we got here in Alabama. We've got like 3 guns behind every blade of grass.
See, you definitely don't have troubleshooting, do you? Computers do. They have troubleshooting.
Yeah.
Was that meme I heard, Hello Meme? How are you?
I'm good. Here, listen, here's the one I just keep out.
Oh dear.
I just keep it out on the dresser. Just pick it up. I just ran, because I'm an American.
Yeah. Toothbrush, toothpaste, Colt 45. Yep.
Elijah put the joke in the voice text.
I mean, it is for an American. It is just like having toothpaste.
Check, double check.
American culture is cars, guns, roads, and guns.
And guns again. Some more guns.
And booze.
Like, I mean, most of us don't even see guns. Like, it's just normal to see them.
It goes along
Yeah.
with moonshining, guns, cars, and moonshine. Come on.
Oh yeah, you know what? Moonshining. That's part of American culture.
That's Americana. That's
That
right.
That's
is.
definitely a part of being in Alabama too. So you guys
Yeah,
took all the
because
things that we do here in Alabama.
of NASCAR. Yes, because of NASCAR.
NASCAR.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. That's
Alabama.
Alabama, NASCAR, and moonshine are all.
And don't forget, roll Tide.
Yeah, yeah. Because that's where.
And Jesus.
Yeah. Americans invented like the into racing because the guys who were doing moonshining would soup up their cars, and then they would take them for races on the weekend. They would all the moonshiners would race their cars, and then when prohibition was done away with, they all had these souped up cars, and so they started racing them, and that's literally the birth of like NASCAR.
NASCAR.
It's a great little story. It's a great story, isn't it? I like that story.
I've yet to see a really well put together documentary about I know I think there's a few that kind of skirt around that era and so forth.
Oh, there's a really good one.
Talladega Nights. I'm just kidding.
No, there's a YouTuber. There's a YouTuber who does NASCAR documentaries, but he's actually funny and he's not dumb and it's like really thoughtful and funny.
That's cool.
But I'll have to find it. I forget what his name is.
I had friends that I grew up with that had hot rods. They were 15 and 16 years old and in the neighborhood riding around with 57 Hemi Chevys and crazy, man.
The rest of my family, they all built drag cars. They built funny cars. They built the alcohol driven cars.
Literally, you had like 17 years old driving Daytona, these like the Roadrunner cars, like Challengers and all those kind of shit, like fucking full on, like with flats and everything.
Yeah,
like
my first car was a 1978 Camaro that I souped up. It's a fun car.
I still have the very first car I've ever had. It's a Toyota Corolla.
Probably
Still
still
have
getting
it.
miles to the gallon.
Yeah. I think that thing is going to outlast me.
I got 11 miles to the gallon in my Camaro.
Oh shit!
So my brother-in-law had a Camaro that had a souped-up LS1 in it, and it had 850 horsepower. And you could rev the engine if you just held it and went all out. Just pedal to the metal. You could watch the gas gauge go down in that thing.
Wow.
But every time shifting all the way up to third, it still chirped the tires every time. The car, it did nothing but want to spin out. But it was an '89 Camaro, so a second class gen. It's a nice looking car too.
I remember the old ones before they went to this more streamlined, the more 60. I think it was 69. They changed it, right?
No, it was 70. 70.
Yeah.
Yep. You got 70 to 1980, and then from 81 to 89, they had or to 90, they had the Bucks, that third generation Camaro, which I really like those.
Yeah, my dad had like a 70 Buick Regal, and that thing was freaking badass. And then he went with bigger engines and got a Buick Riviera. That's actually what I got my driver's license in, was the largest street legal engine on the market at that time was in the Riviera. I think it was 455.
I want to see a European who has never had any contact with America, never been here, make a documentary about what they think American culture is.
Yeah, that's a difficult one. Because you're going to have to add in there rock and roll, blues, and jazz together. Just kidding.
Yeah.
And that's separate from the cars and the cuisine and the dating practices.
Yep.
Now you have a conglomeration. What a cluster.
Yeah.
Drive-in movies.
I think any tradition developed after 1980 is not really part of American culture. Or I would say 86. Anything after 86 is not really part of American culture.
Yeah, I guess I was really fortunate to actually remember times that far back, the early 60s. Like I remember the culture of the 50s, it carried on into the 60s, until like the mid to late 60s, then things started changing again.
People used to always say that Alabama was always at the bottom and developing slower than everyone else. But we don't think that now. I don't know. Maybe.
No, now it's California. Now California is the state everybody hates.
You know the weird thing is, meme, is that people look at like Andrew Tate and people like that, like Jordan Peterson, and the way they're talking about the way that men should be is the way that they used to be. Like they were stand up, like nobody questioned it. They wouldn't think that it was odd. It was just that was normal. That's the way it was. The culture, it was held up. The standards were that way.
Yeah.
There wasn't any idea like the chivalry men used to have and like how they were stand up for what they would say, mean what they say what they mean. Like there was certain parameters that were set, like what governs the way we are. Men are the way that we are with each other, and we've gotten so far away from that today that there's just only foreshadows of it, and people that would stand up in certain forums and talk about it, and it's so taboo. It's like, oh man, that's so masculine. That's just normal. That's the way it should be.
I think what it is people had the ability to govern their passions in the past. I think they had that ability because like morality was like a real thing that people believed in. But now we live in the generation that will not return the shopping cart.
Your feelings are more important than the truth.
Oh, I know what you mean.
I like that you said that meaning.
I know what you mean.
I like that you said that meaning.
Yeah, he's speaking volumes, and like I'm telling you, just by that one action, you can almost see like a disgusting kind of like they don't care, devil may care attitude, like to everything. You're just like, man, the one simple thing that you could actually do to help your fellow man, and look at these guys
shopping cart
in the Midwest, and I see these poor souls that work for these companies, and they're pushing these long chains of carts because people are too lazy, or they'll just leave the shopping cart next to their car and they'll take off.
That one's bonkers. That is bonkers. Who would do that?
Yeah, for instance, I'm walking outside. I'm walking outside last night. I'm in the rain. I'm in my rain gear, right? Got my big boots on. I'm all decked out. It's all wet out. And I see somebody, and look, I don't even care who it is. In front of me is several yards, throwing trash on the ground. I literally spoke up and I said, do you always throw trash around where you live? And literally, I don't care. Like, I will stand up and tell people, even even at risk of my own personal physical, being harmed possibly. Like, I'll speak up. Yeah, people think I'm fucking nuts.
What's disgusting, just the way of life that people have today.
Yeah,
it's like you're living your own world, and only what you perceive as truth. That's the only thing that matters. Everybody else can just go screw themselves. And I think that's kind of like how it is. Like, because you see the society, what it's degraded to. And it's like you can't come back from that. The only recourse, like, and meme's always talking about like the way it should be, and it's gonna happen, right? The grand reset, the giant, like, okay, we're gonna burn all of it. And so who's gonna burn it? Of course, the creator. At the end of when it's all like, okay, this is the man has reached their final point where it's gonna be like the days of Noah. We're gonna have to just get rid of the entire thing. And so it's all going to be burnt down to the ground. And that's what's really, in the biblical sense, that's what's going to happen. But we haven't reached that point yet. There's still a few good people left that are still with the logical response to like how you should do things. And I think slowly, when this generation starts getting like when we're already old, like I say in our 60s, 70s, 80s, when we start seeing, that's when we are going to start see because the buffer is going to be removed. There's going to be no more us anymore. Just like crazy thoughts. When people come in here and they start saying stupid things, I'm always chiming in and saying like, this is idiotic. Whoever's going to follow what this guy is saying, because they do, they're deeper truths kind of people. Well, what if thoughts are physical, like percentage? And I'm using these examples because when people start believing this as a truther, that's what even the biblical context would say. Even though elect could, if it were possible, they could be deceived, because it seems like they start entertaining these thoughts of these idiots, and then they start to parrot them as in it's something to say. And then we get in a bad way with it, because it's like we start getting away from reality, and there's no coming back from that. Because once you let that virus spread, and then you're just like talking about like, well, yeah, if you think about it, I'm physical, I'm thinking, so thoughts are physical. Like you start making this like stupid chain of like logic that doesn't exist. And so that's how you start to reconcile with the nature of the way people are today. And yeah, it's a disgusting person. It's just trash, human trash. They don't care about your fellow neighbor. Nobody wants to know truth anymore. They just, whatever makes them feel good and it's convenient. Well, shit, I don't have to go to find out what the earth is. The experts know. Duh, Alexa, who figured out the shape of the earth? And you know what I mean? Like, this is what we're in right now.
I guess it's a good thing I didn't tell this big black dude last night, like walking in the streets at night. I tell him, do you always throw trash out? I didn't go force him to go pick it. Now pick it back up. Like, good thing I didn't do that, huh? I could have been like that. But because I would only be like this because there's a glut of there being nobody to stand up to be right. So I'm cast out as a freaking oddity or something. Or there's something wrong with me. And I'm like, screw that, man.
Yeah.
I won't back down. Like, I'm from Missouri. I'm not backing down.
Just common decency, man. Like, they don't have that anymore. You're standing in line, somebody just like talking on their phone just butts in front of you and just like, you know what I mean? Like, and you're waiting in line to pay for something at the store, and they just like mosey in, like, and you don't like the depth, like how they don't care anymore. They just don't care. Nobody cares anymore. It's like, so yeah, it's hell in the handbasket time. You know what I mean? So what you're looking for now is like getting as many souls that are actually on your side as possible, and just speaking reason with them. And the buffer that is still in place right now, once it's removed, it's go, man. Everything's just gonna disintegrate. Like, no, there will be no more Jordan Petersons, no more Andrew Tates, no more none of that. It's all gonna be given into these idiots who want to talk about their feelings all day. It's like, oh shit. Bye bye.
At least this is one place where truth can be spoken, and for whatever reason they've allowed us to keep speaking. We have a purpose. We know that. They're obviously paying attention. We wouldn't be allowed. But I feel, in some sense, maybe I'm too philosophical myself, but in some sense, I feel like I'm going to be this like last warrior swinging a sword and nothing but the hordes charging. I'm just by myself. I have to keep swinging, or else like.
I call this place like the Alamo for a reason, though. This place that we have built here, like within the rest of us, we're gathered together in this like last battle against like the evil of the world, like coming. But we're gonna shit, dude. I'm gonna rock it till the wheels fall off. We're gonna go guns blazing against the agenda until we're old enough that we can't do it no more. You know what I mean? And you're gonna do it for as long and as hard as possible, and you're gonna fight with every fiber of your being to like bring the information of truth to everybody. But you're gonna reach just a certain amount of people. I mean, you're not gonna get everyone. The reality of it, but that doesn't negate the fact that you shouldn't do it. It's like, yeah, get up every single day and fight as hard as hell as you can possible rage against the light. That's what you do.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? Because the results aren't up to us. So if we're result minded as far as what the results are going to be, we're in the wrong place.
Yeah.
It's all about the intention. It has nothing to do with the results. the results are out of our hands anyway. Like
Well,
you know, human
saying that
nature.
when you come in here, right? Well, what are you guys planning on doing anyway? What's the purpose of this server?
Yeah, what's the purpose?
If you guys aren't like gonna wake up everybody,
Yeah, if you're not going to go sail down to Antarctica,
yeah,
what are you doing? No, we're bludgeoning the. We're using the truth as the shield, marching through like this forest of lies and deceit, mistrust.
If you want to see some major league coping, check out the YouTube chat right now. It is Globe Reification Central.
That's great. Why don't they come in here from the live chat? Let's just call them out. Come on in. Come on in here. We want to speak to you right now. So if you're so sure about this globe, come on in and we'll have a discussion, right? What could be the problem with that? I can't see. Let me go look and see what they're saying. Because I got nothing left to lose, as you all can hear.
Yes, it's muddying the waters 24/7. Desperation.
I'm quite fragile, but I'm going to be civil today. I've been urged to be that way. Anyway, one sec.
yeah. If they want to come in here, I'm your Huckleberry. That's just my game.
I had a phone call. Did I miss the greatest joke in the world?
Matt Willis, you sound like a McDonald's drive-thru.
Yeah.
Oh.
When I try to order from there, that's exactly probably what I hear. I need a large fry with also to go, please. And they're like, sir, I didn't hear you. Can you please repeat? Yeah, I with the to go, please.
Yeah, but you're doing that on purpose, bro.
And you got to totally order that's all wrong or something, you know.
Sorry, Matt.
I just imagine Miggy will drive up to the driver and go, "Hello, yes, can I have a go?"
Yeah,
just
to annoy that poor staff. And like,
so listen,
I think I've got what he wants.
We have somebody. We have somebody on the live stream chat. Their name is Earth Curve Measurement, and let's see what he's saying here. Let's go down this little stream here. Okay, one second. Get to the good part. Earth Curve Measurement says Suez Canal is possible on a globe Earth, despite what you believe.
Oh, we got people in here that want to talk about that.
And Dale Bot got Gaming at Derek Nelson. So a flat shelf is always level. So no matter what angle I put it at, it's always level. Good to know.
Well, he's not in the voice chat. All I see is Meltwax. Meltwax is the I see in here.
I'm at the live stream voice text.
Oh,
no, the YouTube live stream. The
YouTube
live YouTube.
Yeah. If you're listening to us on YouTube, come on in here. The link is in the description. Nightbot also has the link so you can click on. There's many ways to come in here. We'll unmute your mic and you can start talking. Let us know what you're talking about the Suez Canal.
Yeah. So in the live stream, in the YouTube live chat there, go ahead and click that link. And we'll see you in here. I'm sure I'm sure
other than that, we'll talk to Meltwax. Meltwax is in here.
Okay. Let's do that.
All right, Meltwax, you have the ability to speak. You're on the air. What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
He does only have a listening pass, but once they're unmuted, then they can still speak, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I should be able to. I just done that. So.
All right. Are you there, Meltwax? Okay.
The Flat Earth Seance. Meltwax, I know you're with us. Say something. I feel your presence, Meltwax. Speak to us.
No,
we
never
know.
Mind. Yeah, don't mind the joviality of of our tonal variations. How we speak here. We kind of have a jovial attitude sometimes. Might be some laughter. Don't. That doesn't mean anything. Just come on in. We want to speak with you. We're just kind of like, what do they call that? Shooting the shit between ourselves here. But we want to hear from all of you out there. Anybody who wants to talk about what you know about the Earth? If you know it's a globe, we want to know how you know, right, Miggy?
100%.
Mm-hmm. We want to know exactly how you know, because you're obviously saying things in the YouTube live chat about canals and so forth, or the Panama Canal.
You're probably going to get something like, man, I would go in there, but the moment I start speaking, I'm going to get banned, man. That's why I don't go in there.
The guy says that the Panama Canal puts a wrench in the flat water thing.
Well, yeah, but he's not in here. I want to see what kind of wrench we're talking about. Like, is this a big wrench? Like, what are we dealing with here?
Are they talking about elevations from sea level? Going up those locks? I've been through the Panama Canal. Have you there, Mr. Earth Curvature Measurement? Have you been through the Panama Canal? I have. On a 50-foot sailboat, surrounded by 500-foot ships. That was pretty crazy. What an experience. Yep. Yep.
Are we coming in here or no? I guess Melwax isn't going to be channeled to come in here, so. What else we got?
Definitions of words change. That's what Mr. Earth Curve Measurement is saying. Yeah, they change. So now, what about the globe? Apparently, it changes size to any size needed to make it look and fit within perspective over a flat plane, like we actually see in reality. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, the Suez Canal, no locks. One level from end to end, 100 miles. Oh, Earth Curve Measurement said, Suez Canal is possible on a globe Earth, despite what you believe. Oh, I already said that. Sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fucking ridiculous to say so. Large bodies of water can conform to the shapes underneath them because of magical forces, apparently, according to this fucking idiot.
Nowhere else does water stick to the outside of.
Yo, they need to come in here talking to Jedi about this, about the Suez Canal. Yeah. I do want to hear what they have to say. So please, you guys come in here and talk to Jedi about this, because he's not convinced. You can come in here and convince him. Yeah, I think try to convince him. That's what I think. Come on in here. If you guys can convince him, then he's done a great job.
Yeah. That'd be perfect.
Anything you want to talk about water, if you want to talk about canals, that's fine. If you want to talk about dams, that'd be brilliant. If you want to talk about bridges, also, that'd be brilliant. If you want to prove that water can conform to the outside of an object, come and tell me. Come and prove it to me. Let's talk about containing water. Let's talk about engineering.
He's a pushover, guys. I mean, it's so easy. You might win like in the next 5 minutes. So, yeah, I mean, that's just really, just come in here. All it would take for you to say is a few words. You probably win.
Yeah, I don't even actually believe I'm here. I just assume I am.
So, you know how easy it would be to win? Pretty easy.
Yeah, got Kim Hopkins also in the live chat, holding up the live chat there. Got some. You're gonna go on this globe. Everywhere you go, it's flat. What kind of globe?
Yeah, I just was letting them know to come on in.
Yep.
Step right up. Don't be shy.
Get that link.
Got flat earthers in the house. You know how easy it would be if you were a globe earther and you had truth on your side? You'd be in here with bells on, man.
No kidding.
Mate, there wouldn't even be a here to come into.
There wouldn't be. There would be nothing.
We wouldn't be here. We wouldn't exist. Flat Earthers wouldn't exist. If the Earth was a ball, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, it was really a ball. Yep.
Yep. So how about Robert Digital? Why don't you come on in and discuss? You're asking questions about whether Earth is flat or not. You're thinking that it's not actually flat. I'm not sure what you're getting at there. The best way to resolve this is not through text in the live chat on YouTube, but to come into the Discord, hit the link. That's what it's for, is for you to come in and speak up about it. That's why we're here.
Keyboard warriors.
Yeah. Well, they show themselves, but if they were really to just get right with themselves, they could just come in and speak up, speak their truth. If they're going with truth, then there wouldn't be anything to shy away from. It would just be the truth, and that's the truth, and that's it. It stands on its own. There's no trying to defend it. There's no need to. Just come on in and speak up. It's the easiest way to resolve this problem.
There's
answer
community
to the questions you're having. You're not going to get the answer in 100 or 200 words in a text. You're totally going to be misunderstood. You're not going to be able to project your point forward to something that makes any sense to anyone else through the live chat and YouTube. So that's why we have the link. Come on in and actually talk about it.
Share your pain. Tell us where the flat Earth touched you. We are here. I feel like some kind of globe Earth Samaritan, the kind of person that they phone just before they jump off a bridge.
Oh, no, thanks. Come back. Come back away from the edge.
Just a step away from the edge. It isn't that bad, honestly. Trust me, it's okay.
It's okay that the Earth is flat. I wish that people would stop acting like that would be the worst thing in the world.
It's like a double entendre, the edge of the building. Step away from the edge of the bridge, sir, or step away as a glober away from the edge that you think flat Earth has an edge. Step away from the edge.
Step away from the non-physical horizon. We can fucking see you. You're not hiding. You're not fooling anyone.
Yeah. No. Join us in celebrating the non-physical horizon. Yeah, I like that.
I tell you what, if you're so convinced that that horizon is physical, why don't you go hide behind it? I'll get my gun, or I'll borrow one off of Meme, and I'll see if I can shoot you. If you're so confident that it's physically going to get in the way and I physically can't see you, then yeah, you do that. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I'll be 1 foot off the surface of the water. You've got 1.2 miles to go. Any further than that,
You could never shoot somebody that was over that edge. So the globe is so sure. I'm sure we have some willing participants that would volunteer themselves to stand up and be a modern day, what is it called? Who was the archer?
William Tell.
William Tell, that's right.
I should be more
the apple if the apple could be on top of your head, but if you're past 1.225 miles at 1 foot above, the bullet could never hit you. Maybe slightly further. Let's say 2.
It's the same thing with the drift, right? Am I breaking up?
No, we hear you.
Very good.
Oh, yeah. Fire straight up in the air. Yeah, just fire 90 degrees and don't move. But the Earth, it should rotate you from beneath the falling arrow or bullet. Where the brave souls are going to demonstrate the Coriolis.
Wouldn't that be just a simple test? I mean, they could just use a target. Okay, let's not use human beings for target practice. Let's just put a target there on the ground and shoot an arrow directly up from the center point, straight up. And yeah, there should be a drift. Because the arrow's moving through like particles that aren't bonded to each other. That's different than like Earth, which ground, like molecules of the Earth are bonded to each other. Gases aren't bonded. So the air is moving through free space, right, kids?
Yeah, if you want to prove that Narnia's real, we're here 24/7.
So that's a really good question. So if an aircraft is moving through unbonded air, like gas particles or whatever you want to call it, they're unbonded, they're not connected. So how could you possibly say that the aircraft, the physical object, is attached in any way to the atmo, that it's just falling around, like it's being dragged around at the same exact amount as the rotation?
Yeah.
That would incline one to believe that, well, wait a minute, if you use Occam's razor, what's the simplest thing? Oh, because it's not moving. Things don't appear as that they're drifting because it's not moving. What about that? It's the most simple. Common sense matches reality.
I don't think common sense is that common anymore.
No, it's not common. How dare you say common sense, you commoner?
Well, I don't think it was to begin with, because I think if it was to begin with, then I don't think the majority of people around us would be believing the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. Like, oftentimes I've wondered to myself, like, where did it go wrong? Was it my grandparents, my great grandparents, my great great grandparents? I'm just saying, somewhere down the line, somebody messed up.
Trauma-based mind control. So 2 world wars and a space agency. So in that time frame, that's what went wrong. Because at the beginning of the last...
But see, those are important things, but those don't dictate how parents raise their children. See, I can't imagine like being like, oh, the experts today now say the Earth is a ball. So when I have my children and they're born and I'm teaching them how to read and write, I'm going to teach them that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space because the experts said it. Like, somebody did that first. Whoever did that first is an idiot. Or was an idiot.
No, it just happens to be that what actually happened was some ancestor down the line of your past, people in your family line, there was one person who came upon the idea and realized, holy shit, the Earth is flat. Right then at that moment, boom, a bomb blast blew him to smithereens in World War I. So
Nah, man, common sense was never common.
or some other kind of catastrophe just wiped away just the right person in every family line that nobody got it. Nobody could transmit the message. Just kidding.
Or set up these wars to where alpha males get destroyed, and all you have left is beta and gamma males that they don't refute the truth, or they don't refute falsehoods that are being spoken. So the wars themselves are just another way to get rid of the ones who would stand up against it.
Yep.
Then what do you have? Get nations of people who are just betas and gammas, who will just be yes men and capitulate. You just have to create the problem, reaction, solution first. We have a war. We have a problem. We got the reaction from the people, patriots and up in arms, and everybody wanted to go, get these guys, these boogeymen. And then we got willing and able bodies to do so, which are the alphas. The alphas get destroyed, and then you have the betas and gammas running the place. That's it.
Isn't that what's happening right now?
Yes. And it's been happening for at least the last 100 years.
Yep.
Repeated every single 10 years or so. Just chip, chip, chip. It's the old analogy of the frog in boiling water. So just keep increasing the temperature.
Until finally you have no more alphas, and all you have are the gammas and betas, and they're easily run over with whatever NASA says. Nobody's gonna...
Feminists.
That's all you got.
We should never give them the vote. God damn it. I'm just kidding. I think I knew the world was fucked way back in the 80s when Boy George came out with Kama Chameleon. There was guys wearing makeup and they were pure gay and it was kind of mainstream and everybody was like, how fantastic is this? It's brilliant. And I'm like thinking to myself, it's like a 12-year-old, 13-year-old kid going, what the fuck? They're going to turn the flowers gay. A bit of a silly world. It's kind of, you had an inkling in those days that there was, well, what we call it now, the trans-apocalypse.
Yeah. It started with, like you mentioned, like, what was his name? I forgot his name. Yeah, thank you very much, mate. Boy George. It started with glam rock back in the 70s, men with very, very long hair and very, very tight-fitting clothes.
Lots of makeup, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the sexual revolution started in the 60s, but it continued every single decade after that.
Yeah.
It wasn't just in the 60s, mate. Now look where we are.
Holy shit, I'd rather not. Yeah, it's crazy.
And I think when I try and boil the argument down to what it is, most of these people turn around and say, we are not like we were in the old days. We've developed, we've grown, we're not that stupid anymore. All right. Okay.
Yeah, they use that. Yeah, we're progressive. And
we're getting words like field banned in universities and colleges now. That's what's happening because it has connotations that people might find upsetting. Apparently, the word field.
Isn't that crazy?
Field.
Field, yeah, you know where crops grow.
Yeah,
because
field.
people used to work in them. Yeah. So because people used to work in fields, it's got connotations of a racial nature.
Oh, right. So
it's a reverse.
You can't possibly use field worker then. Oh
no, you can't use that.
Horrible. What are you trying to say?
And it's sorry.
There's also some Canadian university that's looking into the racial connotations of the colour white.
Oh my God, they're going to ban the colour white.
Yes. I mean, yeah. I mean, this is the way the world's going, right? This is the way the world's going.
Wow.
No, sorry, it wasn't Canadian. It was Finnish, Finland. So in Scandinavia, they're doing these kind of, I don't know, studies to figure out if people are upset by the colour white. And there goes chess. I mean, we're not going to have white balls in pool anymore. Black isn't going to be the most valuable ball to put in snooker. What else? What else is going to change?
Yeah. And so it's a reverse psychology. It's not the guise of free speech, but it's not free speech because when you're afraid to say anything at all, and you have to think about the words you say in case it offends somebody. That's the Nazification of words. It's just
they get you with the word inclusion, don't they? So everyone's included. So in LGBTQ, everyone's included. There should be no difference between anybody. The feminist movement, we're all equal. Yeah, everybody should be included unless you disagree with what we say. Then you're discluded.
Yeah.
But I thought it was about inclusion. No, it's not.
It's not. It's not. It's the exact opposite. It's a reverse racism too. It's like you base somebody on the merits of their character, not on the color of their skin. And what they've done is that they've basically made things to do with the color of skin. So hang on, the world was doing very well. We've almost eradicated it. We've stopped talking about it. Nobody really gives a shit if you're Catholic, Protestant, black, white. This came out of nowhere. It's just a reverse psychology thing that's going on. I mean, it's so obvious.
But they were able to succeed in doing so because everybody believes they live on a spinning ball.
Aha. Okay, well, that's a good point. I mean, if you believe that, you believe fucking anything. Right?
Malleable. They are creating malleable minds out of this one. This one lie.
Like you walk into a coffee shop, everybody's got their head buried in a fucking tablet and a phone, and you're like, what is going on with these people? Have people forgotten how to have conversation? No, what? Oh, you see what's on Twitter. Buried in the black mirror of fucking a phone and a tablet and just buried into it. It's no longer life. It's no longer real life. They're trying to take you into a metaverse or some fucking shit like that. I don't know.
Everything under the sun, everything's the same.
Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun, but they'll do it anyway. They'll get it. They'll get it to where they want people to be. Malleable, easily persuaded. They'll do it. They will do it eventually. People would not be there kicking and screaming into the New World Order, but they'd be practically begging for fucking universal credit.
The fact that people even have the idea of wanting to go to, like, somewhere other than Earth. Like, come on, the Earth is beautiful. Have you looked at it lately?
No, I've been spending too much time looking at my iPhone.
iPhones, tablets, computer screens, TV screens. Ugh.
Technology.
Technology.
Yeah, I like how we're told that we're challenging like technology when we're challenging that the Earth isn't a globe. I mean, why don't they just go measure it and see if it's a globe? That's all we want. Or find out whoever has measured it to be a globe. That would be nice.
Never has. That these things have never been done. It's never going to be done because the Earth is not a ball.
I told him I like
Flat and stationary.
What was that, bro? Somebody piped up there. I told my boar, or what was it he said?
Sorry, I had to talk to my neighbor. Sorry.
You didn't have to. That was a choice.
Come on in then, Robert Digital. We want to hear from you. Jedi
You
wants
should
to hear.
talk to your neighbors. Talk to your neighbors, guys.
So yeah, shout out to Robert Digital. Level is perpendicular to gravity. I just come in and say that again. That'd be awesome. So hit the link if you're on the YouTube live stream. Come and explain to us and demonstrate to us, first of all, this claim of gravity, and then how it is perpendicular to level. You obviously mean a ball, so also demonstrate to us how the Earth is indeed measurably a ball. I mean, you said a lot within that little sentence, level is perpendicular to gravity. You've literally made 2 claims in that, mate. So you need to prove both of them. I'll let you start with the Earth being a ball. You're going to need that bit for the gravity bit.
Good luck.
So, thanks, Old Hoss. I appreciate that. So they're hiding in the shadow, still chanting boats go over the curve. Yeah, it might be our duty to educate these people that that horizon isn't physical. It's an optical illusion. So it only exists within your eyes. It isn't at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So it isn't physical. You require it to be physical. That means that you must have it where the math dictates it should be. Shouldn't be anywhere else if you want it to be physically obstructed by a physical curve of the Earth. So no boats ever went over any physical curve of the Earth.
Wow.
I can imagine them on the live stream. Boats over the curve. Boats over the curve. All the boats went over the curve. Just chanting like religious zealots. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no curve.
Me level is perpendicular to gravity. Gravity.
Oh, that's going to get you screwed up in so many different ways. But even I can fucking.
Repeat after me. Level is perpendicular to gravity. In the best funeral dirge I could imagine.
Okay.
Yeah, someone should write the funeral dirge for the globe.
For the globe, yeah. Well, hey,
Yes, I want to do that. I volunteer.
we get Sonny and Kim to make a what do they call it? The 2 people come together and make a something.
A duet.
A duet.
Yeah, let's do that.
A baby.
I already did that. And
he's already taken.
2 people of the opposite sex, one with the uterus.
How
yeah, sorry. No.
how do you bury or cremate? You know, if you want to bury or cremate, I don't mind. But how do you bury something that doesn't exist or never existed in the first place?
You pretend to
Good
bury
point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True that. Wouldn't it have to be true in the first place? Exactly.
Yeah. Can't cremate something that isn't actually flammable. Would have to physically exist for me to do that.
Exactly. Oh man.
But that's fine if people want to hide on the YouTube comments and say silly things like boats are going over the curve and level is perpendicular to gravity. I mean, that's fine if you want to stay there and say it, but do you want to come in here and say it with your chest? Like you mean it. And like you can back it up as well with some evidence and stuff. So it's one thing being a keyboard warrior, it's another thing stepping in here and saying it with your chest.
Yeah.
Having the conviction.
Yeah.
Actually, it only does this. Very simply, it does one simple thing. Separates the men from the children. But, you know, that's just me. Call me old-fashioned.
I'll go even older, the wheat from the chaff.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. So frustrating being as I haven't been here for so long. I'm still not used to any of the names. So I keep flicking through people. Oh, someone you's joined. Oh, it's a flat earther. Oh, someone you's joined. Oh, it's a flat earther. Oh, no, it's a bloody flat earther.
Oh, no, fucking flat earther.
Another fucking flat earther. God's sake.
They come from
Millions of them. And shout out to all the flat earthers in the room.
We were speaking about that earlier, and I think it is happening. I think that, well, it's up to people now, isn't it? I mean, it used to be a fringe movement about 8 years ago. It was very, very tiny. There was a couple of people on YouTube, Dell and Eric and Rob, and yeah, very, very small. And then it just started growing and growing and growing and growing. And I think that most people today, I mean, like, I would never have thought that people in my work would mention the flat Earth. I thought that was like, it's going to remain a fringe movement for probably the rest of my life. But they started doing it. I'm like, okay, this is growing. People are starting to realize something, but it's up to them, isn't it? I mean, it's not up to us to bring them in. We take a very non-violent, non-aggressive, non-fucking way of telling. We're just like YouTube guy was in here earlier. Sorry, we take a passive. Lloyd, right. We take a passive way of telling people. We're not telling you this because we want to fucking change your mind and fucking control you or anything. We're just telling you because we care. That's it. And it's up to people then now. And unfortunately, 80% of people still aren't going to give a shit. Still aren't going to fucking get it. That's up to them. Like.
I think it's interesting that, say, these days as compared to, say, 5, 6, 7 years ago, the flat earth is more of a known subject. People have come across it now on YouTube. They might have seen it mentioned on, like, in a newspaper or on a TV program. It's become more conscious to people. Like 5, 10 years ago, it like you said, it was a fringe thing. Not many people had heard about it. I'm getting my kids come home from school now making, snidey comments about flat earthers. Not that they know I'm one, but because they've heard something from friends at school
and they've just, that's the sort of thing that a flat earther would say, or something like that. So kids at school are now being aware of this, right? It's a topic for conversation that children are having at school that they weren't having 5 to 7 years ago. Imagine what it's going to be like in another 5 years.
Oh, fucking
Because these
everywhere.
slurpers, it's us slurpers that won't shut up about it. Because I sure ain't shutting up about it.
It's not up to us to bring them to it. It's up to people to hear it, to think about it, and maybe, automatically dismiss it. But the people with the right way of thinking or looking for the truth, they'll be like, they did say this one thing that fucking made me think.
Yeah, everybody's different. I wear my heart on my sleeve a lot of the times. Like, people know what I'm going through when I'm going through it. But I've always been that way. So they're used to me if they know me.
Yeah, I don't know. The world's taking a very fucking strange direction. Very, very strange. I think it's all just a distraction. I said this before. Like, I think that it was growing too much, too fast, too crazy, and then they just sort of brought in. I tell you what, let's introduce racism again, but we'll reverse it, and we'll use sexualism, and we'll use transgenders and people with big boobs, and human rights and shit, and then we'll just distract them, and then we'll make them think about themselves and only themselves and how they can improve themselves and how they can enrich themselves, and we'll just make them all narcissists. We'll just use all these fucking different distractions to take away from reality. We'll put them in a we'll put them in a reality. They've realized it's not fucking reality. Now we're gonna do
Right.
put them in a different reality. You know what I'm saying? The last couple of years into a completely different fucking reality. I mean, no longer, it doesn't even resemble what we used to think reality was. Why we were arguing about people whether the Earth was flat or not. This is going to a different fucking dimension. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Welcome to the server and the truth is. How are you today? You don't have to speak, buddy. Just notice that you entered the room. So, welcome, buddy. And the truth is, I notice you haven't got any Earth-defining roles. So it doesn't say you're a flat earther or a globe earther. And I'm sick to death of seeing flat earthers in here, so I thought I'd try and speak to you. I don't mean that at all. I love seeing flat earthers in here. Hi, and the truth is, thanks for at least replying in the live stream in the text, mate. I appreciate that. At least I'm talking to myself. You're at work at the moment. No problem, buddy. You sit there and listen. Maybe we can indulge in a conversation later. That's fine, mate. Enjoy your day at work. Don't work too hard. You've been a member since 2020, yet you still don't have an Earth-defining role. Yeah, we definitely need a chat, mate. But good for being on the server for 2 to 3 years. Well done, you. Sorry, guys, I'm actually talking to someone. He's just not using his mic. He's replying in the live stream voice, so I'm not mental or anything. Well, I am, but let's not talk about that too much. I see Car in Kentucky still around. Good to see you, Car. You're probably not going to speak or say anything, if I remember correctly. You're usually quiet or driving around, but it's good to see you in the live stream still, mate. Hope you're keeping well. Shout out to you. That was fucking enjoyable, mate. Thank you.
Where's this Kentucky music coming from? My guy Neil.
Now I want to come up with a blues song. Thanks, Sonny.
No, I have to thank the Open G tuning for that little number. Anybody knows slide guitar knows what I'm talking about with that dobro tuning. And the best country voice I can muster up.
I haven't got a clue, mate, but it sounded good. I enjoyed it.
Thank you.
No problem. Gonna have to come up with some kind of blues music for the Earth being a ball. I'm gonna have to come up with some lyrics for that. Yeah.
I woke up this morning. I got out of bed. Guess what I found? That the Earth, the globe Earth was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the globe Earth just goes poof. Good luck. There's only one question. Where's the fucking curvature, man?
No, fuck. Old Hoss, bring this idiot in right now. So Robert Digital has said level works fine on a sphere. What's the issue? Oh, for fuck's sake! Wait. So you can't have level surfaces on a sphere, you idiot. You literally have to change the definition of what level means to your last comment of it being equidistant from a radius because gravity. So level wouldn't work on a sphere. You've had to change the definition of what it means to fit your story about water curving around a ball by a pseudo force, not a force, conceptual medium of space-time that's bending and warping and making the water curve around the ball, so you can say that the water that's curved is now level. That's the issue.
I got an idea. Tell him to post the definition of level.
Yes.
We're posting definitions of level left and right in YouTube. Perpendicular to gravity was the last one, Orion.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
I was going to say, if he posts the actual definition, then simply ask him, can this exist on the surface of a basketball or a cue ball?
I invited them to share their globe reifications to no avail. They're still hiding in the shadows of YouTube chat.
And then I shall chuck proverbial tomatoes at them from here, because they sound like idiots. If you can't understand by what you've just said what the issue is, then you're an idiot, Robert. Level does not work fine on a sphere. Can you have straight lines Euclidean geometry on a curved surface? I don't know. Let's go back to high school and remember what we were taught.
Yeah, I have a question about curving plumb lines. So if the plumb lines were curving, then wouldn't the buildings have a curved side?
Well, it's not that they say the plumb line's curving. It's that they say the plumb lines aren't parallel.
Yeah, but they literally, have you seen their chart though? They're definitely curving plumb lines next to hills and so forth. It's hilarious.
I don't know what to say about that. Glovers are retarded. I don't know what to say.
Yeah. It's true. And they have to
No, it's us. It's us who are retarded. We're retarded.
Oh yeah, I wanted to say something about that comment that the Glovers. They were like, "Oh, you need to go back to high school and get told again and listen to what you're told." Or I was like, "Yeah, dude. See, that's the thing. We went to high school. They told us the Earth is a ball, has a radius of 3,959 miles, but they never demonstrated the Earth to be a ball. That's the problem."
We can even make it more remedial. Do you remember shapes? Polygons, cubes and spheres, and how things with angles can't work within spheres, how you can't get angles from curved surfaces. Do you remember shapes at school? I mean, that's how remedial we have to get. Do you know what a triangle is? Annoys me when they say, go back to school. Yeah, all right.
Go back to
Let's
school.
go back to school.
We have to teach them the difference between something round and spherical. We have to keep educating them to this. Look, a circle is not a sphere. We have to go back to the basics.
It's like we didn't finish school and took a little bit further education. It's like it never happened.
Yeah.
Isn't it kind of strange that people would come here to a flat Earth server to learn more about their globe than they thought they could have ever known about? The globe that doesn't exist, rather,
Keep in mind, they're not coming here for that reason, but that ends up happening after they come here quite often.
Yep. the ones that through a half an hour conversation that are defending this monstrosity, turns out when questioned, they don't know what the radius is. So throughout that whole conversation, however long it was, they didn't have anything to back, like they didn't even have anything to defend.
That was kind of what. That's kind of what. That's kind of one of the first things that got me. Somebody asked me, so what is the radius? And I'd never fucking clue. What's the circumference? I didn't have a clue. I'm like, hang on a minute. It's like a couple of thousand miles, or and that's where I started thinking, Jesus, maybe I don't actually have a clue.
Mm-hmm.
Real question is, who ever measured the curvature of the Earth to get the radius?
I know. I'd like a double Mac, Coke, please.
They oftentimes, after not knowing the radius, will come back with that they're still so sure it's a globe, even after that they didn't have anything at all. They have nothing at all. They didn't even know their own model. But yeah,
So, Sonny, if they had anything, I wouldn't be here. If they had curvature, if they had water, meniscus, and bending, and if they had anything at all, I wouldn't be here. Not after 8 years, bro. I'd go straight back to Star Trek. And we all know this. They have nada.
Wow.
we have someone named Perceptive Owl, VC verified. Are you there?
Perceptive Owl is my buddy.
Was that Kim?
Perceptive Owl was my buddy. He's a flat earther. He's
okay. Cool. Welcome to the server. There's a Dave Hinkle. Hey, Dave. How you doing this afternoon? Evening?
Hey, Sonny, driving in robot, probably.
No, it sounds good. Must be in a clear spot. What does that mean? Clear what?
From mountains. Hey, Dave. Hold on, Dave.
Because when you go to the desert or the mountains out here, you don't get any coverage. So yeah.
There's something in the way.
I guess the question is, in the way of what?
Imaginary satellites.
There you go.
Ah. Thought this shit was above us all the time.
Aren't those things like line of sight? Like, isn't even Wi-Fi is line of sight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most signal propagation technologies, including radar.
Like, even if they have WLAN, like large area Wi-Fi's, which I've seen some cities having citywide Wi-Fi, right? But those are all from antenna triangulation, like transmitter triangulation of local antennas all around the city. So
you mean there's a transmitter on every building?
Pardon me?
A transmitter on every building.
Just about, yeah, I would say.
Wow.
I mean, not everyone, but the ones that are prominent buildings have dozens of them on top.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see this because I live in a high rise, so I see the taller buildings, and probably some of that technology you can't see, but but you can go to Antenna. You can go to Antenna Watch or something like that, and I found there's hundreds of antennas all around us.
But I suppose that was also one of the first things that brought me to Flat Earth too. When I was researching it, it took about 3 months, right? And somebody said something about satellites, and I looked at the sky satellites, and not one of them was pointing upwards. Every one was like at a 35-degree angle to the horizon. I thought that's a bit fucking weird.
Yeah, including their the digital TV and so forth, satellite TV. It's not satellite TV. Like,
yes,
you can't have this spinning object and then have things in the air way above it that are supposedly staying in the same location. How are they accelerating and decelerating to stay in the same position? They would have to.
But wait, if the Earth isn't a ball spinning in the vacuum of space, then how do I get my signal to my satellite television?
What if it was a flat plane? Would it be possible then?
No, because satellite televisions require satellites.
But he told you. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what that bothered me, man.
Yeah, that's wild.
Is that okay? Well, that's not true.
I'm already tired. I should take a nap.
Or play a song. One or two. Either take a nap, play a fucking song, though.
I think it's worth pointing out. I mean, I'm sure we've done this before. I'm probably sure I've done this in other words before, but just how truly cowardly, I mean, cowardly with a capital C, it is to be like hanging out in one corner of the internet, talking about another corner of the internet that you're afraid to go to and talk to some people on the forum of, and you're just hanging out in a corner being like, oh, the Earth's a globe, flat earthers are stupid. I'm not going to talk to these flat earthers. I'm just going to hang out here and I'm just going to just talk smack about them in this chat, and I mean, seriously, what are you afraid of, Globers? Like, are you afraid I'm going to reach through the microphone and slap you in the face? Like, seriously, what are you afraid of? Don't be a coward when I'm saying.
Here's the thing.
Metaphorically, you can do that.
But here's the thing that's the elephant in the room is that, like, normal, like, human behavior, if there is such thing, but you could pretty much pinpoint people that, like, don't agree with things, adamantly don't agree with something, don't sit there and hang out with that group. When does that never occurs anywhere else but here? Anywhere.
That's the other thing.
Actually, it does one other place, Sonny. Politics. Leftist politics.
Yeah, that's true.
But talking people about agnosticism, atheism, blah, 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 and I realized what I'm going to do here. I'm going to sit here now for fucking 5 years and annoy myself and get really upset about talking to somebody about something, and they're making sense, and I'm not making, vice versa. I realize I need to you need to stop that because that's just fucking destroying you. Why would you sit with somebody like they have been doing for 80 years, telling people how fucking dumb they are, but you still haven't produced one single proof of what you're saying? I mean, I was just switched off. I just switched off. I'm like gone. Right? Okay, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not, but I would be gone. What is the purpose of sitting talking to somebody for 6 years about arguing with them, and you're never going to come to an impasse or an agreement? So what's the point?
Well, it's just a form of mental illness. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, you can't really understand it necessarily entirely. You can just only describe it and like point it out. But like, it's kind of hard if you're an individual that doesn't have any mental illnesses. It's kind of hard to put yourself in the shoes, of someone that has mental illness.
I mean, if somebody gave me definitive proof of God, which I don't need, by the way, but they didn't, I disagree with it. I'm not going to sit for fucking 5 years and argue with them how God does not exist when they've just presented a proof of how it's absolutely possible. For example, I was on a conspiracy forum for many years. We're talking about 20 years now. Godlike production, not even godlike, lunatic. You see, as soon as I mentioned flat Earth, I was the biggest dumbass you've ever seen in your life. The hubris was unmeasurable. And they did everything in their power, every single one of those little fucking, small-minded people, but to and you're like, bro, all I'm saying is this. All I'm saying is think about it. So all I'm saying is this. And they're like, you're the biggest fucking dumbass I ever seen, man. I'm like, right, okay, all right, cheers, goodbye. Like, I did that. Okay, fair enough. Took my wife, but a couple of months, and I just left. Because why am I going to sit with people who won't even listen to the argument? I'm a moron from day one because they even mentioned flat Earth. And these are people who believe in conspiracy theories, believe 9/11 was an inside job, believe a fucking SEAL Team 6 were done away with, believe all the conspiracy theories. And as soon as you tell them something that's actually based in reality, you're the biggest dumbass they ever seen in your life. And they will do everything they can to fucking get rid of you. And I didn't bore, man. It took me like a month or two, maybe. And I was saying, okay, cheerio. And I've been there for like 14 years or 10 years or something, man. That was another trigger moment.
Yeah, I'm amazed when Monica Perez, this journalist, lawyer, former talk show radio host, she's got a podcast I listen to. I was amazed how she was smart enough to say the words, when it comes to the topic of the moon landing, someone else has to prove it to me. I'm not going to just believe that we landed on the moon. Someone's got to prove it to me that we landed on the moon. She'll say, I don't believe we landed on the moon. But she doesn't apply that same logic to the surface of the Earth. She still believes quite wholeheartedly that the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space. And, she thinks flat Earth is wrong. But it's like, how can you be that smart to apply that logic to the 1969 moon landing, but not apply that same logic to the surface of the Earth? Like, the burden of proof is on their side to demonstrate to you the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space.
Well,
Like you're not obligated to blindly believe anybody.
So the idea is so crazy. The technology doesn't exist. That they didn't, but you still believe we're living in a ball. Like they took off from a ball, they landed on a ball. You don't believe they landed on a ball, but you still don't believe. Yeah, okay, no.
Check. 1, 2. Everyone went silent all of a sudden.
Yep, that just went silent, mate. We hear you.
Unless everybody did go silent and you're just a voice in my head. Yes. I'm the voice in your head. Seriously, don't do that, man. That'll fuck me up for a week. JK, just joking.
No, you're coming through.
Sorry. If you were a voice in my head, could you be a woman, please?
One half of me wants to answer that, the better side of me doesn't. So.
I'm sorry. That's just mad ideas, bro. It's very frustrating. Very frustrating.
See, Timbo's joined us. Hi, Timbo. Miggy was talking about you earlier, Timbo.
Hey, guys.
Hello, mate. Miggy was talking about you earlier, something to do with Southern Star rotations. And not all. Yeah, that sounded phenomenal, mate. So anytime somebody comes up with an observation that is that good, I want to hear about it, mate. So if we get a chance at some point, if you could explain it to me, that'd be great.
This one like my Jedi.
It was just about the circular motion. So, one of the guys in the map, he was saying stars always go east to west, no matter what. And I just said, from observations, it's not actually quite correct because just from Australia, if you take a time lapse photo, you get a star pattern of an actual circle. I can't explain it. I don't claim to have an explanation for what that happened. I was just saying the top, if you're looking at that circle, top goes east to west, bottom goes west to east. So I just said, that's not really. So,
It's interesting, mate. For sure, definitely.
Yeah. So it seems, it seems they see this rotational pattern from all southern locations. So whether there's separate kind of things going on in the sky from each continent, and I don't have a clue, But I think you could probably explain it by light going over a curved, like a curved sky, like a dome or something like that. How a reflective, if it was curved, light passing straight over would actually curve in a curved pattern. But, I'm not making a claim. I just wanted to point out that stars don't always just go east to west.
Cheers for that, buddy. Yeah, Miggy was talking about it yesterday, so being as you jumped in, I just thought I'd catch you up with that. But yeah, that's much appreciated, mate.
No worries. Like I said, like we always say though, things going on in the sky we can't explain it. It's not proof for anything. It's look back down to earth and find out what's going on here first.
Mm-hmm. Who knows what's going on in the sky?
Got no fucking idea. We don't know what's up there. We don't know how it acts. We've got no idea.
I'm sorry, what? Yeah, we have no idea, bro. None. Nada. All right, Timbo.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everything is well with everyone. If not, may it be.
G'day, Ethan. How are you, mate?
Is this another one of Aesop's Fable?
Say what?
Never mind.
Okay.
Not too bad, bro. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Better day today than yesterday, I guess.
Why is that?
I don't like talking about it because it makes it sound like I'm whining, man. I just have medical problems. That's whatever.
Are you the guy in the wheelchair?
No, that's paraplegic. He's the gentleman that makes coffee. Which I want to buy some of his coffee. I'd like to try it.
I'll buy it.
Yep. Latter-day Saints is his biggest advertiser. I'd love to give the man some business, though. It'd really help out, I'm sure. Like, get his name out there. People can't buy something unless they know about it. And I've never even tried it. I just know that he's a bro. So, got to look out for the bros.
Bros before globes.
Yeah.
Bros before globes. That's pretty good, Jedi.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Thanks, guys. I'm here all week.
You booked up next week?
Yeah, no, I'm somewhere else next week.
You got to make a presentation at the Globe Earth Conference next week.
Yeah, that's what I've got to do, yeah.
You're on the other side of the globe next week?
That's why I've come in here, to get all the best globe kind of defences and arguments. Levels fine, perpendicular to gravity and all that bollocks. Yep, I'm set. Earth's a ball.
Oh, I was more implying you're about to go debate against them, like the entire conference, single-handedly.
This is the thing. I would literally, and we all have this, but literally have to teach them about that model, and then you end up arguing with yourself. So, yeah.
Because now they're just repeating what you said, and
pretty much, yeah. I get pissed off with people sometimes. It's like, oh, come on, just argue better than what you're doing. Yeah, I'll help you.
God damn people.
Even the extremist globies should be thankful flat earthers exist. We probably taught more people about their model than they have.
Yep, probably the biggest advocates for their religion for a long, long time.
Yep. And they don't even know it. It's also funny to me that there's so many closet flat earthers out there that they just don't want to be, they don't want to be heckled, they don't want to be harassed, so they're keeping their mouths shut. And the globies, they think that they're in the majority, but they're taking the silence of the silent majority for agreement. That's what's actually going on here.
And we're just showing them that they blindly believe it. That's
Yep.
I'd agree with you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good, man.
I was just agreeing with you. I reckon there are a lot of closet flat earthers out there that see the shit show and just don't want to get involved in the shit show. Why should they bother? They know the truth. So, yeah, I'd agree with you.
I got a friend who I've been talking about some FE stuff with, and he's in full agreement. But what tripped us out is that the guy he's staying with, he started talking about some stuff, and it wasn't even related to any conversation he had, but he was talking about how the moon landing was fake and started talking about so then he brought up how the Earth looks flat, and now they've been talking about it, and so it's like, he's now in agreement with him too. There's some underground stuff, grassroots style, where people are learning the truth. Pretty cool.
That is really cool, actually. We were talking about 5-10 minutes ago, maybe a little bit longer, about how the prevalence of the flat earth, just people knowing that people are still talking about it, has kind of shot up over the last 5 to 10 years. So my children are coming home from school, having spoken to kids at school about the flat earth, whether in derogatory terms or not, but it is definitely in people's subconscious that there's people out there still talking about the flat Earth. It wasn't like this.
I got a question. Did you already tell your children the Earth is flat?
No.
Why not?
No, too young for that. Too young for that. And I got into a conversation with my oldest son, and I started to take space away from him. And his first reaction, well, tears started rolling down his face. So Daddy might have gone a little bit too hard.
Well,
so they have the tools. They just don't know at the moment how to apply them. And maybe in a few years' time, I'll teach them how to apply the tools that I've already taught them.
Well, I don't know how old your children are, but I have a friend who has a son who I guess he must be about 11 now, maybe 12. And she's let him know, as long as she's known, for like the last 6 years or so, which would be since he was practically a toddler, that the Earth is flat. And he's very open at school about it. And he doesn't get picked on at school. He doesn't have any problems making friends at school. I'm just saying, my friend's son is perfectly fine, and he's perfectly open about the Earth being flat. So I'm just saying, don't get ahead of yourself, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I hear you, brother. Definitely hear you. It's something that's always been on my mind, and I think I'm going the right way about it at the moment. Like I said, they've got the tools, they just don't necessarily know how to apply them just yet.
There's no manual to raising kids, and I don't think that's bad. I think that's good that you can fill it out better that way. Everybody's different.
I made a meme about this. I'll try to find it and post it. The concept itself.
Just very quickly, whilst it's gone a little bit quiet, I noticed we've got some new people in the room, so it's working. I noticed you got voice verified, means you've got control of your mic. Bit of downtime at the moment, buddy. I haven't seen you before, so if you wanted to pipe in with a conversation, now would be a good time. So that's a shout out to It's Working. You've got voice verified, mate, and control of your mic.
Yep.
And a big hello to all those truckers out there.
It's working. Mike's not working. It seems like that.
That's what it is.
Mic's working.
Oh my.
What's not working is the globe because nobody's ever measured the curvature of it.
I actually
Go on, mate, carry on. No, you're fine.
I was just going to say I actually teach my children both. They wouldn't have the ammunition they need to be able to interact with the people of this world if they don't know the globe model. And obviously, I'm not going to try and hide the levelness of what we see from them either. So logically, I figured teach them both. They can decide whatever they want and believe in whatever they want, but I'm going to present both.
Makes good sense. I commend that attitude for sure.
But I understand why you did what you did, because you can't. It's like you can't take something away. The universe hates a void kind of thing. You cannot take something away if they're not ready to let go, or if there's not something ready to be able to replace it with. So especially with a child, and so I fully understand that. That makes sense. They have to be ready first.
Yeah, one day they'll understand why I've had lots of conversations with them about triangles and fucking containers of gas. One day they'll understand why. They just think I'm mad at the moment.
It'll all come together, though. All the pieces will come together when they climb up high enough to see what the pieces are for. Or grow tall enough to see it. I believe in gently teaching because the more strict version of it just makes people rebel against what's being taught.
Oh, yeah, of course. I can understand that.
You look at public schools, most of the kids in there, they don't want to pay it because they're being forced to. But if you made it fun and, they have a choice, They're more likely to actually want to learn, I'm sure, especially if it's something that's related to what they're going after with their life. I believe in catering to the individual's needs for education rather than having kind of a catch-all. That doesn't make sense. People are different.
I got a better idea. What if you get rid of the public education system altogether?
Boom.
Let parents keep their tax dollars that are normally squandered on such a thing. Like, take, for instance, here in Beaverton, Oregon, where I live, the annual cost of a student in a public school here in Beaverton is $28,000 per year.
Dude.
That's about 3 years of rent for me. All right, so there's obviously something that's drastically inefficient. There's obviously just disgusting waste. So my suggestion is simply let the private sector take over and let parents spend their own hard-earned money on their own children's education. And when their children go to a school where they're just being taught a bunch of useless BS, and then their parents will pull them out and be like, no, I'm not wasting my money on that BS. I'm going to go send them to a school where they're actually learning something useful. And while they're doing that, hey, who knows? Maybe they'll enjoy it too.
Yeah.
What happened when people used to send their kids to school, right, to learn about fucking things, and now they're learning about transgenderism and inclusion.
Yeah. You go to school and they'll teach you what gender is. Now they go to school and tell you that there's no actual solid definition for that word.
Are you born with uterus? Did you transgender recently?
Yeah.
So you are actually a man that gave birth to me.
That's the funny thing too, but the very fact that they talk about transgenderism then defines a binary system, and they want to deny the binary system between male and female. It's just ridiculous. The entire argument's ridiculous.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's just a theory.
Okay.
They're trying to turn everything upside down, inside out, back to front, but black as white.
They treat little boys like they're broken girls, and they treat women like they're broken men. And now everything's all backwards and upside down, like you said.
That's what they're doing, right?
Everybody thinks they're living on a spinning monkey ball.
Yeah, that too. Yep. You're an amoeba that evolved into a fish that crawled out of the water and turned into a rat that eventually became an ape.
Yeah, yeah, and no species in the history of mankind, or as far as we know, has turned into another species. So a fish turned into a monkey, and a monkey turned into a human. That's not even possible.
Their entire premise is based off of microevolution and adaptation, right? But let's see, antibiotic resistant bacteria, for example, like superbugs, they evolve and adapt to become stronger due to having a sterile environment with no competition. But if you put them back into the original environment where their ancestor, their relatives, or cousins are, they'll die instantly because they don't have the ability to defend themselves against that environment. So if anything, you lose data every time. There's always a trade-off. Adaptation comes with a cost. How does something get bigger and more complex when it's constantly losing data?
Good
point. The entire concept's ridiculous.
I thought the other day that we're here. There are 170,000 people that die every year due to something that you can't see with the fucking naked eye. So something so small that you can't even see it kills you.
A lot of boogeyman stories going around and people afraid of air.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm just saying. But back on track, where's the measurements for curvature, and at what point do you see a sphere? How far I gotta go? How high do I have to Mario jump so I can see a ball?
That's a good point. It's
where's
27 miles.
Where is it? Where's this physical horizon?
Yeah.
It's under the refraction hiding.
I mean, it's kind of like what world are we living in, right? Where things are so small you can't even see them kill you, and people are telling you they're on a spinning ball, but they can't prove it. gets shown good. It's like,
And it's not that I don't believe that microscopic stuff can hurt you or anything. It's just that I'm not going to be afraid of a particle.
no, it definitely does. I mean, that's a fact.
Yeah,
I mean,
just being scared of particles floating around you. No. You live in fear that way. It's weird.
yeah, well, that's what they're doing, right? Yeah, no, I understand that. But micro to the macro, they're like, tiny little things kill you, and you're living on a swimming ball. Okay, right. One of them things are true.
So, what would happen if something traveling at 2,040 miles an hour to impact something that's traveling at 160,000 miles an hour that's the size of a golf ball? Because those things hit the Earth like or not the Earth, the Moon. 100 of those supposedly hit the Moon every day, and each one gives off like kind of the explosive force of a certain percentage of dynamite, like several kilograms of dynamite or something. So I'm like, how did they do that and not die like instantly? And you travel for a week, right, there and back, and land on it.
A nuclear explosion.
Yeah. And so what kind of suit can stop something that's traveling at 160,000 miles an hour? And how do you get there and back with absolute pure luck that not one thing, even so much as grazed the little aluminum can you're floating in at, 3,000 miles an hour?
I'll tell you how Neil Armstrong had a rabbit foot on his keychain.
Yeah. There you go. Pure luck.
That's exactly what it is. Like, pure luck.
Heliocentrism, the most successful religion.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Kim.
I truly believe that heliocentrism leads to a self-centered, self-gravitational type system where one's whole universe revolves around themselves. Like, it encourages that thought.
At the same time, it doesn't really matter whether it's heliocentrism or a flat Earth. The same thing. Everything draws you to the same conclusion, whether you like it or not. It's a creation. Something created this, right? So, you know.
Oh, I'm with you, man. My faith can't be shattered. They could prove absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, the whole Big Bang Theory and evolution. I'm like, isn't it cool that the voice of God can like create something small that can turn into everything? I would not be. It wouldn't change my faith at all. I'm just like, okay, well, whatever. It was still made.
Exactly.
And to me, it's just interesting to find out, what was made. Fun. And I also believe that everyone's a scientist until they forget how to be a scientist, because babies are always trying to figure everything out. And there's little scientists just trying to discover stuff, F around and find out, mashing every button like a noob, just constantly hitting the use button on everything.
Yeah, but it's a strange fucking world we're living in, bro. Legalized murder is a thing.
Yeah.
Honestly, honestly, and there's people trying to spiel that up until 6 months in the womb. 6 months, 8 months in the womb. I mean, what the hell, bro?
I'll just say they don't have any value they don't value life.
No, it's a death cult.
I actually kind of separate the entirety of humanity into two different categories. People are either lifeologists or deathologists. The lifeologists, they just enjoy life and they're trying to learn as much as they can about it. Deathologists are afraid of death. They worship it. And so they're doing exactly the same thing the lifeologists are, but for the opposite reason. Instead of it being about living, it's all about death and the fear thereof.
Well, I have to agree.
You can tell who's who, too, just by how they talk about things. Deathologists are they're doomers, and they're really, negative all the time.
Well, they said negativity.
Yeah.
There's something about that negativity.
I believe faith works both ways. So if you have negative faith, bad things will happen around you and to you. But if you have positive faith, good things are more likely to happen.
You know, all right, personal experience, last 2 years, positive as fuck, right, bro? Okay? But you can imagine the worst thing that happened. They happen. Right? I have a friend, right? She's a Christian. I love her to death. I'll do anything for her. And I told her, live under my roof. You've always got a roof. And she's very happy for that. She's an immigrant from South Africa, but her parents were British or something, so she has dual passport. But she's like, Paul, stop talking like that. And I'm like, Kathy, I got 2 fucking abscesses in my mouth. I walk out, and my fucking tire is flat. One of my family members dies, and then 3 months later, somebody else dies. I mean, how am I supposed to be positive about this shit? I mean, I know, well, maybe you know what I'm saying, but my best friend, he can't believe what I've been through in the last 2 years. And this is the last 2 years. It's been going on for about 5, but he cannot believe what I've been through and how I'm still fucking standing.
Kind of like if it ain't one thing, it's another.
Yeah, wow, exactly.
It's really hard to continue trying to look for the positive things when one thing after another, everything keeps on going negative, negative, negative.
Yes.
But it's kind of like you can't pay attention to the storm when you're navigating life. Like the storm's just a distraction from the direction that you're trying to get to.
It's almost like, let me put it this way. It's almost like life is a living, breathing being, and it's trying to make you check out. It's trying to make you feel like there is no more hope or something. Do you understand?
Yeah, it's like you get thrown into the saddle of life, and instantly it starts trying to buck you off.
Yeah. Bro, if I had a story to explain to you the last thing that happened to me last year, you would not fucking believe it. You would think I was telling you fairy tales.
Just a quick shout out to Richie, who's joined with Voice Verified. Hi, Richie, how are you?
Anyway.
Hello, Richie. I heard you mumble. I didn't really hear anything.
No, I didn't say anything.
Hello, Richie. How are you?
Yeah, hello.
What brings you to our server, my friend?
Nothing, just casual.
Nothing. Just wandered in.
Yeah,
Awesome
I
stuff.
come here often.
Okay. So, what do you understand the shape of the Earth to be, my friend?
It's flat.
Awesome stuff. It's just looking for your roles and you just Voice Verified, mate. Usually some people come in with some Earth-defining role, so just thought I'd touch base with you, being as I haven't spoken to you before, seeing what you thought the shape of the Earth was. So a flat Earther, yeah?
What?
So you're a flat Earther, yeah?
Yep.
Awesome stuff. And how long have you been in the server?
On this account, I think 1 year or something, and on my other account, I was here for 3 years. I think.
It's quite surprising you don't have a Earth-defining role there, buddy. Might have to get that sorted out for you if you don't mind.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, mate. But yeah, welcome, mate. We were just having some downtime, just looking through the list and noticed you were Voice Verified, but obviously without an Earth-defining role, so I thought I'd shout you out to say hi. Obviously didn't want to stop the conversation, guys. Just noticed a new guy jumping in, that was all. Nobody will speak for 5 minutes now.
Oh.
Who else have we got in here? We've got Adam Unsorted. Hello, Adam. How are you? Angel 101. Good to see you, Angel. Big Boy Khan. Hello, Big Boy Khan. The one, the only Dave Hinkle. Good to see you, Dave. Hope you're well. Effie Batman is always around. I am Kovac. Great to see you, buddy. It's working. He is working at the moment. He'll come and join us later. No point talking to you. You're muted and deafened. Who else we got in? Levelist, as always. Little G, good to see you. Michael Gleason, hello, mate. Mike Power Swan, Morvis, good to see you, Morvis. Always brilliant to see you, mate. Old Hoss, Redborn, please, mate, if those people are still talking on the live stream on YouTube, give them invites, make them come in here, because they've been saying stupid things for the last couple of hours. Perceptive Val, I understand you're a friend of Kim's. Hello, Perceptive Val, please don't be shy. PMAC is obviously here. Good to see you, PMAC. President Orion, always brilliant to hear you as well. Some good conversations. Richie, Seb, The Truth, just everybody fucking else. Hello, everyone. Hope you're good. And Sunny at the bottom. There you go. Predominantly all flat earthers at the moment, guys. That's a good thing. Hi, Wav Mixter. Good to see you as well, buddy.
Has there been any globalist in here today?
Not that I can remember, mate. Thanks for the feedback there, Dave.
Accidentally hot mic, my bad.
You're all right, buddy. No worries.
Would you guys say that heliocentrism is the largest religion in the world when the members don't even know they're in it and they don't even know what they believe?
Pretty much it, mate. Yep.
Kind of ironic there.
Yeah, there haven't been that many globalists in the server today, I don't think.
Calling us religious and not even really realizing that they're in the biggest religious cult of all time. That's pretty ironic.
The heliocentric religion. Doesn't matter what colour you are, what gender you are, what race you are, if you're employed, if you're not employed. It doesn't matter. The heliocentric religion accepts all comers. What a nice religion.
Yep, the only thing you need for it is blind faith. That's easy to get, isn't it?
Oh, hell yeah. Just to be clear, anybody watching on YouTube or however you might be viewing this live stream service from our 24/7 Discord server, just to remind you, there are three primary claims that the Earth makes, or they make about the Earth. One, that it is a ball of a definite size, so a sphere with a known radius. One, that this ball of a definite size moves, so on its axis it spins and orbits around the sun. That's claim 2, the ball moves. Claim number 3, the ball moves through the vacuum of space. Our gas pressure is uncontained from this vacuum of space. Those are the three physical claims they make to our physical reality. Just interesting to point out that there's been no physical demonstration or measurement of the curvature of the Earth. There's been no physical demonstration or measurement of the rotation of the Earth, let alone orbital motion of the Earth. And there's been no physical demonstration that you can actually have gas pressure without a container, without the gas fucking off. So even though they make claims to our physicality, they haven't been able to physically prove them. Interesting, right? If anybody's watching on live stream and wants to come into the 24/7 Discord server, hit the link and you can come and talk about the Earth, what you believe it is or what you know it is to be. If you do know it to be something, then I suggest you come in with all of that knowledge. Maybe something that you can reference as well. Maybe a period of history and something that they've done in history. So if you've got knowledge, please bring it. If you've got belief, don't mind if it's just a belief, mate. We can talk about the Earth all day long. But 3 primary claims to the physical nature of the Earth, and they can't physically prove them. Interesting, right? Come and join the live stream, guys. That's me done. I mean, come on.
Most people listen to what you just said, Jedi. My mic's still working.
Yep.
unfortunately, most people that listen to what you just said were like, well, if you just ignore those three things, it's still a globe. You know what I mean? Because smart people said it, so must be true. That guy's crazy asking for physical demonstrations and shit. What the hell is that?
Look, that would be a picture from space. I mean, obviously, I understand that most people think that myself and other people in this live stream are educationally dysfunctional. Maybe we don't understand what we're saying. Maybe we didn't go to school. Maybe we just don't trust people because we've been hurt in our childhood or something like that. And you can probably, have those conclusions if you want, but the statement will still stand. There is no physical measurement of the curvature of the Earth. There is no physical measurement of the motion of the Earth. And there is no physical demonstration of gas pressure without a container. I don't care how many pictures of space you've got.
For me, it was actually helpful to be not the best in school.
Say that again, buddy, sorry?
For me, I think it was helpful to not be the best in school because I wasn't programmed that well. So I didn't have any what's it called? Like I gave everything a chance to think about it, and yeah. So sometimes it's not that good if you got brainwashed by the school system.
Sounds like the school system failed you then, mate, didn't it? You snuck through the system.
I never liked like teachers because they are way too strict and didn't let you think about anything. They just wanted to teach you, or better said, don't think and just repeat. And I didn't like that as a child. I don't like it either now. So just rinse and repeat is stupid.
And that's basically how they get us all. So we go to school and the teachers will educate us with what to regurgitate come test time. That's basically all that happens.
Yo, PMAC, this meme you posted with this dude saying, yes, yes. Who is that fruitcake? It looks like a cop with a police mustache, police glasses, total geek. Why would you post something like that? Just giving you shit, bro. That's all. Don't get too upset.
No, keep giving him shit. I like it. Do it again.
That guy's a total geek. Thank God he's wearing a cop's mustache and the cop glasses, and he's standing there going, yes, yes. He looks like the dweeb in the class that gets picked on.
That's Kip. That's Napoleon Dynamite's brother.
Oh, no, that makes sense. Napoleon Dynamite. That was a funny movie. I liked it, believe it or not. It's filmed in Idaho, not very far from here, Preston, Idaho. It's only like an hour drive from where I live, north. Preston's a beautiful little town. You've never been there. It's bad. It's like you're driving through this canyon of all pine trees, and then all of a sudden it opens up into this little valley in the mountains, little quaint little town, Preston, Idaho. It's really a beautiful little town. And that drag car you posted there, Orion, that's pretty cool. I mean, I'm into drag cars. I used to have a 1987 IROC Pro Stock car, real Pro Stocker, 8 seconds, 180 miles an hour, 8 seconds. I love drag racing.
Of course you do. You're American.
Yeah, that's true. I'm American. And I used to drag race every day. No, not every day, but I mean every weekend.
Did you used to run moonshine as well?
No. The car wasn't street legal. Not that one. I had some that were, though, that were pretty fast. I had a 67 Camaro that was legal. It ran 10 seconds at about 135 miles an hour in 10 seconds. Then I had a little Nova, 66 Nova. It had a 302 in it. I would just shift that thing at 9,500 RPM. And,
how do you even know what is street legal? Who checks that?
Well, if you're cruising down the road, you got to have certain tires on it. You can't have you're not supposed to run the big slicks. You're supposed to have tread because they're dangerous. If it gets wet, you slip and slide all over the place, whatever. So that's one thing that makes them non-street legal, or full-blown slicks. They usually put a little bit of tread on them. Like, they make special tires that are like almost slicks with just enough tread to make them street legal. Cheater slicks. Yeah, my buddy just said that's what they call them. And then also the exhaust. Most drag cars don't have any mufflers on them. So you got to put exhaust and mufflers on them so they're not so loud that they break the sound. So many decibels. Well, I don't know how many decibels are legal, but a car with no head, with no mufflers, just straight coming out the headers is definitely way above the decibel level that's legal. So there's another thing that makes them not street legal. And then let's see, what else is there? That's probably the two main ones. Just the tires and the headers have to be capped or muffled in something when you got an exhaust system on it. And then it has to pass inspection and all that. It has to have a license plate on it. So depending on the state, you get some of these old cars. And if they don't have the catalytic converter or whatever, you take all that shit off like you do when you're racing, then it won't pass emissions. Well, there you go. You're not street legal again. You don't get your tags for your plates. So
you have a company that checks that stuff, or what?
No, I got a friend that has a company that checks all that stuff. But I used to have a speed shop. It was called National Speed Equipment, and we built race car engines and high performance engines for people's 4-wheel drive trucks and their street cars and whatever. Sold.
Okay, to a company that checks, or is it like regulated? Because everything's regulated.
You broke. Oh, I couldn't understand any of that, bro. I'm sorry. You're a total robot.
Okay.
But most of that stuff, I just knew myself. I didn't need anybody to check it. Like I knew if my car was too loud, and I knew if I had the right tires on it, that kind of stuff. I didn't need anybody to check that. But if your car has to pass emissions to be street legal, it used to be a lot more strict than they are nowadays. But then there's also, if you're old past a certain date, then it's classified as a classic car. And you get a classic license plate for it, and you register it as a classic, then you don't have to do emissions at all, because they're old cars. They're not tuned to where they blow out clean exhaust and stuff. So yeah, if you register it as a classic car, that's one way to get around some of the laws. That car's funny though. Ryan posted with the 10 on top, like fucking rocket ship. It probably was. That car looks like it might have been a rocket ship at one time down the racetrack, maybe.
Don't do your car disjustice, mate.
What?
Don't do your car disjustice. I've seen some of those fucking rockets and things that went to the moon. They're bloody ridiculous. I bet your car was more well made than that.
Yeah. You got a good point. I just got coerced by my best friend. He stood there and damn near almost twisted my arm and put these drops underneath my tongue from the dispensary.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't used THC or CBD or anything for like 30 years. And now I'm sitting here thinking, why did I do this? I don't feel it or nothing yet, but took a really small dose. And of course, he's like, no, you got to take more than that.
Yeah, go and take some more. Go and take some more and come back. That'd be funny.
You should. You got to have more than that, man.
What I took. Yeah, they're all saying the same thing. Yeah. No, you got to take more than that. You guys just want to laugh at me. That's all I know. What's going on.
You should.
You probably laugh at me as it is already enough. I don't need to be the total joke of the room. I'm already halfway there for me most of the time.
It would.
Go on.
I was just gonna say it would have been funny if he deadpan said, "Okay, fine," and just took the whole bottle and walked out of the room. I don't have to actually drink it, but okay, I'll take it all then. Whatever.
You do that, and you can have the first Glober that comes in the room for 20 minutes.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
That 20 minutes is gonna turn into 2 hours real quick.
Yep. And then I'll ask you to repeat what you said.
Like that's going to be that'll be possible. I didn't take a very large dose, so we'll see. I told him if I didn't feel it, I'd take more. So we're in the waiting period. We're in the waiting to see what happens period. He just got his card. He's all happy about getting his cannabis card in Utah. He just went to the dispensary.
You guys are so lucky over there. I have to admit, you are really lucky now that in the majority of states in the US it is now legal. You're really lucky.
Yeah,
we still get people going to prison for this shit. Do you know what I mean?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that is crazy.
For what?
For weed, marijuana.
In certain places in the country, you can still go to jail for it, while other places, you can just go buy it wherever. There's a dispensary on every corner.
There's something that's not right about that whole scenario. You would think that you go before the judge. Look at this. There's one, you drive 5 miles across the border into another state, and it's legal on every street corner. Do you really think that's fair? He might reconsider. If he didn't, he'd be a dick. So I don't know.
Yeah. It's just really weird that there's people getting punished. Like, there's that one guy who spent so much time in jail over 2 joints, and now people are just buying it from the dang store easily, like, whatever.
Yeah, that is kind of not right, for sure.
Now old people are getting screwed. Now they got to pay for their. You got to go to a dispensary and buy this shit. And it's medicine. They should be giving it to older people.
Yeah, to me, they should be giving it to me for free. I agree with that, Danny. Yeah.
I believe in mandatory medical marijuana.
Mandatory, yeah.
That's exactly what I'm talking about right there. They'd sell more food that way anyway.
I'd sell more food.
Yeah, mandatory medical marijuana is good for the economy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it probably would be. Somebody's getting rich. I know that, for hell's sakes. They want so much for that crazy shit in the dispensaries. I think it's overpriced.
America's not about healthcare, though. It's about, keeping people somewhere between alive and dead so they can make money off of you until you do go.
That's right. It's a sick, sick world.
Absolutely. If it was about healthcare, they wouldn't be feeding it the shit they're doing. Trying to push on us now and shit. Bugs on us. Trying to push that kind of shit on us.
You'll own nothing and eat bugs and be happy.
Yeah. Exactly.
They'll do like Simba. They're singing Hakuna Matata, just eating bugs.
No thanks. That'd just gag me. Just the thought. Just the thought of putting like a beetle or something in your mouth and hearing it crunch.
Yeah.